Oh, hang on. It's going to do something funny. Hold on. Oh, let me do it this way. Better. Babies. Come on, you stinker. Let's turn it around this way. It's not working. Just forget it. I tried. Hey, little guys. What are you doing? Look at you all in there. You guys are so cute. So cute. Are you preening? Are you preening? I get you. I'm gonna get you. Oh no. Get in the water. I'm gonna get you. Oh no. Get in the water. I see you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Whoops.
Could you hear me? Wonder if that makes loud noises.
It's so cute.
Oh no! He knocked over my phone. I gotta go see what it's stuck again. No. I'll be right back. Hey, don't poop on my phone now. What are you doing? You goofy thing? Oh my goodness. What did you do now? Are you having fun? Are you guys having fun? You're so cute. You're cracking me up in there. You're cracking me up. You're a mess. Look at the mess you're making in here. You're splashing water everywhere. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. You guys want your food? Are you hungry? You've been playing? You want to eat? Want some more water? You guys have been making a mess now. There you go. It's a little bit more. I'm making a mess. Is it fun? Yeah. Do you like your first tubby time? Do you want to do it again? We'll do it again. Hey, babies. These are the two boys. They're the darker ones. And their bills are dark. Their bills are almost like black or brown, deep brown. And then the girls have the stripes. And their bills are pink and brown. And you can also tell by their feet. The girls have white legs, whereas the boys have black legs. They're brown legs. You're more like a cocoa brown, aren't you? You're not really all the way black. You're just chocolatey. Yeah, you're very pretty. You're very pretty. I like your stripes. I like your eyebrows. Very nice. Did you just shake your tail? Did you shake? You're shaking. Who's shaking? Who's shaking? Oh my. Hey, babies. Alright. You see the heat lamp there? You get cold? They're so fun. I should have had it going. I didn't even think to put it to video it because I just don't think about it. I don't think about the world like that. I just enjoy the moment. So it's really hard for me to remember to do things. But I was sitting here with him. I put the little pan out, and just to watch them as they realized what that was. You know, they go test it out. This is water. They immediately want to get in it. You know, so it's like they take a second on that lip and then plop, and you'll never get them out of the water. Like now they're there, you know. And as you can see, they'll grow out of that pan. That's just an old cake pan that would end up in the trash. But for us, it's perfect duckling bath because ducklings can actually drown if their egg hatched like this. Now, if their egg hatched by the mom, they won't, because she'll cover them up in all her oils that will protect their feathers. But these guys will start to get soaked and wet, and so they'll need to get out and stretch. But see, in this pan, they can do that, and it's still deep enough for them to really kind of get in there and really splash. And then we have I dug a hole in the ground and filled it in with rocks and stuff. And it only fills up when it rains really hard here, and which happens quite often. And we have our property goes into creek, so we have water that runs underneath us. So it's real easy for areas to fill. Anyway, and that is actually deep enough for the ducks to submerge down and really get a dosing. So whenever that's full, that's one of the first things Fiona wants to get into. She loves when it's raining. They love rain. Anyway, off to do things. Tupac was talking this morning. He's really coming into his voice. I'll have to try to get a morning recording of him doing his cockadoodles. Oh my God, they're just seriously the cutest fucking things ever. I just think they're adorable. Look at that. Oh. Okay. They're so funny. I'll be right back. Did you hit the button? You silly. Good thing my phone is partially waterproof. Did you miss me? Is that why you guys stopped? She was waiting for mommy.
The babies.
You're not going to get out of that today, are you? You have found water. Woo-hoo! We're big babies now. We're big kids now. And you're practicing your preening. Num, 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 num. Hey, you little fuzzy monkey. Hey, you little fuzzy monkey. Hey, two babies. Oh, now you want it. Now you don't want mommy to love on you, huh? So no, mommy. Free now. A big duck. So they'll be, let's see, today's Sunday. We got them Wednesday night. And Wednesday night, they were just over 24 hours old. Somewhere around there, 24 to 48 hours old. Because they hatch and they ship them out pretty quick. So then they all kind of, hatch around the same time. So they're not even a week old yet. Yeah, but I think it was time to come outside. I don't think you need to stay inside the house no more. Nope. Except at night. We'll put no mate. Yeah, I'll have to bring you in at night. The chickens. The chickens. We have to share this space with the others. To share in this house.
Hello. What you doing?
Can I go back inside now where I can sit comfy and watch you? Or are you going to attack my camera again? Do you hear those dogs barking? Ruff, ruff. You hear them? Soon. I'm not sure. I can't really remember how long it took, but they will. They may already be doing it, but they'll put their bills under the water and blow bubbles out their nostrils to clean their bills out. Do you see them do that? They put the bills under, go bloop, bloop, bloop. Cutie cute. You guys want some fresh water? Get out of there. Let me get you some fresh. Come on now. Nope, nope, don't get back in. Nope, hey, I'm gonna get you some fresh water. No, 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 no. Let me have it. Let me have it. You guys have funkified it. Ta-da! And now let's do this. Let's put some hay down to soak up your water. Because you guys are getting very messy. Yeah, we need some hay for a sponge. Acts like a sponge. Soak up all that water. Okay, you ready? Are you ready for fresh water? Uh-oh. I'm out. Oh, no. I need some more. I need some more water. Oh, no. Here we go. Whee! Sprinklers. Look, it's a waterfall. Is it time to dry off? Go head over to the warm spots. I'll fill it up now. There you go. It's not very flat. Let's make it flat. There we go. No, hang on. Hang on. There we go. I think that's flatter. Now you guys can get it. Oh, it would help if I took the lid off, wouldn't it? There you go. Now you got some buoyancy for a minute. Anyway. For a minute anyway. You can see on there. Can't get it to stand up that way. I was trying to get it up a little bit higher, but I just can't. There you go. Oh, now we're cleaning. Oh, you got it. Look at you. Get them little feathers. This is our little. It needs a good douching in here. Oh, we got a butterfly visiting us. Hello. And I need our plants and all. I never replaced them from last winter, so they're from last summer. But, oops, it's a little messy.
in here. So I usually keep much, I will admit, I usually keep much better track of this, but at the moment, I'm not so good, not being very good with this. My chores. No. I need to have like a little stand that will put it up just this much. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. Let me see if I can use this. Girls, please. You suck. Wait, this might work. All I need to do is get it on that side. Oh my God, I found it. I found the key, the trick. Found the trick. Oh, yes. Oh, that's a cute angle. Oh, there you go. Oh, my. Where are you going over there? Come back over here. Here. Whoa, Nelly. Whoa, Nelly. Come on now. Hey, you. Come back. Come back. I'm done scaring you. It's okay. Oh, there you go, blowing bubbles. There he goes. Oh, Daddy's home. Pops is home. Popsies. Okay. Go back inside now, guys.
I'm gonna say this. That I hear people say you got to get back to nature, get back to nature. They go out in the woods and I'll mute that for a second. So I got feedback. They go out in the woods and they go camping. And I get all that. I love to do all those things. So in no way am I downing that. That seems to be what we're told to do anymore. You go connect with nature, go for a walk at the park, go outside, get some fresh air. And this, to me, this is connecting to nature. This is being a part of the process that is nature. The bugs, the plants, the seedlings, the animals, the life, the death, the watching it work in tandem together, learning what our instincts are when it comes to how we are in relative to the things around us, just how destructive we can be as humans and how dangerous. I mean, literally my husband could drive a bulldozer through our property and destroy every tree and everything that's here. And people do that. And I mean, I don't know. I just don't think that was the right thing to do. Clearly it's not worked out for us. And the idea that getting connected to nature for city dwellers is a walk through the park, which I guess that's the best you got. I mean, I really like the movement I see right now of people planting in the city. You can grow a lot of things in the city, even in very small spaces. So that's exciting that's kind of a trend. But I wish I could shake them all and just say, this is not everybody, not all of you should be out here. I think more are leaving. But then I think more are leaving, but for more that are leaving, there's more going in. It's like, for every 2 steps forward, you take 1 step back. And so you got twice as many people moving into the city and as you do leaving. So they're growing. That tipping scale always has to tip at some point. At any point, something always has to burst. Expansion can only go so far, no matter what. It always has to do a regression at some point. I think that's, what our ancestors probably experienced, why they would move out even further, so this community would get too big. There's studies on that, that, even in social circles, most people only know about 200 people. And so then I think about the pioneer days when the country was being expanded. So Little House on the Prairie is probably the most simplest show for anyone to understand that process. If you didn't, reading those books, that was a TV show, but they're actually books. And I remember as a kid reading a lot of books about pioneers and these kinds of things, that had like Little Women and all these books and stuff. And the way the towns, people would come into them and they'd want to be in the city for these opportunities. But even back then, the city still had people that were on the street. If you don't play the game, it doesn't matter how big you dream. You actually have to play in the dream. You have to pick up the console and push some buttons. And there were some that just didn't want that, that enjoyed that part. I wonder what got everybody going, You look. Hello. Yes, I am. I'm observing my surroundings. They just are beautiful to me. There's nothing more beautiful than just like the sun starting to come in the window there.
for the screen. We don't have, that's a screened in place. It's actually my back porch. It's a screened in porch. It would be nice to enjoy it as a screened in porch, but since I can't seem to find anybody, even if I offered to pay them to build me a place for my birds to live, this is where they live. And bless his heart, you know, the man tried, and he can do an engine, but he just can't do. I managed to, you know, we managed to get a layout, but then, you know, we've got 2 friends, free wood and everything. All the supplies are there, and 2 friends who for 2 years have said they'll come over and build it for us. We've even offered them money. One of them, it's a trade. We have a wood burning stove downstairs that we were going to trade for their help on the duck house. And you can't get either of them to come. I mean, and I know we're all old, so I mean, I get it, but I mean, I'm not harping on them. I mean, I know their circumstances and stuff, but still, you know, it's not, because then you hear them saying things and it almost starts to feel like empty promises. Ugh, I hate saying that. That sounds bad. Not bad guys. They're just human. Not bad. It's not high on their priority list because it's not on their property. And we're not naggers. So I'm not going to keep harassing them. This is working for me, and my comfort level does not allow me to become a nag. So as long as this is working for me, I have no reason to be that, you know, I guess, to make that big a deal out of it. And I mean, we can buy one. I don't like the ones that you buy. They're not big enough for me. I need to be able to stand up in there and get in there. It can't be all, you know, I don't want that. I need space I can be in. I don't want a tiny little cracker box, literally. I wouldn't feel comfortable going in there, which means I wouldn't go in there and take care of it the way it should be taken care of. Because you know, I would never build it. That's what I'm saying. I already know this about myself, that I have to feel comfortable in that space. And if I am cramped down in anything, I will procrastinate. I will wait as long as possible. So instead of going out there every day, which is what I do now, and I do some little tidying, even though I know it doesn't look like it, I'm saying I tidy the hay. I just need to get out there and like do some hosing down. It's been decobwebbed, and the cobs come back, and I need to get some new fly strips and put new flowers out there. That's all. That's nothing. I mean, that's really not, I don't even need to do any of those things, but I just like to. But every day I go out there and rake my hay around and say hi to everybody and make sure the water that's spilt's got something to absorb it, you know, and just keep it clean for them so that they're not lying in poop and, you know, and wet, soppy hay, you know. And I enjoy the space myself. There's 2 guinea pigs that were rescued, and I had agreed to care for them. Somebody brought them to me and asked me, and they're also on that porch, and the door's wide open, and they do not leave. I used to have them kind of corralled in, and they're in a space as they actually have the whole run of the place. So those guinea pigs are quite happy. Let me just tell you, they're fat and they run around, and all they eat are, I do not buy them food. I do not buy them guinea pig food. I do not buy food for my critters. But we do have snacks, right? So they have, I feed them all the scraps from our salads and, you know, fruit tops and fruit pits and seeds and things like that. And they love that stuff. Just, so they're quite happy because we eat a lot of vegetables in this house. There's always a cucumber butt somewhere. Easily 3 cucumber butts a day, you know, and broccoli stumps and, you know, things like that. And then the birds stay out all day. We got lots of bugs, lots of weeds and seeds. And so they're not hungry, that's for sure. But I am trying to understand people that would get critters and feed them. But then, I suppose if you had this isn't a working, I don't have any type of working farm here. This isn't like a farm. This is really just some crazy lady in the woods who likes birds and enjoys birds and happens to have enough property for birds. That's really what this is. So it's hard. I can't really compare that to somebody who has a working farm that's active. I can see why they would need those things in place. But there's a lot of people like me who are just, I would say, weekend farmers, hobby farmers. We just have a few chickens and they buy food. They buy food for their chicken. I don't get that. Do you not know your ducks will just eat bugs? Uh-oh. Where'd the ducks go? Seems weird. To have just 5 chickens and then to literally be feeding them food, even if all you had was a tiny, if you let them out more, or they'll have that and they'll have them locked up in this small little space. But then again, that's unfair too, because I can't really see, this is where I can't judge people. Now you're seeing why Joni can't judge people, because then I think, well, they might have a lot of dogs or neighbors, maybe their properties. See, my fence line, we have 4 acres. And all of the houses around us have large amounts of acres. So they can all be in their property and not be stuck on each other. So my birds do have the ability to walk a good bit of our property without running into any, neighbor dogs and so forth and so on. So for that, then, I can understand if I love them and I had to have that, I would so have an area that I would keep them in, I think it's about, wow, that's a huge spider web. Oh man. Is that, what? I have an obsession with spiders. And I think it's in the middle. I think let me go see what it is. Let me get my phone. You come with me. Babies.
Have I been muted this entire time? Oops. Did you see the spider? Anyway, this is the front of my house. I was showing you my part. It's pretty. There's my neighbors. You can't see. We'll go back inside and hang out with the ducks here. It's an old wagon that fell apart, and I kept the boards. And they became a gate. And then I should show you my little fence I made here. It needs a cleaning. Like I said, it's been through the winter. I didn't do it this summer at the beginning. It's too hot. But that's our little fence I made. You see, it's cute, isn't it? There's the chicken houses, the chicken boxes. And then over here, I've got like all my milk jugs and junk. That's the trash side. There's the guinea side. So they're in there somewhere. And the birds are singing. What you doing over there, guys? What you doing? What you doing? Hey. Hey. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, babies. Hey, babies. Now they'll just hang out. They might even sleep in the water. They'll put one foot down and tuck one leg up. And sleep. And sleep. Here to train.
Hey guys, did you have a good little nap? Did you have a good little nap? Look here.
Fiona! Whoa, Madoke! What are you doing? Come here, you little goof. Come here! Come here! Mommy's got snacks! Mommy's got snacks, Fee!
How is it you're playing through the computer from out there?
Because my phone's out here.
Oh.
I'm sharing the duckies. They're so freaking cute. Dang, Fee, what was that? It sounded like I'm drowning. Goodness. Here you go, guys. Here you go, guys. And I'll give you come here, guys. What are you doing?
Hey, hey, come here. Come here. I'm here. I came back. Yay, we came back. Oh my goodness. Look over here. Come here. Look what's in here. Oh my. Oh my. Look at this. Look at this. What is that? Oh my. Hey you. Hey you. I see you. You're gonna get me. You can't get me. You can't get the fingers. No. No, I know. Ugh. Hey, Fee. Hey, Fee. What are you doing? Did you get a grape? Who's getting grape? Oh man. What's this? I'll do something fun here. Do something fun. This is fun. Whoop. Hey, Fiona. Do you hear the babies? Look here. What is it? There's a ball in the water. Oh my goodness. There's a ball in the water. What is it?
New toys, new toys. A grape. I'll put a couple outside too so you guys can play. Here. Here's one. What is it? What is it? Goodness. Miss Quacky. Miss Quacky Pants out there. Who you being Miss Quacky Pants for? I see you. I see you. Yeah, I see you. I hear you, Quacky Pants. There you. You hit that airplane. See it. It's up there. Ooh.
Are you guys peeping at me? I hear you. I hear you right up here against the wall. Look at you. Look at you. You're silly. Come on. Come on. Hey, guys. Hey. You're all wet. You're all wet. You just need some encouragement, huh? You just don't want to be out here by yourself, huh? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? You can't be out here alone, huh? You miss me when I'm gone. Don't hear my voice anymore.
Oh my. He's so spoiled.
He's such a spoiled group. That's who he is. It's a little fuzzy head. Let me get your fuzzy head. Oh, come on. Come on. Come get me. You got the food.
These are the boys.
Okay, Fee, yes, I'm outside. Come up here and say hi to me instead of yelling at me from the yard.
She hears my voice, she starts quacking. The dark ones, the dark brown ones with the almost black legs. Like these guys are the boys. And they have the black bills. And then the 4 with the yellow striping, right? Those are the girls, and their bills are real white. And they have white legs.
What? What? What are you trying to tell me? Huh? Well, come on. All right, I'm coming. All right. What are you trying to tell me? Where's the chickens? What is it? What is it, Lassie? Where are the chickens, Lassie? What are you guys doing? Hey. What are you guys doing out there? Hey. You know who I am, you silly. Hey, too bad. Hey, too bad. Yeah, hey, baby. Hey, baby. Are you trying to flirt with Tupac? Huh? He's not the same bird as you, silly mama. Silly mama. Silly mama. What is it? What is it? What is it? Huh? Oh no! Oh no, run away! Don't run away! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
pretty warm. Need to bring it down some more. You seem to be fine. I don't see anybody shivering or nothing. And you are in the water, so if you're cold, then you're not very bright, right? I love your stripes on your eyes. You're such a pretty boy. Look at you. Look at you. You're so little. I mean, look how tiny they are compared to my hands. You can get some food. Yummy, yummy. Peep, peep. Peep, peep. Oh, wait, everybody left at once. Everybody left at once. Woo! 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 It's such funky little legs. I love their legs. I love birds' legs. For some reason, they're just so dinosaur. It's like the closest you'll get to a dinosaur. You know, so interesting looking. And their little webbed feet. That webbing. If you've ever been lucky enough to hold a bat, which I have a few times, I like bats. Their wings feel the same way. It's almost like this rubbery. It's very interesting. Look at them now. Okay. This is dart swimming, and you'll see them now. They do this, so they'll dart across the water. They'll just pachoo across and then jump out. And I have my pond out there set up because it have a little bit of a grade. So when it's really raining, we'll get this kind of little river going through the yard. And so because it's made its path, and I made that pond right in the path. So the water comes down, it fills up the pond, and then it shoots back down the other side. And so I did that because what they'll do is hilarious. They'll run as they're going through the water that's flowing, and they get to that pond and they dive and then they shoot out like penguins, skipping across the ice. They surf. It's so freaking awesome to watch. So one of these days, when these guys, now Fiona, now that she's by herself, I don't see her do it as much, but when there's a lot of them, they're really running around playing. They would do that all the time. So maybe I'll get some video of it this year when they get bigger and you can see what I'm talking about. So basically I put that pond there. So then in that super rain, I get to watch ducks basically do an Olympic sport. They're luging. You guys are like you're tubing or rafting like behind a boat, right? Except you're the boat. It's funny. You guys are funny. You make me laugh. Boop. Boop. I'm not going to refill that pan today because it'll get too soppy in here. You have to let it dry out a little. Mm-hmm. Are you blowing bubbles? Are you blowing bubbles? And you preening your belly. Oh, now you see her. What she's doing, you see her? She's putting her beak on her right here.
that's where her little gland is. And so she's instinctually learning how, now that she's been in the water. And so she'll rub her little head on that gland, and then she'll rub her head all over her body, and it will cover her with the oils. And so it will slowly, make her feathers waterproof or water resistant. And so you see that they have not done this up until this point where they've actually gotten to get completely washed off. The instinct kicks in here for them to start covering themselves with the oils. So that's when I don't like to wait too long, right? So Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We got a Wednesday night, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So 3 days. And we finally, but I want them to get warm. They need to get a little bit bigger. When I got my chickens, because I actually picked them up and they were not shipped, I got to go pick them up just hours after they'd hatched. They were egg sized. When I got them, they were very tiny. It was so cute. But these guys had, a day. So they were big, and they're growing bigger by the minute. Aren't ya? So but this is where they're cute, because they'll lose their balance, they'll fall over, and their little feathers, they'll flap their little arms. You see them? It's so cute. Oh my God. There she goes. She's darting. There we go. Dart. Woo. It's fun. They're like kids. As long as I stay right here. What are you doing? You're silly. What's your foot up in the air for? You're dirty. You're darty. You're a dirty girl. I'm going to call you Dartmeyer. I won't remember which one you are, but that's funny. Oh my. Darty pants. It's hard to tell them apart until their feathers come in, because right now they have basic print, patterns. But as their feathers will come in, you'll see ones that'll have darker here or more of this or more of that. The chickens are like that. The older they get in, they each have their own color patterns. But at this point, I can't tell the difference. What are you doing? You're funny. You're funny. Whoa! What are we doing? Oh my gosh. Crazies. Okay, I gotta go in, guys. I can't stay out here forever with you. It starts to hurt me. Woo, and I get up too fast. I know something I could do so that if they do go onto the heat lamp. Whoa, don't do that. You would still be able to watch them. I think that would work. If I leave, you're going to get out of there, aren't you? Every time I leave the room, that's what you do. I can't sneak away, can I? Whoa! I'm not trying to get you. There you go. go out here. Come on. Whoop, there you go. You don't want to be trapped in here.
Look, they disappear again when I. But they're quiet. Let me see what they're doing. I can see them from my door here. Oh, you turds! The turds are right outside the camera. You can actually kind of see them there in the very far right side. Maybe no. They're right out. They're right on the edge of the heat lamp. What is? These guys are being turds. I'm just saying. Anyways, well, they're goofy.
Really, guys? Really? 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 You'd like right there you are. There you are. Now, is that too hot? You want me to put this up more? Is that just up? Oop, up a little too high? Huh? I mean, too low. Is that why you don't want to be right there? Hey. You're so happy. You're going to like it here. It's fun here. As long as you don't get eaten by a dog or a hawk. That's not fun. Those are not fun things. No. No. We don't like those things. Oh, God. It's so beautiful outside today. It's humid. I mean, it's sticky. If you had, I would hate to be working out here. You'd be sweating up. I mean, you'd be sweating like a fucker, but if you were just sitting outside and enjoying, it's pretty nice. Just this. Yeah. I'm going to stack on top of each other here. Get in a warm spot. This one in the front, though, that one's perfect. He laid down first, and everybody just cuddled up next to him. Right. Too cute. Oh, my.
That's cute, Chronic. These are funny. You guys are good at this. I just came up with Duckingham Palace, but actually I call my property Duckingham Acres because I wanted a cute little hobby name, and I'm going to sell my eggs. And since I liked business, I like business, and I'm good at it. I'm naturally good at business. I'm naturally good at these things. I had already had it all worked out. So I have a business card. I could show you my business cards. And I've got all the information there. Yeah. Ricky, I would so do that, except here's the thing. I could never remember to do it on a daily basis. I don't even remember to take pictures of my own kids. I never think to grab my phone. That is something that I think a lot of the A1 community have that instinct to grab their phone and film. I don't think that way for some reason. There's nothing wrong with it. I wish I did. It's a trait I wish I had, because I just don't ever think, like even today, I was out there and put their water out. I'm sitting there enjoying them, watching them. I thought, why didn't I get my camera and put this online? I don't think about it. I just don't think about it. But I guess the more I do this, the more I will. My husband, though, he's a picture taker. He takes pictures. It's just not my, I don't know. I don't think about it that way. I don't have a lot of pictures from when I was a kid. We didn't do a lot of that.
If you're not jealous, and you're not jealous because what's unique is that it is just the way you are. As how
I don't know. It's just you were telling me how awesome I was. I was just wondering what you were going to come up with.
well, the thing is most people are that way because there's something in it for them.
Aw, I sent you a heart smoke. Oh no, that was yours from your cigar. I made it happen though. Did you see that? I went, whew, magical. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
You're trying to be serious.
No, I'm not serious. I don't care. I mean, it's just an observation. It's just a flash observation that I had, is that you're the way you are, and you don't want anything for it. You do, but what you want is reasonable. You want to be you want back what I give you.
Yeah, I just want people to treat me the same way.
I love you and respect you, and
Aw.
I want your happiness is as important to me as mine.
Nice. Well, I'm miserable if you're not happy, by the way. So I have self-love that tells me,
Well, that's
hey.
you know, I use that a lot now,
Mhm.
and it really makes sense to people. And it's a view that they've not looked at. It's
Very
like,
selfish.
oh, that's awesome.
Well, we want everybody else to make us happy. I expect you to make me happy somehow, but I don't recognize that if to make me truly happy, I have to then make someone else happy, right? Otherwise, I'm miserable. I'm constantly like, why can't you do what I want you to? You don't work like that, I don't think.
I don't know. Well, we got a good thing going. Won't fuck it up.
Well, I'd say the same to you. I don't plan on fucking anything up tonight. Ah!
The only way I'm gonna fuck up is if you're on top.
That was a good one, babe. That was quick. I liked it. I did.
Hey,
I like them quick.
the perverted stuff just flows out of me.
Well, you are a pervert. It does just come flowing out of you, doesn't it?
I just don't have a problem.
You don't. It's okay. I'm fine with it. Me either.
And I got nothing to prove, so it's natural.
It's just natural. Oh, you're so funny. Yeah, I thought I asked him if he was about to tell me something really sweet. I knew it was coming because he was talking earlier, and I asked him if I could unmute and let you hear him. This is how we talk to each other all the time. I thought, what was he gonna say though? He could have said something really. He could, but that's why I said I'm gonna unmute you first. That way, if you do say something, just know. You're my favorite person, hun. You know.
Your mind and Kelly is on par in a different way though.
Yeah, I like you guys, and that's way better than loving somebody. I love a lot of things I don't like. You know what I mean? You gotta have both, I think. I love kittens. I don't want a kitten. You see what I mean?
I love kittens, but they turn into cats.
Exactly. And that's a good analogy for dating. Because women can be like kittens or men can, like puppies for us. They can be very attractive. And then they grow up to bite your face off or scratch your eyes out. So you got to watch for those early bad puppy signs. Look, you keep pissing on the rug, man. And we've been through this. I even put up a door for you and you can't go outside. Yeah. I mean, that's not really, because usually if dogs are doing that, it's because their owners are pieces of shit. I'm just using it as an analogy for, the real world. Don't really get rid of your dog because you just need to be a better, it tells you you're a piece of shit as a dog owner is what it is. And I've had a dog that used to be, so I really was doing something wrong. I'm not exactly sure what, except that I think the dog was just nervous because my ex was a douchebag. I'm not really sure. Or maybe the dog was one of those dogs that was just screwed up. I don't know. Humans are like that. I know lots of people that are very likable, but they just can't people well. Do you know what I mean? They don't know how to human. They don't know how to be a people. Not really sure how else to explain that except that. They just can't people. They're people who can't people. Please tell me you know one of these people in the world, the ones that can't do it. I love this speech. It's like, what a hoot. Oh, we need to do a live stream from your yard. I want a peacock. I have the chickens now, and I haven't done the guinea hens because I'd like to just find someone that has them, because any of the hatcheries, they want you to order like a ton, and I don't want that many. And I want a goose for sure. 2 big goose on their own. Mean son of a guns. Mean son of a guns. That's what she said. That's fabulous. I love that. I can just imagine how beautiful your yard would be, or it must be, and how awesome mine will be one of these days. Yeah, I think peacocks are quite interesting. I always liked those at the zoo. And you know, some zoos have those aviation, what are those things called, babe?
What's that?
The zoos have this place where all the birds are. Like,
Arboretum or something?
I don't know. Maybe that sounds like a good word. Those places, and you can go in them, and the bird. I mean, you're like they're right next to you. Those are cool. Aviary. That's it. Yes, Jerry. Thank you.
What's an arboretum? I've heard that.
Well, the Arbor Foundation is a bird, preservation foundation. Maybe that's what you're thinking. And they have Arbor Day. I did some Arbor Days as a kid. Are you surprised? No, I did some of those things. Anyway, yeah. And I don't know. I think birds are really cool. I do. Beach, do you not feel like you're like hanging out with dinosaurs when you're around them? I love to get down on the ground with them. I don't stand much. I'll get down and sit down. And I don't necessarily pet them. I didn't get birds because I wanted to have a lap dog. I would have got a puppy. I like leaving them and letting them do their own thing, but I love being around them. And so I spend a lot of time with them because I like to just go outside and sit down, and they come all around me and they'll come up and peck my pants, but but they won't let me touch them, won't let me touch them. But then amazing at night when they're all tucked in, I go out there to close and lock the door, and they're all there waiting for me, and they do these little noises that they do, and they stretch their necks out, and I come by and give each and every one of them their own little nightly loves. So they definitely like that I touch them, but only when they want it, only when they're in their, it's almost like a good night thing. They want me to. And, but they crack me up with that. And Tupac, he's my little buddy. And that's the rooster. And he stretches his neck out. He likes actual neck. Like the girls like kind of on their shoulders kind of rubs. He stretches his neck out and likes me to get my finger up under his feathers. And I was telling my husband last night, I said, this guy enjoys that so much. I could literally just pick him up and swing him around and have him for dinner in about 2 seconds. And I thought, I wonder if that's not what some of the people did. You develop this relationship. I'm talking about our ancestors. You take care of them, and they trust you. And you do this, and then some of it is so that it makes your job easier at the end when you know that, the time is now to have dinner. I'm not ignorant to know that if push came to shove, I would not eat my birds. I would. Of course I would. That's the food chain. But that's not my intention at the moment, and I want them to be happy. They do this to me is what I think the natives and our ancestors had in mind when he talked about giving back, because they're not just a food source. They could be, but there's so much more to it. And their education, like animals literally were the first teachers. I'm sorry, but they were. And I imagine plants came next. So I know that the order that they're said, but I mean, imagine if you're a person, the first thing you're going to look at is something that's moving. And so animals would be moving and you would be watching them. Outside, once it's why it's why babies are love puppies. I mean, come on, and kittens. It's why it's an instant thing, and why babies are always attracted to things that are moving. It's why they chase the stems that are blowing in the wind. If you notice the little hay that keeps blowing, every now and then one of them will peck at it. So you had to think for early man, animals were their first teachers. Including what to eat, including that, what to eat on the trees, what to eat in the wild. And now we treat them like absolute shit. And I don't know. That's where my hippie part comes out, because it's just not right.
I don't know.
You should respect these things.
I'll grab my phone.
I have a popping and a pooping. Pun intended. A popping. Let me see. I hear it. Peeping. I do hear the popping. You know what I think that might be? You're hearing me talking from the inside of the house, because it's literally, the phone is literally right behind me.
She wore her rainbow shoes the other day, but they don't breathe and they make her feet sweat.
I don't either. I can, Trump. I do talk a lot and a lot and a lot. But there is something else about me. I can also listen a lot. So I have that ability as well. And I work on keeping it balanced. But since this is Duck Cam, I had I've had, let's see, we've been on 2 hours. There's been a good long stretch of time I wasn't talking at all. I know. But you love it. You love it. Happy pets make happy dinners. Exactly. But thanks for reminding me, Trump said, and make me feel self-conscious about it. Appreciate that, dude. Fuck you. Oh my God. That's funny. You make me laugh, Trump. You're just one of those trolls or whatever you are that just cheers me up. Hey, Golden, have you been watching my duckies? I'm sorry, I had to leave your stream. It was getting intense. I had baby ducks that needed to go for a bath. And I was going to do it on your stream, but then I didn't want to interrupt the conversation you had going on. It was interesting and good. And I didn't want to end up butting my ducks in, but I'm sorry, interesting and good as it was. Baby ducks. That's just baby ducks, right? They were peeping, and I thought, nah. Baby ducks or womanizing. Baby ducks today. Oh, God. But I did have some interesting thoughts. I would like to talk more about that. That would go in an interesting direction. I think having Shiva around is cool, right? Yeah, I noticed that too. And then I did have this thought, Golden. I had this thought that maybe I could interrupt it with the ducks. And kind of get everybody back on track. But then by the time I'd finally got the whole thing set up with the camera and getting them outside and the water filled up and all that stuff, you guys, I went back on and you guys were in like a really kind of intense moment. And I thought, no, I'll just do it over here. Oh, no. So... yeah. Cool things. And now they're sleeping off camera again. Did you notice this? Good little shits. Good little shits, man. Hang on, I'm gonna go get my phone out there. I'll open the panel up for a bit. I got some time to kill, and I'll turn that off, and then we'll just chat for a little bit. Copy. It's kind of just a lazy Sunday around here, anyway. I'll be right back. Pop up on panel if you want to chat. Let me go get my phone and turn the duck cam off. Let them take a nap. They've been quite busy for 2.5 hours, I'd say. Oh, that's the truth. I love it. Do peacocks have, I think they do, pretty sure I'm remembering right. They have a very unique type of call too. And it's been so long since I've been anywhere around them. I should watch a video or something. They have a really pretty call, if I'm not mistaken.
Hey, girls and boys. Oh, yeah, my battery's almost dead anyway. All right, guys. You little cuties. Does feel good out here, man. You guys, you have to be loving this. I'm gonna raise this light. I'm not even sure they need this. They're not even close to that heat lamp. I'm just gonna turn that off. I think it feels well enough out here. They look fine. It's like they're not even interested in the lamp. Oh, goodbye. No sense wasting electricity. Oops, oops.
Okay, I'm back now. No, nobody wants to come up. I can shut this down if y'all want to go. You don't have to. I mean, you're here, so it's like, well, I mean, maybe you're just bored as fuck and you have nothing else to do, which is something that happens to me quite often. And so you're just, I'm the best bet right at the moment till somebody else better comes on with like a fire or a scam or some super hot truth coming out. I have not, I kind of took a couple of days off from the news for a minute. I haven't Googled any articles. I haven't looked at any stocks. I haven't done anything in a good minute because it became repetitive. I needed to take a break and check out and wait for something else to happen. I was getting kind of tired of the same, the masks. Masks. Fucking hate masks now. Like even if I did think it was a good idea, I'd fucking hate them. You know what I mean? It reminds me of like when you like this song and then like your friends like it and then they start playing it like every 10 minutes on the fucking radio. And then after about 2 months, you're like, if I fucking hear that song again. And even now, 40 years later, if you hear, I don't know, most of us, like if we hear something like Stairway to Heaven or, Pour Some Sugar on Me, We fucking want to stab ourselves in the head still to this day. We're like, God, I can't. You know which one of mine is? I can't do this. The Metallica. They fucking ruined Metallica for me. Now I can't. Sandman, whatever. I just every time just ugh. You know. It's not even. I wasn't a huge fan to begin with, but I liked them. You know, they kind of did that with the Oasis too. I'm okay with them, but now I like it because I'm with other people that like them as well. But there was a time I remember. Okay, I'll tell you how popular this concept is. I've seen Carrot Top perform twice because I think he's a fucking funny dude as shit. I don't care what other comedians say. I like him. I've seen him twice, and one of the times that I saw him, he did a set. He came out onto the stage, and he was in Atlanta. So he was making jokes about the construction that was going on in our city. So he clearly does his research. I love when comedians do research and know about their audience. I think that's a talent that gets missed anymore in the industry. That's important to connect your fans, for fuck's sakes. But that's an egotistical thing. I see why they're doing it now. It's just part of what they are at the moment. But anyway. And he did this, and he was like sitting, he said, here is an average day in Atlanta. And so he had this like steering wheel kind of thing in the road, and he pulled that out. So clearly you could see it was a representation of a car. And then he, walked around it, and he said, here's a typical day in traffic in Atlanta. And then he walked around the car. He grabbed a giant orange cone, and he walked back around the car and set it down in front of the car, and then got in it. And everybody laughed because that's all you are. You're just dead in the water, right? This was decades ago. This was easily 20 years ago, if not longer. And then the next thing he did was 20 years ago. It was Hootie and the Blowfish. The next thing he did, we said, is he pretended to turn on the radio, and he had a Hootie and the Blowfish song playing, and he was like, no, he pantomimed, and then he turned the channel. And when he turned the channel, then another Hootie and the Blowfish song came on. And so he, and turned, and then another one, and another one, and another one. And he had like 6 Hootie and the Blowfish songs that were all and he was not wrong. That's exactly how it felt. It was, you were inundated by this band, no matter what channel you put it on. And then you're sitting in traffic. You're already pissed off. Now you're pissed off. You used to like the song in the beginning because it made you feel good sitting in traffic. But then after a couple of weeks, you're like, I can't do it anymore. I'm going mad. Anyway. Yes, Jerry, how are you? How is Mr.
Reptar?
Mr. Reptar this morning?
Yes, he's doing fine. He's going to come over and eat a cricket.
Ooh, yeah. Maybe Reptar. Did you get him after that cartoon that was on Nickelodeon? What was the
Reptar? Oh, the kids.
Yeah, do you remember what show was that? You know what I'm talking about, though. Did you get him after that? Is that where that name came from, or where did you get it from? I think it's cute.
The grandkids named him after the show. Yep.
Yeah, they did. See, he looks like that Reptar. Absolutely cute. I like it though. I liked that show.
I'll tell you, if I put his name in my title, I get 3 times as many hits as I do if I don't.
Really?
Because it hits the AI, hits that children-friendly thing.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle. That was the one. She says, can't listen to it anymore. The peacocks are extremely loud. Yes, that's what I thought. Oh, I need a peacock. Yeah.
It's kind of a high pitch, but it does travel. Man, you hear it across the farm. And they lay great eggs.
Do they? Are they good?
Oh yeah. I when I spent my 6 months outside up in northern Michigan, the farmer down the road had free range everything. and the peacocks would come pretty far, a couple 300 yards, and lay eggs in different places. And they were one of my staples.
Nice. Yeah, we in the it's amazing the difference, and I was shocked when I I grew up. I mean, I had family that was farmers, and I lived in Maine for a couple of years, so I was on a farm for a couple of years, and I visited. So it's not like I was oblivious to all this, but it's different when you're an adult. And I remember when we moved out of, I finally got out of the city, and then I was in the country, and I drive by this house that had like, fresh chicken eggs, and they were the same price in the store, really, maybe like 50 cents or a buck more, right?
Yep.
So I stop and get some from her. And I mean, I was floored. You don't realize how much taste they have literally genetically DNA'd right out of food. And then when I read stories that this new vaccine is causing people to lose their senses of taste and smell, and then I read an article that says they're planning on giving us upcycled and reused grains and chicken parts, I'm wondering what the connection might be. Do you know what I mean?
Well, Joan, they already take lye soap and separate pink stuff from bones so that they can put it into the hamburger you eat. So why would that be any different?
Yeah. They're just by modifying it to be basically what they think our body needs. A lot of people stay inside. I have a problem with vitamin D because I don't like to be outside. But I'll go outside here way more than, but in the city, I didn't like to sit outside my porch in the city. Not at all. It was loud and obnoxious. People were fighting. I mean, it was just, I would never go out there. You can see why people don't. It's very odd.
Yeah, once you've been out in the country and living out in the country, the city is obnoxious. It smells. It's loud. People don't care about you.
Sister. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, there we go. Let me change my background. Thanks, so many things. So, I've got some things that, let's see. Where should we be at? I'll sit on the couch. Do you want to get in bed with me, Jerry?
No, I haven't been in a bed in 5 years, and you're just not worth it, Joan.
You. Oh, wait, I'm having trouble here. Let me see what's going on. There we go. Here we go. Yeah, sure. Oh my. So many things in the city. I think I liked it when I was little, and I know my man talks about this. He talks about how cool it was to go into the city in Chicago because he lived in Chicago, but the outskirts. And so you'd have the cornfields, but to go into the city was, just something different. And he tells those stories. And I remember having that same feeling, the department stores and the energy. And
you get close to it, you can feel it. Big city.
Yeah. And you liked it.
The most overwhelming energy I've ever experienced getting close to the city, though, was New York City and Washington, D.C. It almost, when you hit the Beltway, it almost knocks you over.
And this is just when you were truck driving.
When you're the intense energy of that place, it's fucking unreal.
Wow. So as a driver, you noticed that when you got to that spot.
Yeah, I'm just sensitive to it, but I can feel the energy from a city. It's weird. I don't know how to describe it.
You don't have to. We all understand in here. Yeah. I liked going into the city. So I grew up in Phoenix, so to go into the city, our church was in the city, and so the buildings I loved looking out at the windows and looking up at the buildings. That you just become this tiny little thing inside. It was like Alice in Wonderland, drink me. You just became so tiny. All of a sudden, everything was so big around you, and it just felt interesting. And it was always busy, and people were always walking and honking and lights and, things.
And bad people.
Yeah, I didn't know about any of that because, I didn't live in the city. So, and let me ask you this, Jerry, just because I'm asking my memories. We're all close to the same age in here. And so, when you were a kid, even my parents watched the news. I mean, I had the news was on in our home, and I was never kept away from the news. I was always able to do it, but, with that, but I remember the news being mostly, and I'm just asking, correct me if I'm wrong, because this is how I remember it. So maybe it was either my family or it was in fact how the news was back then. But I remember the news being 90% world news and a very small amount of local news. It was only major cases or major stories or, the local, show that would have like the people that would come on. That was our kids show in the morning where they'd come on with the, go to the shelter and get a pet. But I'm talking about like just in general news where they'd sit behind the desk. That was mostly world news.
Back in the 60s and 70s, our TV gave us ABC, NBC, and CBS. And the first 15 minutes was local or state, and then either the rest of the hour or they had an actual another show called the World News afterwards. But you didn't hear much about what was going on, a little bit about politics, maybe a little bit about, the season, the holiday or whatever, but there was hardly ever any local news. That you had to get out of the paper.
Exactly. It was like they had the sports scores, and then they had, for their local colleges. So it would be ASU and U of A. They would have that stuff, the little sports. Then they'd go weather, and then they'd go into what was going on around the world.
No, did you miss Walter Cronkite?
No, I was in that. My parents watched that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And we didn't have cable or anything like that at any point growing up. Not even in high school did I ever have cable. So I didn't have cable till I got on my own. And so I grew up with the 3 stations and PBS. PBS was my favorite station. So that's what the TV would stay on most of the time. And it'd be in the background while I'd play and stuff, unless my parents were home. And then it was music. If it wasn't like a PBS just on, because I liked Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers and shit. Records were on. There was always music or something in the house.
It was different back then too, because like we were in Ohio and in Michigan, and yet our stations came from Wisconsin because they had the strongest signal. So back then we got only Wisconsin commercials. You didn't get any like they do now on cable where they can localize it. It was like, come to this car dealership and buy a car. Well, that's in Wisconsin. What the? Yeah. But I tell you what, I did make an observation quite young because I had to go to bed early, and my head of my bed was up against the wall with the TV in the living room. So it's like the TV pounded into my head until they shut it off.
Oh, wow.
And so they always watched Johnny Carson, and I really could see the difference because he talked about things that were going on right now. Part of his monologue was always what was happening. And I really think that they got a lot of their impressions basically from him more than they did the local, the world news.
You know, you just made me think of, look, when we talk about the subtle differences in us, and so you and I have talked a lot, and we know that we have a lot of similarities as a kid, you know, of what we liked and didn't like and similarities.
What we went through, yep.
Yeah. But here's one where it would split us because I couldn't hear the TV from my room and you got to listen to it. You got to go to sleep listening to these people that my parents wouldn't, I had to be in bed for. So which I just went in my room and read, or, you know, I was that flashlight under the covers kind of kid. You know, I like to read and I can do that. But you wouldn't have been, I wouldn't have been able to do that had I had a TV behind me because I would have been listening. I'd have been so freaking nosy. Isn't that interesting? And so you have a different perspective of the world just based on that than I would. I love stuff like that. That's just, wow. I mean, it may not seem like a big deal to
No, it makes a big difference. Little things that, little things that follow throughout your life that make you act in a pattern format.
Yes. And that could have been it right there. The differences. Wow. Because I'm jealous. I'm a little, I have to say I'm a little envious. Jealous isn't the right word. Envious. I'm a little envious of that you got to have that experience. But at the same time, I might have hated that, which you might have hated it too. I don't know. But, I don't know. That's the interesting thing. Would it have bugged me or would I'd have liked it. I think I would have liked it. I would have liked eavesdropping. I like to be a fly on the wall.
Well, to be honest and personal, it was a lifesaver for me because it was the distraction I needed.
Yeah.
Because when I lay down, I changed my perspective from horizontal to vertical kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? I switched from laying down, you're looking at things sideways instead of setting up straight. So with my eyes, when I laid down and took my glasses off, my furniture moved around the room. So that was terrifying. So it was like lay flat, look at the ceiling, and listen to the TV.
Did you have a popcorn ceiling by any chance?
No, I had this really strange ceiling where they tile the texture onto it, so it's like a wave, and they're all in perfect unison until you get to the back corner where you had to turn the ladder around, and he's not left-handed. So the waves go the opposite direction. Always bugged the shit out of me.
You knew, I was just about to say, because I knew the Stecco ceilings and I knew the popcorn ceilings and I knew the wavy ceilings because I'm a layer downer just like you. And I look up, did you used to make patterns and find little faces and stuff in it?
Yeah, but mine were moving pictures. Mine weren't stills, so that always was fun.
Right, because the wave pattern would be different.
Well, because of my eyes, so.
Oh, I forgot about that.
That's
wow.
That's why my furniture would move around, because my eyes go left to right and bounce mostly left to right, but do a little up and down. So if I lay down and look at you sideways, now you're bouncing up and down instead of sideways, and my brain goes, ah!
Weird. Okay, so there's now I'm going to ask because I want to know. I'm just asking out of wanting to know. I'm curious. Did you ever watch the X-Files? Do you know that actor that when he look, his eyes are always wiggling around?
Yeah.
Is that what you have going on?
Oh, my eyes wiggle around so much I've had cats walk up and watch me and fall over backwards because they lose their balance.
So you have that constant visual eyes moving. That
and not even in unison. They move it again. They move themselves. So there's no muscles. They're drawn to whatever they're drawn to, and one will be drawn to the left, one will be drawn to the right. And I miss all the reality right in front of me. It's like pulling up to a stop sign. You swing your head to the left, you look out of your left eye. You swing your head to the right, you look out of your right eye. Your brain fills in everything in the middle and didn't see the car coming.
Yep. That would be annoying as fuck after a while.
Well, after 60 years, I barely got used to it.
Yeah. Because, see, I have my own, like, because of my dizzy, every time I get up, I have that vertigo moment. And you might think everybody has a moment, you've stood up too fast and you go, whoa, I'm a little dizzy. I stood up too fast.
Yep.
Now imagine if that happened and stays happening the entire time you're moving. I actually get motion sickness from walking too much. So that I cannot not have my walker or something to sit down in. Not only might I faint because I'm standing, but if I'm moving, as long as I'm moving, I don't have the sensation to faint. But I certainly cannot walk in a straight line, and I feel sick. I'll throw up, literally.
Now I'm curious. Do you have the glitter effect first, or don't you go that far?
Are you talking about, when you say glitter, are you talking about like the stars?
Well, I don't call them stars because they're just little tiny speckly dots like glitter falling in the sky. But yeah, see stars.
Yeah, I see stars sometimes, but mostly what happens to me is I go to a gray. I can't see anything. It grays, so it's real blurry. I mean, so basically when I'm graying, I can hold on to something and not fall over. So I just need something. This is what they call pre-syncope, where you don't completely black out to a faint. In other words, fall on the floor, which I also do, but I gray out, which means that you're aware of your view, but you can't do anything about it. So I actually have moments I'll look like I'm having a seizure. If you've ever watched anyone hyperventilate and faint and they'll twitch, that's what happens to me. So I'll be standing there holding onto the counter, twitching for a couple of seconds. And then my vision will come back. So I just to me, other descriptions that I've heard people describe it as is sometimes if I get a little more gray than others, I'll have what feels like an out-of-body experience, what people describe as that, which I think you and I have talked about, because I think you've said you've had these too, where I feel like I just kind of pull away from myself for a minute, the gray happens, and then as I'm coming back to my gray, I'm being sucked back into my body.
Yeah, mine is, I look at life like you're looking through binoculars. You got these two holes. So my brain's looking through the little holes in my eyes. And then all of a sudden, I'm 10 feet up in the air looking down at the situation. My brain's processing it from 10 feet up above me. And that's as close to, out of body as I would explain, how I would explain what I feel.
Sounds like the definition to me. Yep.
That's what I thought. It pretty much fit.
And so you start, if you didn't know better, if you didn't have logic thinking, right? If you weren't one of those people that questions things, you would think that you astro projected or you floated into another dimension or whatever the fuck they come up with, whatever Kool-Aid color they're drinking that day. And that didn't sit well with me when I was having these. I didn't like the fact that people were telling me that I was crazy and that something must be wrong with me and putting me on pills, because I'm going, there has to be a logical explanation for this. There has to be. This is not, I'm not broken. That's not how it works. I was just convinced. And I was convinced that there was a real answer to this. But once you get stuck in the medical field and you start asking for answers, you get split into two categories. You're either going to get a doctor that's going to think, okay, I'm going to give you a lot of tests. We're going to find out what's medically wrong with you. Or I'm going to give you a lot of tests and find out what's emotionally wrong with you. So if you end up in the psycho side, which is what happened to me and many of us, I couldn't get out of that. So every time I was having real physical things. So when I had gastroparesis, it's a real name. It's something that doctors learn in fucking medical school. But despite the fact that I went to numerous doctors growing up as a kid and in my adulthood even, saying, I don't have the feeling of hunger. I can literally not eat. This is why I'm so skinny. I want to know what's wrong with me. And I have an eating disorder. Why would I be here asking you to help me?
Yeah, I got one for you, Joan. I had my first ruptured disc at 15 and didn't know until in Michigan when I was 18, you have to have a physical to get married at the time. And he's like, you have a ruptured disc. Doesn't that hurt a lot? I'm like, nah, it's okay. I put up with it. And then it just got worse and worse, and I hurt myself in other ways because I was all blue collar because of my eyes. So I went to the pain clinic because my doctor sent me there because I had 6 degenerated discs that were missing and a couple that were blown, and I had separated my clavicle from the rib cage and the spine and did some nerve damage there, and they give you a sheet of paper at the clinic. They've got 7 doctors, and they give you a sheet of paper to fill out all the things that are wrong with you, and then they have 2 pictures of a person forward and backwards, and they say point out where exactly all the pain is. So that I did this, and I sat there for an hour, and finally 2 doctors walked in. I guess my doctor, Gosting, later told me that 5 of them just went, "He's a nutcase," and the other two came in, and the first comment they made when they walked in the door, "Oh, you're the guy that used half an inkwell." And I did get a doctor out of it, and he was very good, but we ended up with years of steroid injections that caused more problems. But still, they made a basis looking at that piece of paper of who I was.
Yeah, that's I when I actually self-diagnosed myself, and then I went and got it permanently diagnosed, right? I wanted to make sure I was right because they were wrong for a very long time, and they did damage to me, in my opinion, right?
Right.
So I couldn't get answers other than "you're loony." And I'm like, I'm not loony. I don't think I'm astro projecting here. Like, I don't believe that. Okay. So why would you think that? That's ludicrous. So I just looked up every symptom I could of what was happening to me. And I went through all that. People with okay, it sounds like that, sounds like that, sounds like that. And then I come across POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. And I read that, fuck, that's me. That's it. That's logical, right? That's happened to me my whole life, all the time. Then I start reading the comorbidities that come along with that. And then I'm going, oh my God, I have that too. I suffer from that too. I've got that too. I've experienced that too. Then it says that there's certain people that are susceptible to this disorder. And they go through a list of people. PTSD is one of them. Well, obviously I have that. And Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, chronic Lyme disease. There's a list of them, and there's a handful. There's not a whole lot that go along with having POTS. So I started reading all of those, and I come across Ehlers-Danlos, and it describes me to a T. And then it has this little free test that you can do on yourself. If you can do these 5 moves, if your body will allow you to bend or do these things, you have it, period. That's it. That's the test. There is no reason to go get your DNA tested now. You have it, because only people who have it can do these things. It's what contortionists have, right? And so it's very debilitating if you don't recognize it early in life. So later in life, you notice contortionists aren't contorting when they're old very often. A lot of them end up in a lot of pain and can't do it. And it's not that everyone suffers, because some don't. I know old ladies that can still do things and don't have pain. But it is in that family, though. It's a connective tissue disorder. It's a genetic disorder that we have.
Right. You were talking about being flexible.
I'm very flexible. Yeah.
Yeah, I was beyond flexible. It was even in college.
Double jointed flexible. Can you bend your fingers back and stuff?
No, but I can rotate my shoulders and play the drums on the floor while my knees are locked.
Oh, that's fabulous.
I mean, I can get halfway up used to be at college age, could get halfway up my forearm to touch down to my toes if I stood up on the step. That's how flexible I was. But I think I put part of it into the fact that without any depth perception or faith in anything you see, you have to react so fast, and you have to go beyond learn to balance, put your body so low, your weight of gravity and all that. So I always did put that into part of why I was flexible, but a lot of it was just because that's the way I was. I reach out for everything. I wanted to be a stunt guy, so I'm always running around falling down and flipping over this and falling on that as a kid. But yeah, I was real now. I don't have hips that work. I don't have a spine that works. Both shoulders are shot. It took 9 hours with 3 surgeons that worked on me for 3 hours straight, all 3 of them, to get my right shoulder so I could use it.
Wow.
But
This
there's something I
is-
wanted to bring up too before I forget. You were talking about that. You read about it, and I put all that stuff where you read about it into a category where you got to question whether you're seeing the pattern in you and making what you read happen fit, or whether you're just trying to find out whether that's what it is. Because I think just like reading a horoscope and go, yeah, that's, or have a reading about you see the patterns that you do, that you say, yeah, I'm that. And so when it came to the medicine, it was like I always tried to, because like I was 15 and learned about tapeworms, and I was eating 20,000 calories a day and working.
You thought you
And I'm
had
like, I
tapeworm.
got a fucking tapeworm. I know I do, because I'm not getting any bigger.
You got to be careful with that stuff. You got to be real careful, Well, I first thought my husband thought I was having seizures, and we have I have a cousin on my father's side who had a brain tumor, and it's a hereditary type thing. And so that was one of the first things that the family, we all thought of, right? And so I went to go get some, that stuff done, CAT scan, whatever they call them. I had all these scans done, and they didn't find anything. In fact, it tells me my brain looks beautiful, by the way, which it doesn't, because there was something that he missed. But he wrote on it because it didn't, they just look at it and they go, no, there's no tumor or cancer or anything. And and then they wrote it off, and then they said, no, you're not having seizures. And so I said, and I did the EEG and all that stuff, and I said, okay, then I'm not, and I go home broken, because I'm like, well, then what the fuck is happening? And they didn't have any other answers. They didn't have anything else to offer me. And in fact, I didn't find this out. But when I finally did self-diagnose myself, and I went to my mother's doctor, who knew my mother as well, right? And so she's been misdiagnosed as having lupus her whole life, because lupus and Ehlers-Danlos syndrome are almost twins. And despite the fact that she's been to Mayo and had test after test after test, and always showing she does not have lupus, they've continued to treat her for it, so much so that now she won't even accept that she doesn't have it. Right? She went to the Mayo Clinic in the 80s, and because they couldn't find it, they continued to treat her for something she didn't have. She actually has Ehlers-Danlos. I can't even get her to see that she owns it. She can do all 5 of them too. She's just like me, right? And my grandfather too. And so we could clearly see where it came from. And that's what the industry has done to her. And so I went to him, and even he's tried to convince her, again, maybe you have what your daughter has. My mom is just not interested. But that's just a side of what I feel like the industry does to people. It's very hard to accept that something you thought was you for 40 years isn't you. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I went to him and I said, I think I have this. And I said, and I know what you're going to say, but just hear me out. I said, I know you don't like when people walk in here with things, but I think I have a thing, But I got really lucky that day, because their chair was not there when I went in. And so they took my my heart rate standing, and it was out the fucking roof. It was like at 140 something. And so when I get in the room, she sat down. She's like, wow, and I said, yeah, that's what I'm here for. And so and then he does it again, and then he has me sit, and then, because I told him, I said, here's the test for POTS. This is for POTS, postural. And I said, I sit and I put it on. I have a regular heartbeat. I stand, I put it on, and my heart rate jumps, and it never levels out. Like an average person stands and their heart rate will level out. So it might go up and then it'll come back down to a normal level. Mine does not do that. The longer I'm standing there, it will continue to rise until I faint. So if I'm not moving, I can't stand still. It saved my life. I'll faint. So I have to either have feet up, and then they start learning all these things about. Well, anyway, back to that. So he says, I'm going to have to go and say, yes, I think you have this, right? You got it. And then I said, okay, now I have one more. I think I know where it came from. And then I told him about the Ehlers-Danlos. I had printed out a couple things. He read them over. He asked me to show him the test. I showed him all my little moves. And then he said, I'll be right back. And he left and he Googled it in his medical Google. And then he came back and he said, I agree. He said, now here's all I can do for you. And he sent me on his way. But look, that took me 40 years. I have not been diagnosed that long. And then in his desperation, so he, in getting the information to see me, had requested all the stuff from the other doctors that I'd had seen in the last couple of years. And he opens the chart from that fucking neurologist. And he literally wrote in that paper, he said, possible schizophrenia. And this doctor that I got diagnosed with, he said, wow. He literally couldn't even keep it in his mouth. And I said, what? And he goes, I shouldn't tell you this, but I feel really bad. And I just want to apologize. I started like verklempt, tearing. He said, I want to apologize for everything you've ever had to go through. Clearly, you have not been heard. And he said, and this is the kind of stuff that makes me really angry when I meet people like you. It was just it was like how lucky could I have gotten? But why couldn't I have gotten this guy like 40 years earlier, And then once I had an answer, I tried all their little medications and all their stuff. There is no cure for my disorder. So it was just a matter of maintenance. And I have found that none of that stuff was helping me. In fact, it was making me more stressed out. And it was taking money away. So it cost, even with insurance, I was on like 13 different things. And I could have gone and gotten salt injections. I've got another thing that they missed in the scan, which was, I know I'm talking a lot. I'm almost done with. I'll tell this whole life story, then I never have to tell it again. And but I have my brainstem does actually dip inside the back of my skull, and they should have caught that in the scan, but they didn't because it was laying down. And so what I need is a standing MRI so they can completely confirm that. But in the laying down one, it's clearly there because it dips past the line, and so that should have been caught. But I just gave up, and I thought, you know what, moving out here. The COVID thing was always so stressful. I had to go to certain specialists. I had to drive 2 hours into the huge city of Atlanta to go see these people. And it was just so stressful for me. And then I was tired for like 4 days later, and they never were helping me anyway. And I was just like, fuck this. I'll learn to live with it. And so my house is set up in ways now where I can always have something to grab onto. I can drop to the floor. I've got seats all over the house. There's stools, chairs. My hallway, I have a chair rail in it, so it makes it easy for me to follow it down the hall. If I'm graying out, I'm walking, I can still keep conscious in the,
I know.
adjustment. So there, now everybody knows what's wrong with me. I've actually never told anybody with all that, but now you know.
Yeah, I grew up in a family that didn't do doctors. Doctors were your second opinion. They weren't your first. Mom was your first. So I don't have a lot of interactions. So the number of interactions that I have with the doctors that are bad are a higher percentage. And I paralyzed myself. I bent over, leaned to the left to pick up a hat, and I pinched my 2 vertebrae, pinched my spine, and I lost all the feeling in my left leg halfway up my thigh. And I went to our doctor, who a year before that I had went to with my medical marijuana form, and acted all silly and stupid. Like, I don't know if I could ever find it, but I'm researching it. If you sign up for this, if I happen to go through this, when I was planning on mailing it on the way out of the office, kind of thing. And he did sign it. And then a year later, when my wife and I had split up, the doctor didn't even want to see me because she had seen her, but he saw me and he took blood and he tested it, and he comes back before he even treats me and says, "You're a drug addict."
Oh my.
And I'm like, but I'm here because I can't feel my leg. And so he's like, took the hammer, he hit my right knee, and my leg just about kicked him, and then he hit the left knee. And I started counting 14, 15, 16, and he stopped, nothing. He gets a pen out, he pokes me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, you're just faking. Like, you just did a test that you can't stop, which is the knee test. And you poked me 10 times. And you're still going to say I'm a liar because I tested positive for marijuana. What a dick.
Mm. They are dicks. I'm not a fan.
No, if you don't know what's wrong with you before you get to the doctor, then you're just basically throwing your hands up in the air and says, whatever you want to do to me.
Yeah. I get it. I mean, I have my own annoyance. You have your own annoyance. My husband has pain all the time. He lives with that. Always
Yes,
pain.
always.
And you can see him. I have relief from my pain. I do not have relief from the dizzy, but I do get relief from my pain. So the cycles come and go. So when I'm in a good dizzy state, in other words, I'll have about 2 days. We all have these cycles, so I know I'm not describing anything different. A couple of days where I don't have real dizzy, I'm pretty energetic. Those are the days that I'll get shit done all over the house, right? Because I know it's not going to last long. But then I also have the pain days where I literally want to snap my neck off. It is so painful to be in an upright position. That I fucking can't stand it. Right. But I don't know that I could handle that every day. I feel for people who have that one.
Yeah, I have to do all kinds of things to modify. That's why we were talking about meditation and self-hypnosis.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they're the same thing. I think both have a process that each one participates in. It's a dual thing where first you have to reach a state where you can accept the suggestion, and then the suggestion has to be made. So if you just do one or the other, you don't get the results as if you do both. But when I stand up, it's like you put a 300-pound weight on my back. And it just, gravity is now 6 times what it was. And I can't make my body walk. I can't make my feet go forward unless I count out loud. If it's like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest thing where they had the white and black squares where the guy could walk if he counted.
Right.
I literally figured that out during physical therapy, that if I counted out loud, I could walk. But I had enough. See, when I knew a long time before I was going to be disabled, the direction it was gone, there was no coming back. And I knew that everybody complained about trying to get disability. So I studied up on what you had to do. Well, the cases that were found positive that you were disabled, what did they do different than all the ones that are just ignored? And one of the things was a second opinion. And my insurance company actually suggested I go into a doctor for a second opinion on the pain because I'd been at the pain clinic for like 4 years. And I said, sure, I'll go in there. And I go in and I see this female doctor, and I don't say female because that's one of my triggers, but she's like, well, walk across the room. And I said, well, this was before I was stuck with a walker. I had the option. And I said, I can do that, but it hurts. She says, no, I just need to see you walk across the room. So I thought about it. I said, all right, you're going to take 12 steps across. You turn around and you're going to do this. So I did it. I get back. We walk into the office. She says, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with you. And I fell down and fainted because the pain was so great that I passed out. So that was the end of her diagnosis that there was nothing wrong with me. But she was going to put down there was nothing wrong with me because I could walk across the room. It's like, it's not what you can do. It's what you're willing to put up with to do it. But pain is, I lived with pain for years. Like I said, with the first disc at 15, you're pretty much your whole life is going to be, pain is a part of it.
I can hear you, but I'm AFK for a second. Keep talking.
Okay. It's with you, but if it is what you become as the person that's in pain, then why live the rest of your life? Why not be the person that pain is part of it and not you're part of the pain? So I could kind of sit there and go, I hurt to sit and I want to go to my kid's football game, but that's going to hurt more. But I'm going to hurt anyways. So what good do I get out of it compared to how much extra pain I'm going to have to put up with? And the stress, you got to find a way to deal with the stress. Excuse me, guys. Chain smoking. That's one of the reasons I probably. But that's how I deal with it. I do find other things to occupy, find distractions, things that interest you. And it's not just like a regular life, because pain is always part of that. You know, I don't go do things because I know when I get done doing things the rest of the day, I'm not going to be able to do things. And the most important thing I have is I need to be able to get to the bathroom on time. So if it's going to prevent that, my other option is adult diapers. So yeah, I probably won't go. And I'm reading chat, but I can't figure out on my iPhone how to type in chat. So until I get my computer back, guys, I'm listening to, reading what you guys are chatting. But I knew when I was working 2 jobs, you know, when I was working 80-hour weeks, that at some point my mind wouldn't be able to take going any farther. And then at some point my body was going to give up and say, you know, we've sent you every signal that you're hurting yourself here, here, and here. And guess what? We're going to stop you at this point. And then that's when it becomes a point of just being a stubborn person where you're like, no, you're not going to win. I'm not going to allow you to be the one that decides my life. Pain, you're just an aspect of it. And I'm going to keep it down to where you're a low enough aspect that I can still go, I don't hate every minute of the rest of my life. I can find joy in it. There's value in it. On a lighter side, I did have one doctor that really impressed me in the 80s. The United States wasn't allowed any Russian doctors to actually operate inside the United States, but Exxon paid off the government. They bought a Russian doctor from the Russian government, and he came to America and started doing laser eye surgeries. And Exxon was the first company that they brought in there, so all their people that worked there could get laser eye surgery. It was $1,000 an eye, and my brother-in-law, when I was down there living with him, he went in for the surgery. So I went in with his boyfriend and we sat there, and the doctor came out and talked to us, and he said, "Yeah, I was talking to your brother-in-law, and he said that you have congenital nystagmus and myopic uropia and uropic myopia, excuse me, and was wondering what you do for it." And I'm like, nothing. I mean, I have glasses that just spread the vision out, so my glasses draw everything out like putty. You're silly putty when you pull it apart, so that when my eyes bounce around, it makes it look together. He says, "Do you smoke pot?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Well, I would recommend you smoke pot." He says, "There's one of the things that it does. You ever hear people say, 'Hey, he's got bloodshot eyes, he's smoking pot'?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "That's because it increases the size of blood vessels in your eyes, which means it's pumping more oxygen into them. And I think you'll find that your life is a lot more pleasant if you smoke pot and your eyes get more oxygen to the parts where they need it, because your muscles haven't formed and your cones and rods aren't attached real well. It's kind of a mediocre attachment. So just start smoking pot, and you'll probably get rid of those migraines you have, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do have migraines." He says, "Yeah, you'll probably notice a difference in that too." So even though I complain a lot about the doctors, there are a few that actually are out there to help you.
I got the depth cam working again.
We used to put old loud alarm clocks with our chicks in when we got chicks to raise. We would get 100 chickens, and our warmer, you got a heat lamp. We had this like 10-foot round old tin dome that used one 100 watt bulb, and you lower it and raise it according to how big the chickens were and the temperature. But we also put alarm clocks out there, and it seemed that it soothed them a little more to hear that tick 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 all the time than the quiet. I don't know if it's the heartbeat assimilation of the mother duck or what it is, but it seemed to help when we had ones that were more. Because chickens, if they start getting stressed out, they'll kill each other. And once one chick pecks another chick and he's bleeding on the head, all the other chicks will go after it until it's gone. So you lose a lot of chicks if you don't pay attention real early on.
Right.
But I never raised ducks. One of the few things.
I like them. I don't mind the water. I know other people say they don't like ducks because of the water, but to me, that's the entertaining part about them. They're like little kids when they get near the water. They just go crazy. When it's raining, they're hilarious. I love to watch Fiona in the rain. She cracks me up. She doesn't even care. The harder the better. The only time she'll come is if there's thunder and lightning. She don't even bother. It's almost like she prefers it at times. It's really like that movie Singing in the Rain. You can just look out or watch her going in the yard. She's just flapping and wobbling and stretching out her feathers and her wings to get the rain on them. I mean, it's just neat the way she does. But I'm a nerd, so.
No, you can see funny things in all of nature. Even when I was a hunter, where I spent a lot of time out in the woods, you could watch the squirrels, and they were hilarious. They would do some of the stupidest things, and deer. My God, you guys would not believe how much fun deer have when they're out playing in the middle of the day.
I do.
They flip over backwards. They run into trees on purpose.
Cute.
They have a good old time.
Cute.
And
It's
then they
nice
become
to see them in their own environment. I mean, the zoos are fun, but there's something different about back in the 70s and 80s. Did you not like those nature shows? I loved the nature shows because they were right there, and seeing them in the wild, and they behaved differently than they did at the zoo. To me,
Oh yeah, all these series, Gentle Ben, Skippy, Lassie, all of them were like.
What was a Flipper? Were you a Flipper?
Oh, yep, I forgot about Flipper. Yep.
Benji. Benji was a cute one.
Yeah, it was a little after my time.
Benji was? Yeah, you're a little bit older than me. I can see that.
And I got kids your age, so.
Oh, you have a 40-something-year-old kid.
Well, it's a stepchild. Let's put it that way. I married her. The kid was 5. I was 18. So.
Basically, you're saying that you could almost have a kid my age. I get that for sure.
If I married your mom.
Yeah. Well, my mom was. When I realized that if I had a baby at like 16, like these girls do, I thought to myself one time, if I'd gotten knocked up in high school, like the year that kid would have, I thought, man, I'd have an 18-year-old kid right now. Because I think I met somebody who had a 16-year-old had a baby at 16, and their kid was in school. Like, man, I couldn't. Yeah, that would be you've got an easy 10 years on the average person at that time in my life. The average person was having babies at 20, in their mid-20s was the kind of group of people that I new. We had somebody about them earlier and somebody about them later, but the mean of the group was in their mid-20s. They were having babies. After college, it was the after college gang. That's what we were. We all finished school and then we all had babies. Got that group right there.
Yeah, my sister had hers before she was 18, and my daughter's had hers when she was 16. So I know those kind of girls.
Right. Yeah.
So they're still young when their kids are teenagers. They're still young, really. The adults. They haven't reached 30 yet, so they're still both they're more in common than separated by age.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I should be having grandbabies right now, not a 5-year-old, but I think that's kind of good. There's getting some benefits to having older parents. I mean, she's missing out on things. I get it. I do. And we're working on it though. My girlfriend's, the property she bought just recently down the road, there's a family that rents on that property and they have a 5-year-old girl. And then we just recently discovered that there's a little girl that visits grandma behind us that's 6. So we're working on it. And then we put her in, soccer and she's enjoying that. And then as soon as she turns 6, I think it's 6 or 7, I want to start doing 4-H because I can do that. I could do that without too much stress, way better than I can like soccer mom kind of stuff. So I think that is, what I'd like to lean towards. But I think everybody should try something,
But I do have 2 kids that are going to hit 40 next year.
Your kid is?
2 of them.
Wow.
I have hers, mine, and ours.
Mm-hmm. That's cute.
So I did adopt her son when he was 11 and old enough to make the choice on his own. But she had a son, I had a daughter. My second wife had a son. I had a daughter from my first wife, and then we both had one together. Years later.
Like modern family these days.
That's the nuclear family nowadays.
But it always has been. Actually, we think this is new. This isn't new. We were doing this.
It's not. And I don't mean to interrupt.
Lives would go, yes, this is not new. This is this behavior that we've always had. Always. It's just not been by divorce. That's the difference. Now we have 2 things killing. We got people dying and we got divorce. And now it's just more of it. That's all.
Well, there was a lot of divorce back in my grandparents' day, but they hid it. And the kids hid it. My mom didn't ever come clean on the fact that her father had left her instead of dying until I was 50 years old. Because it was wrong. It was taboo. You didn't talk about your parents were divorced.
Yeah.
So I had no idea that he hadn't actually died and he got remarried and there were other kids that would probably be part of my family, at least extended family, that I will never going to know about because it was so taboo to get divorced that you said they died. So then where do you go with the trust of, well, you weren't honest with me my whole life.
Yeah. Well, we all have parents that have lied to us.
Right. I don't hold it against them because I understand that that's the way it was thought of in that day. And the fact that they did come clean eventually, so it wasn't like I held it against her. It's just some more things made more sense now. Why she didn't want to be called Beth and required to be called Elizabeth because her dad called her Beth when she was with him. So when I named my daughter Elizabeth and called her Beth, my mom was like, not real happy with that. But I had no idea why. No idea why.
Oh, now they're coming to peep for me. Look, they want me back in there. They haven't seen me in enough time. And they're peeping. Let me turn that. I'm going to mute this and turn that one on and listen to them peep. What?
What is it? Did you miss me? Let's get you some fresh water. Could we do that? And you might want the lamp. It's getting a little chilly. Yeah, and the sun's gone down. Yeah, it's hiding behind the clouds. Are you guys having fun? Come over here. Well, let's get this. Oh no. Let's get this.
Notice how she raises her voice one octave when she talks to them? She may have me muted.
Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Fresh water is different.
I know, Lena. If you could explain that,
They get
what Bright wrote,
excited.
you'd be a genius more than I am.
Fresh water. Everybody get in. Here you go. All right. Put that there. Okay. I think you've outgrown it just since today. I think you guys fit in it easier 2 hours ago. Look at you. You sliding. Are you sliding? You're gonna see them from up top. It's hilarious. So they spread their
little feet out when they're doing that.
oh my gosh. So cute.
You're starting to get some light spots. I see them, little boy. I see them right there. We didn't have those a couple days ago. We're just getting them.
You can see how tiny they are. Hey, 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 yo. That's my hand in comparison. Hey, you're so. I don't have anything.
What the hell happened? Did she take me out? I don't know if I've lost it. What the fuck happened? So I'm still here.
Oops, that was my fault. Hang on, they're back. One of them came around the other side of the camera where I sold it and picked the leave studio button. And I was like, you little turd.
I thought something was up.
Yeah, and I was like, oh man, because now I got to set it. I can't, I have to come in and re-add me to the screen. But anyway, there they are.
So I have a question for you.
Yes,
Did you notice that you talk with the higher active when you talk to them?
Oh yeah, they like that.
Why do you do it?
It's an instinct that I have as a female and as a human, because I think men do it too.
Well, because I had a doctor told me to talk to my children with a higher active voice and not so deep because it scares children. Now, do you think that's in the vibration of it or in the tone?
Yeah, there's they have studies that say children can hear different sounds than adults can. There's actually a division between 3 stages, and younger. So children can hear things that older people can't, and so they're very sensitive to their surroundings. And I wonder myself if the instinct of talking to our children in that way, it's a very calming tone. Oh my baby, and it's really an instinct we have just when we see them to kind of melt at the sight of something tiny, something new and fresh. And so obviously there has to be a genetic, not a genetic, but a human code ingrained, and then bird code, because I think to me, it comes from the animal kingdom anyway. It's the same reason why babies and moms can talk to each other as deer and penguins, for that matter.
Yeah, I think it's learned. You've learned it as a baby that it bothered you. So I think you just transfer it over.
Now, see, I think it's instinctual in us. I think we have an instinct to talk to our young ones in such a way.
Because I've said before, like my reoccurring dreams were all based on the fact that my dad's deep voice scared me.
Well, see, but that's learned. Because if you do have a deep, which is now why Zeus and God were labeled as men, why something loud, something that scares you, because men have that way of scaring you when they, your dad had that way of saying your name that you jumped. Your mom did too in her own way, but it's an instinct we have. And so men on general are very commanding by nature. So you can see why we would throw those masculine qualities onto things like thunder and these, and then we would throw more feminine qualities onto other things. And now you have gods. That's how easy it was. Ta-da! It's just us. It's our nature. It's what we do. We identify something. We throw our own objective, our projection onto it. This is how this makes me feel. When I hear thunder, I jump. When I hear my dad go, "Ooga," I jump. So now there you go. It was just evolution in the human sense, not in the monkey sense. But I wish we could change that word, because I like the word so much, but you say it and nobody understands its definition. So they get all weird and psycho. And then, I go, I can't talk to you. You're a dumbass. It's just stop. You get that part out of your mind, But okay.
Yeah, I used to say people wore different hats. When they were wearing this hat, they would think that way. And then I've also used lenses because I have glasses, and obviously a person sees through their own lenses.
Right.
And no matter what you say or what they perceive, it's going to be seen through their lens. And I think when people grow is when they go take that lens off or add another lens and say, hey, but I have to question myself because I'm looking through my lens.
Okay.
Okay, it got real quiet, so I didn't know if you cut out. When I just have just you and me on here, I don't lose you guys, but if there's three of us up here with my iPhone, I lose a third of the audio, but it's been pretty good in this chat.
That's
And the only
weird.
thing I can see that's different is that it's just the two of us.
Right. Well, and my phone is right next to me, so it's running off the same server. I wonder if that makes a difference. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know how any of that works. I couldn't
No,
like
I'm just guessing based on the patterns. I know.
Yeah, that's it. It seems like yeah, this has been fun. Watching them just kind of grow today. They were different this morning when they woke up, and they're clearly something's changed, introducing them to the water, and in a way where they got to get in it and explore it. So I don't know, it's kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, the rate of growth on birds is amazing. They're so quick. They only have so many months to get from born to flying away to the next place for the right season to survive, or it's built into them that they're little tiny, but only for such a short period of time.
You could easily keep teens out of your shop with your music. Here's your music. You could play certain things that they definitely wouldn't want to spend any time listening to.
Right.
Jazz hits from the 80s. Not jazz. They might like that. What's a good,
band music?
Boring. Yeah. Some James just put what we listened to as kids. That was boring. We liked it though, but it was boring back then. Those sappy love songs.
Good old twangy country western song.
Yes. Now that's a popular thing now. Dolly Parton and Johnny Cash. Those are popular now. They're not. Everyone likes those. You can't use that anymore.
Patsy Cline and Jerry Lewis and Jerry. Yeah, it's come back around in the cycle. You could have done it 20 years ago, but yeah, now it's like nostalgic is cool. Or
it is. I was just thinking even like Frank Sinatra, you hear a lot at karaoke.
Or even lounge music, that went out for a long time, and now it's kind of popular.
Sock hop. We should bring that back. I remember my dad used to take me to this restaurant sometimes. We had like father-daughter dates. And there was one restaurant I liked to go to that was out by the drive-in. So, and it had like, it was set up kind of 50s style, and they had the music playing, the whole atmosphere. They have restaurants like that now, but like chained restaurants. But this was like a little themed, and I think my parents liked to go there because it reminded them of when they were kids, right? Because that was their era, so they're taking their kids now to things that would have reminded, just like I would take my kid to, something that would rhyme, the thrift store, something like that. That's one of my favorite memories as a kid, or one of the things that I liked as a kid. And so then it becomes an imprint on you. And now I'm going to introduce that because I use lots of retro crap in my, I love that stuff. I love that stuff because it was in my life. And so it always had this kind of happy connection to it. So therefore I like it. You know, I try to keep the bad connections out of my shit. I really do. I'll put them in there like maybe, you know, I'll put something in there as for example, and I did that one video, I picked that particular skate video because not only was she beautiful, but she happened to be skating. That was one where she was skating in a open market. And so that open market is a trigger for me, right? So I can put it in there safely. But I picked this absolutely sexy woman, you know, roller skating. And that was a representation of me. And so it was as if I'm saying, you know, fuck this life. I'm out of here. You know, you can have it. You can have that part of me. I'm done with it. They didn't like it anyway. I'm just kidding. I did. I miss it, you know, but it is what it is.
You know, there were some things that we did as kids back in the day that I don't think anybody does anymore. Out in the country, we would go on Saturdays to the factories and go to the back of the factory to the outlet, and you know, you get 10 loaves of bread for $1 because it's Saturday and they don't work on Sundays and they don't deliver on Sundays, and or you go to the bottling company and you get pop that was bottled that day on a Saturday, and it's so much carbonation. Ours was an RC Royal Crown bottling company. And you could drink the RC, and your uvula did not stop it from coming up your nose and out and down your lip.
That's fantastic. I can see doing that. Yes.
And you knew it was going to happen. And it was like, you know, you all got the pop cold. The kids are all sitting there looking at each other going, who's going to be the first one to have brown snot run out their nose?
So was this something that your parents did as a family regularly? These were kind of your things that you guys did?
Mom didn't have a driver's license, so it was a neighbor lady that would get us kids in the back seat and take us to the different towns on the different Saturdays when they had the things. And
that's, how amazing is that?
I mean, they had the one town, Brian had a little train that ran around the town that they would shove us kids on, and then they'd go shopping.
Yes, I remember. Yes, my parents used to, that's a crazy thing. My parents used to drop us off at the water slide parks or the arcades, and they'd go shopping. In fact, they were usually placed next to shopping malls, and we didn't have cell phones back then, and nobody lost their minds. And I remember hearing of lots of kids drowning at any of these places. Right. They still have them. So clearly they weren't death traps, but we couldn't do that today. Holy shit.
Yeah, we were dropped off at the roller rink, and about 30 years later, I found out that was the night Mom and Dad had sex.
Oh, that's fantastic. That was the night, right? So you guys have this memory.
Put a whole different.
And it was your parents' fuck fest. That's fantastic. Oh God, yeah. Sure.
If I was,
my parents dropped off at my grandparents all the time. I spent a lot of time there, which I didn't mind. But
that last mother or father-daughter story you told, if I was in chat, I would have wrote down, well, I'm not allowed to talk about the times my dad had father-daughter with me.
I get it. Yeah. Oh, now they're getting all warm and cuddly under the heat lamp. They've been playing. Cool. I told you it's getting a little chilly out there that time. Maybe that's why they peeped up there trying to tell me, hey, Mom, it's getting a little cold out here. We need me. I need you. I'll try to remember to live stream when I introduce them to Fiona so you guys can see how that goes down. And do a test on Jones Sticks to see if they have hearing issues. Use that link. I'm scared. I'm scared to click on it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know you that well, and what I do know, you could one of these days, because you're a sneaky little bastard. And I'm pretty sure one of these days, because you know I always click on your stuff, one of these days it's going to be something goofy and you're going to piss your pants laughing because you know I clicked on it. Oh, that past you as a friend. He comes off like that kind of guy, doesn't he? Because he'd go, "Oh, no, she'll look at this one." Ha! I can't let him know that he has that much control over me. Terry. He's laughing because he knows. See? And now he's going to do it, which now is going to be hilarious, right? Because will he have done it or is he going to do it? Because I planted that seed in his head. I love friends that are trash talkers and teasy. I like that. That's attractive to me. Trust me. Yeah, I've heard that one before too.
Yeah, I saw his name as Unlick, not Ulick, because my eyes. I'm like, Unlick? That's like not pregnant. How do you unlick something?
Well, he likes it when you say his whole name. When you say Ulick McGee.
Ulick McGee.
Ulick McGee. He's in the house.
Hey,
He's in the pub. I got to learn their language better. Yes.
he's a scientist.
Yeah, I bet he is.
I won't hold that against him.
I bet he's a scientist.
That's the only thing I hold against science is that it has scientists in it.
That's a very good, that's kind of a profound statement right there. Actually, think about it for a minute.
He's studying the pub. He's observing all the accoutrements that go along with pub living.
I need to get an email to a couple of people actually for their shows coming up. I've got my brain is not working at the moment. Pang's Labyrinth. I'm getting to interview him, or we're not gonna. Come on, we're gonna have a good time, but I'm excited to have a chat with him, and I think that's going down.
That's
tomorrow.
a bold name to name yourself, so I would expect a lot from somebody that would use that name.
Yeah, so I have a video I made for him. I'm gonna share it real quick. No, I won't. I'm gonna wait. You have to wait for it. You'll have to work for your meal, to quote my favorite phrase. That's one of my favorite lines in all of Resident Evil. When the one guy runs out of bullets, he just shoots them all and doesn't have enough to kill himself. And then he's like, climbs up a little higher and goes, "You're gonna have to work for your meal." I love it. I don't know why, but that made me giggle because I get that. I'm that person. I'll sacrifice myself for the group, but I'm just not going to dive into the mix. I'm going to stand there and make them have to come out. They're going to have to work for this. You want to kill me? You're going to have to work for it, man. I'm not going down that easy.
Yeah, I used to tell people that when I go, I'm taking everyone with me. Only as a passive-aggressive statement, because what I really meant was when I die, there's nothing else. I'm done. So you're all gone too.
Yeah, I'm taking down as many as I can. I get that because I had, I have a catchphrase that I say where I say, if I ever get attacked again, I might be dead, but they won't be walking straight. So look for that guy. I'm not going to take it it's not going to go down that easy. Don't fucking care, but when you're young, you have a different mind frame. You just want to survive. I think a lot of people do. So I know that. I know what that feels like.
Yeah, Jonah.
Surviving is different to me now. It has a totally different meaning to me now because to survive means that I must be free of you. Because then that means that hold that comes after the fact, after the trauma, it still clings onto you. And now I don't have that anymore. I don't have that instinct. My survival depends solely on the fact that I am free and free only. And that means in all aspects, mentally, physically. And I'm not going to accomplish that if I give in the next time. Do you know what I mean? But that's
I
on
agree.
my experiences.
When I was attacked, I remember very slowly thinking in my mind, you can either take this, you can fight, or guess what? You can be the bigger asshole and take everybody out.
Yeah.
And it's like my mind just went, what the hell? What choice is there? And
Right.
yeah, it didn't end good for them. I mean, it didn't start out well for me,
you.
and I did suffer, and there's damage that was with me for the rest of my life. But yeah, the damage I returned was more like 4 or 5 fold than I was receiving.
Well,
And
you know, you've heard me talk about our fears and how our fears are incorporated into our phobias. So ants became a phobia for me because of what I had an incident with them as a young child. And then as I got older, when I started experiencing more and more of my personal things, my mind identified the feeling. And so it attached now. Engulfment is the fear that I have. I don't like being overwhelmed, right? Of any sort, mentally, physically. And when you're a very tiny, petite person, being overwhelmed by someone is easy to do. And so when you identify that is where your phobia comes from. So it's the ants' engulfment of their prey that I'm actually afraid of, not the ants themselves. And when I could separate that, now I find the ants pretty fascinating. And I watch them, but I can't do it for long periods of time because they do still give me the heebie-jeebies. But I will take a moment to just admire their collective, right? And I think that I'm doing that even now because when I'm learning about these controllers and how their minds really work, there's a part of me that almost wants to give homage to the greatness. You know, you guys really pulled one over on me. And, you know, in a way, I kind of, you know, that's kind of cool. I mean, you know, you've tricked the entire world into smoking cigarettes because you had, you know, sexy women doing it. You tricked the entire world into eating this because you told us that we would, you know, to put masks on because you told us to hide from it. Even though that's not even true. None of these things are true because they told us we did it, and you have to have some respect for that. I'm sorry. You just kind of do. At least for me, as a magician, I guess, you know, as somebody who admires art, I'd say it's no different than you know, watching a magician and going right on with that. You had me fooled. You really did. You know.
so I'm going to give you a secret to the magic of retail and capitalism that you so are against. You know what they call it? They call it supply and demand.
Yep.
Now think about that. Supply is a positive word. Demand's really not a positive word. They're demanding that I build this for you. Well, nobody demanded that they had a cell phone, but it's just part of the magic. How we display it, how we say it, what words we accept without really thinking, and yet each one has a different meaning that is of a different depth. That's just a little one, but I'm gonna let you psychoanalyze me a minute, Joan. Okay?
Yeah, I got it.
I have a fear which I still cannot get rid of.
Okay.
Okay. I grew up a lot out on the ice fishing. I mean, I was on the ice fishing at 6 years old, catching fish bigger than me. I've been on the ice a lot, and the ice is like, to me, two different things. One is the white ice, and one is the clear ice. And the clear ice is scarier to me. But here's what I fish on this lake called Crystal Lake, and it's like 9 miles long and 4 miles across. And you're out 2 miles offshore, and you're fishing, and you're in 60 feet of water, and it's 18 inches of ice, and it's white because it was the early ice that froze over, so it's a little punky. It's got air in it. But then the rest of the lake, where it drops off to 120, 140, whatever feet deep, is blue ice. Same thickness, but you can see right through it. And because it's also on the break of the depth of the water, we would fish towards that edge, and no matter what, I looked out at that blue ice, and I knew at some point a whale was going to come through that water, bust through that ice, but only on the blue ice. So why can't I get over that fear?
So is your fear the whale or the fear is the ice? The ice is what you were afraid of.
I don't know whether I'm conflating the two, but the fear is that it's going to come through there. So maybe it's just that I'll fall through the ice, and it's just that simple.
You know, I got one for you, Jerry. You want to hear what just popped in my mind? Now, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just asking you to consider.
I gave you the opportunity. Throw anything you want out there.
Okay, so you said there's clearly a difference in your mind between the clear ice and the white ice. And the white ice you cannot see through; it's blurry. And the clear ice you clearly see through, and you believe that things are very close to the surface there. So your mind has created these depths because of the color. Now you're telling me that you have problems with your vision in the first place. And this sounds either two things conflicting. Either your mind is comfortable with the blurry and seeing the world in a clear way outside your own mind, because your mind is different. When you think of things, you see these. But if your eyes were to actually see some of these things in a clear way, I'm saying this is metaphorical, right? We're talking.
I got you. I'm with you.
Then that fear of seeing that, it's almost as if as long as you can keep it blurry because of your physical disability, your brain can keep it locked and not connect to it in a way that would harm you. It sounds like your brain subconsciously identifying the fact that we have that safety mechanism inside us, and fear will keep that mechanism working. And so it's coming. I'm trying to say this so that you understand. I don't see this as a bad thing. I actually see this as a beautiful thing. Your mind subconscious. It's not what happens in the real world. It's your fear, which means that it's an inside your mind thinking, not outside your mind thinking. You visually see something, your physical body, your mind thinks of that fear, which you may not even have identified yet. That's engulfment, or that's the world really sucks and I don't want to see it. That's the thing. I'm scared to see it. I don't want to see it. Not scared like chicken scared, but scared. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm okay with not knowing about that. And so it manifests itself, and then you start to have that anxiety that builds up inside you. So now your body's physically reacting to that fear, and then you do things like you step away from it, you get away from it because you're uncomfortable now. And when you're put in positions like you were, where you might not have a choice, really, your choice is to now just not look over there. You're talking about people who have fear of heights. You can be still up in high places, but must stay away from the windows. There's this part of them that can't let them go past a certain ability to see outside that window. And so you are pushed to the edge as a child. At times you didn't have the choice to step away. You're fishing, but don't look at it. Look away. Don't look to the left. It's there, and that whale will come out. You know what I mean?
I do. I know that. I knew it was part of my comfort zone that sitting on the other ices near it was fine as long as I didn't go out there. But yeah, I thought it was just a fear of falling through, but it manifested in a whale coming through on a freshwater lake, and I'm like, it's just not right. Something's wrong with it.
Why wouldn't it? I mean, why wouldn't it? Our minds play tricky things in our head. I remember as a kid, I was probably 5 or 6 because I remember what grade I was in. So probably maybe 6. And I had just watched that movie Alligator, where the little kid remember that 80s movie where they flushed the alligator down the toilet and then it was living around underneath New York City. It's popping up neat people. I just watched that movie. And then I didn't like baths. I have my own reason for that. And so I took showers even that young. And the drain was one of those metal discs that has all the little holes in it. Well, for the first time ever, I had looked down. And as the water was dripping through there, it looked like a fisheye blinking at me. It had that black center, white and then the black, and I was like, and I freaked out. I was like, there's an alligator, there's giant fish. It's not an alligator at my house. It manifested in my mind as a giant fish, right, living under my house, waiting for me. And out of fear at that moment, because I hadn't identified it yet. I was so young that I still couldn't. My brain is going, this makes no sense. There's no giant. I remember talking to myself, there's no fish under there. But then this other part of me was still scared, and I'm trying to argue with myself. So in order to make me feel more comfortable as I washed my hair, because I was not going to get out of the shower. That was the thing. I wasn't going to let it beat me because I knew rationally it made no sense. So I started singing Jesus Loves Me. My hair, One time on a roller coaster, we'd gone to Disney World or Disneyland, and I was on Magic Mountain. That's a roller coaster just over there that goes inside, and it's pitch black in there. You can't see anything. And I got on that ride at the wrong age. So, because I loved roller coasters, but I'd never ridden on one in the dark. And that was not the right age. I was probably 7, is probably a year later. And I freaked the fuck out. I did not like that at all. And I was singing Jesus Loves Me the whole way. And my mom said there were people just giggling. I just go, I don't like this. I do not like this. And I just started singing Jesus Loves Me through the whole entire ride. So I'm sure there's people now telling stories about back in the 70s when they were at Disney World and there was this adorable little girl singing Jesus Loves Me on Magic Mountain. That was me, everybody. I did those things to soothe myself, That was what I thought of. I think that's funny.
Yeah, if you just sing it, then you'll only think about happy thoughts, and then you'll get through it, and it'll be over.
Yeah, and then I was fine. I got out of the shower, and then after I'd had time to digest it and understood the fear, so then the next night when I took a shower, I then started to look at it on purpose and try to see if I could get it to blink at me again. Then I started that weird process, but.
Did you name the fish?
No, I mean, after I recognized that it was actually the dripping of the water, I was curious as to why it looked like an eye, and at the time, our parents cooked fish with the head on it. So I'd seen fish eyes a lot as a kid, and I'd been fishing and went fishing. And so it's just after that movie, it was placed in my mind that something could live inside the sewer. And therefore, in my mind, it looked like a fish eye, so it must have been a fish. So I had to process all that through in my mind, So, but I'm glad I did because, felt pretty fucking awesome at that age to have conquered that silliness. I was embarrassed at myself, even that young.
Yeah, where you go, shame on you, and you're talking to yourself.
Yeah, I fell for it. You stupid. It's water dripping. It's no fish eye. This is why I've never believed in ghosts. I've never been able to do that, or angels, or any of that nonsense. It's never made any sense to me. There's a rational explanation for this. There's a reason why. And so then I don't believe in magic. I mean, that goes on to that, I think my birds are chirping. Let's hear. They're chirping at me. I got to go say hi to them. I'll be right back. Over again. What are the babies doing? Oh my goodness.
On Lake McGee, that's horrible. Funny, but horrible.
Uh-oh. I lost my shoe. Hi, Fiona. Hey, guys. Oh, my goodness.
Are you guys gonna have some fun? can hear you, Jerry.
Okay.
Talk to me. And tell me what people are saying in the chat. They say
So
anything interesting.
did you eat mostly trout then?
What happened? I didn't know. We ate whatever my parents bought. I don't know. Or when we went, yeah, trout. No, salmon. Is it trout or salmon that we would? I guess in Maine. I'm trying to remember. I don't really remember.
There's
the ones
one
that
does it
swim
in the
upstream.
spring, one does it in the fall. The reason I say trout is because trout is known for having an enzyme in their spine where if you cut it and it gets into the meat, it actually makes it bad. It starts the meat rotting quicker. And so most people that serve trout that don't fillet it serve it with the head on so you don't break the spine. But
Oh, then I'll see. That makes sense. And I remember, yeah, when we would go fishing out at the lake, I mean, we put them on strings and took them back with us. And then, they would be prepared that way. So
do you remember if it was in the spring or the fall?
These are like fishing boots. Yeah. Oh, that's a good question. Shit, I don't even
Easter
remember.
time.
Fuck, that was. I mean,
Yeah.
I was
Usually a holiday will bring it back.
And in Maine, what is spring and fall? I mean, honestly, would you even know? I would say it was probably in the spring. I would say so because we'd go up to that was up at the cabin, we go up. Oh no. And so that was probably in the spring.
Fish follow seasons. The different fish you fish for. Around Easter time was when trout would run the rivers in the spring, and suckers would run the river in the spring and spawn. And in the fall, you get your coho and your salmon and your king salmon and your browns. But you also have actual native rainbow trout that live in the river all year round. But
I don't know. I wouldn't know. I just ate it. No, I didn't really pay me. I never asked. I just knew it tasted good. And I liked sticking the worms on the hooks. I was a sicko. I liked putting the worms on the hooks and the bugs on the hooks. And I liked digging for the worms and catching the bugs. And I liked doing all that kind of stuff. And then fishing and then to eat them. I mean, I don't know. I like the whole process of it, but I never paid much attention. Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, ours wasn't sports fishing. It was putting food in the freezer, having dinner 3 times, a week was fish. So it wasn't like a fun thing. I thought it was fun when I wasn't getting yelled at for doing it wrong. But there was so many cool things. Like the first time we went to the Betsy River when I was like 7 years old, and you go through a dirt road. And you get off the dirt road onto the 2-lane track that goes through the woods, and then you walk down a big hill, and there's a stream that's 20 foot or 40 foot across, and it's 6 inches of water, and you can see all the pretty gravel, and then there's like 500 fins and tails sticking out of the water with all these fish. It's just like, if you don't remember those kind of scenes forever, the rest of your life as being just the most awesome thing. And then you go out and cut them and strip the meat off them while they're still alive and eat them. But, but we were very conservation minded, because when we fished, fish will dig a hole so that the water isn't flowing past them. It flows over them. That's what the bed is in the river. They dig a little hole in the gravel. And so when they lay their eggs and the male squirts his sperm all over, it all settles on the eggs and they don't get washed away. So they have this little pocket. And behind it is all the rocks and gravel and sand that they spit up. And the biggest boy gets to do the sex. So he runs off all the smaller ones, but they want some. I mean, they're young teenage guys. They're like, my turn. And so he's got to run them off, and one will come in, and they come in and out. So if you fish for the ones on the back that are just behind the bed, and you take a few of the smaller males off, this breeding pair didn't have any problems. So you didn't take the female off so she can't lay eggs, and you didn't take the best male off that was on the bed. You eat the ones that are not getting laid. So every year
Right.
you have fish. If you go out, like most guys that came and fished, they would whatever they caught, which the female's the first one, is going to take whatever rolls into that bed into her mouth and spit it out off the side of the bed. So they use a really pretty bright spinner. She sees it fall in, she picks it up, and boom, the hook's in her mouth, and you catch the female. Guess what? She didn't make no babies for next season, which go out to the lake and wait till they grow up and come back a few years later. But it ends the whole population. You just fish yourself out of fish. So we went into the back country and we were conservative on what fish we caught, and depending on what fish were available to catch in large quantities, you go perch fishing in July because the caddisflies hatch, and you go salmon fishing in the fall because they're running the river, and you go trout fishing in the spring because they're running the river. And when there's nothing else to do, you go out at night and fish bullheads. But it's a way of life, and but they're in it. In that way of life, there's so much beauty to see. You go to places where there aren't people, where where the deer don't even run away from you because they don't see people very often. And it just adds, I feel it's added so much to my life to be able to have enjoyed that as being part of what I had to do to survive. But taking away from it the awesomeness of nature, the overwhelming beauty that is there, and the funny, quirky things that are out there that people don't really think about. Cheap, 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 cheap.
I know they're peeping.
The cheaping thing always makes me laugh because the little chicks cheap, right? And when I was up in Boyne in 2010, they would give you a dozen chickens, baby chickens, if you bought a bag of feed. And it's like, oh, that's cheap. In the first week, you haven't even went through that bag. But 2 weeks later,
Yes,
2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, you're going through a bag of feed a day, and now you have these chicks that are half grown that people are giving away because they don't want to keep paying to feed them. So the farmer gets all his half his chickens back, half raised.
I said, now he just has to let him out. That's beautiful. That's a smart businessman right there. You know, that's smart business. Think smarter, not harder. Or work smarter. Wow. I love that story.
Yeah, I talked earlier about us raising chickens. We had a family where their kids were about our kids' age, and the girls would take care of the chickens all year long, and then in the fall when it was butcher time, both families would get together, and my best friend and I would catch the chickens. We used a long, rigid wire with a hook on it. Instead of trying to chase them down, you just hook them by the leg, throw a circle of binder twine on them, and hang them off the back of the truck and cut their head off. And then guys, the men would take them in, and we'd have to use the boiling cherry tin of water and pull the feathers. And then the dads would take them into the garage where it was cooler and burn the hair off. And then they went to the basement where all the women were down there cutting them open and cleaning the gizzard out and separating the heart and the liver out and processing the rest of the chicken and packaging. And when you start with 100 chickens, you have almost every Sunday dinner for the whole rest of the year till next season. So we had a freezer that we would put 40 or so chickens away. And when you raise your own chickens, these chickens, the hens are 8 to 10 pounds, and the roosters are 10 to 12 pounds. So for a family of 7, that everybody gets a piece. That's enough meat. That's what country living is different than city living. I asked my granddaughter the other day, where does chicken come from? And she says, Myers. Where does Myers get it? Nothing. No answer at all. Okay, we're going to do some educating here. Time to take them to the farm. Is it just me? Do animals sound like their pets? Some even look like them? Owners, not pets. I think owners are have a tendency to pick animals that look like them. They say dogs look like their owner.
I see people that do that, and they do look like their pet, but I don't know that that's, to me, that's just certain type of people. I know people that want to dress like each other, their husbands and wives, and want to dress like their kids. And I think it's just something we do, but not all of us. Because, I mean, I think that's fun, but not, I mean, come on. I think those pictures back in the 90s, everybody put like, my mom made me do one of those stupid things, and I felt like an idiot. The whole family get together and put on a jean shirt and some jeans and a white t-shirt or whatever the fuck. And I felt like an idiot dressing in that shit.
I remember at 7, we went to some distant aunt's house, and she had a little dog with a sweater on it. On the way home, I asked my mom, I said, do you think she asked the dog if it wanted to wear that sweater?
They don't. And I mean, I think that's cute. I put costumes and shit on my dogs too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against that. But when you're spending $1,000 and you're buying, you know, you got it dressed in a fucking tuxedo and you're at a restaurant, you look like an idiot. Like you really do. I'm sorry if that offends you. Don't hang out here, because if I know this about you, I'm gonna use it against you, because I find that behavior, and I'm not talking about sometimes. Sometimes it's cute. I'll put a little jacket on. I'm not above putting a diaper on Fiona and letting her run around the house for a couple hours just to hang out with us. You know, I'm not. That's not a problem. It's these people that let it become an obsession, and then they're taking it in a stroller. And they're going to the park, and it's a daily thing. Because I know people that take their dogs for walks because they can't walk. That's why they make dog strollers. But there's other ones, that's not why they're doing it. We put them in a pram, and they're walking them around the park in a pram. That's fucked up shit. That's weird. That's stuff we did as babies, as kids. We would put our puppies in the prams and walk them around town. Not now, not as adults. It's time to... The Bible says, everybody, that when I became a man, I put away childish things. We don't do that anymore. Strange, is what I'm saying. But then there's the side of me that says, fuck it. Joan, you do weird things. You have fetishes, if you will. Just things that... And so who are you to fucking judge if they want to put their damn dog in a pram? And I'm right. Who am I to judge? I guess I don't give five shits. If you put your dog in a pram, just know I'm going to tease you about it. That's all. I'm going to tease you about it because I'm going to think it's funny. And so I'm going to say things. I'll probably tell jokes about it. And if it bothers you, then don't come around me. But if you don't mind that I tease you about it and you say, yeah, I recognize it's goofy, but fuck off, I'm going to do it anyway, then we can be friends forever.
I hear you, Tristan. Holidays are exempt. You can dress your pets up on holidays. That's not strange. Okay, yeah. We had 6 champion show dogs at one Halloween, and I dressed them all up and took them out with the kids because they're show dogs. They're well behaved, and they can all walk in a straight line and not cause a bunch of problems.
Yeah. That's why I have to be careful, because I couldn't pass a judgment on anyone anyway. This is why I would not be good in a jury. I should just walk in and say, look, I don't even care if the guy did it. If I'm supposed to sit in this room and be impartial, I'll find something about this case that doesn't add up. So these detectives either better do a really good job, or I'm not the person for your thingamabobber, your jury. Because I think too critical. I think too much on the other side. I'm too suspicious of things. And so I can start out with one idea. I'm like, okay, no, I think people that dress their dogs up look like dorks. And then by the time I've talked it through, I kind of go, well, no, whatever. They're not hurting the dog. I mean, maybe the dog likes it. I don't know. Some dogs do, I think. There's plenty of critters out there that have weird things, but I think it's the forcedness maybe that I'm not too comfortable with. It's like those beauty pageants. They always say the little girls want to do it, but I've yet to ever see a little girl that did want to do it. They like it. They say after they like it. They want a bunch of money. I want a bunch of money and a big crown. And I like putting on the wig and the makeup. No, they don't. No, they don't. I'm watching them. They don't like it at all. They're crying and screaming. And they don't want to have hours and hours of dancing like a dork. And they're not enjoying it. They enjoy the reward. And that's it. And some of them will like it. And some of them will want to keep going. And maybe they'll go into Miss America or whatever the fuck. But from what I did my research on, I discovered that a lot of those people that are adult beauty pageants, at least back then when I looked into it in the late 80s, because I had a friend in school that did beauty pageants and I wanted to figure out why the fuck she did beauty pageants. And then her sister didn't do beauty. Her sister was actually my friend, but we were all friends. You can't have sisters, when you're close in age, you're friends with each other. But one did it and kept doing it, and one didn't. And I was always wanted to know why. And so I was asking her lots of questions back then. And she didn't, she just kept doing it. And my friend hated it. She said, I hated it. And I hated worrying about how much I weighed. I hated worrying about, I wasn't interested. The hours, it wasn't worth the payoff. But her sister was very feminine and pretty, and everyone loved her. I mean, everyone at church. Was a Kristen fan. She had this beautiful singing voice, and oh my God. Bleh. But she was all of these things, and she was nice, so it was hard to hate her. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
But my friend hated it. She said she hated it, wasn't interested, still had all her trophies and crowns and shit in a room on a wall. But I found that interesting. But she also, her and I would get that golf cart going about as fast as we could and try not to flip it. So, we were a different breed of girl. But they came out, I was the only child. So I only had reference to other siblings when I had friends that had siblings. And to watch the dynamic of siblings was interesting. I dated one guy that was a skater and big punk skaters. And his brother was the guy that did the band with the wand, the guy that led the band. What are they called? The band leaders. What are they called? The conductor?
Yes, conducts orchestras.
Mm-hmm. They have a name for it, though, in the marching band when they're marching to them and they're the front guy with the little baton to do it. They have a name for that marching. Anyway, that's what he was. And they had nothing in common. They didn't, nothing at all. It came from the same family. That always interested me, how that could happen like that. One becomes this way and one becomes that way. And now that I understand how genetic works, I clearly see why. Because if the mixture for this kid identifies more with the mothers or identifies more with the father, you're going to have a kid that's predominantly in that zone or going to have more of that character. You can easily have a split. And then you might have a family where all four of the kids are fucking dickwads, assholes. Oh, they're coming looking for me now.
Yeah, I had three sisters, two definitely I knew before I was a teenager. They were mom. They were growing up to be mom. And then the last one, the youngest one, was definitely not going to be mom.
No. So that one was not interested.
Even my brother, I could tell he's going to be my dad when he grows up. Oh, to answer or ask the real question, you look, McGee. How many tons of poop did you take away every month? Because I had like 20 dachshunds, miniature dachshunds at once, and even that created garbage pails of crap. He had 11 Great Danes. That's got to be like, a trailer to haul away the waste.
Yeah.
It's not what we were talking about, Joan, but it was in the chat.
No. I'm not. I'm just blabbing. It's a lazy Sunday. I don't even know what my husband's doing. His only job is to get some shelves ready for me. That's his only honey-do list. And so whenever he gets that done, and he'll do it before he goes to bed tonight, he'll get me something. If not, he'll do it whenever. I don't care. I mean, it doesn't. We bought a bunch of books and I want to get them up on the shelf, and I need a shelf. So,
Right,
but not brackets. I just need him to put me a shelf together. And the only wood we have, he needs to split one of them in half in order to put them together to make the shelf wide enough. So he's going to get his saw going. He'll be back in here with some shelves in no time. But every week, he has some honey-do list thing for me. I mean, that I ask him to do for me.
But see, I think the part of the positive that's in that relationship is that you have a process. You know what steps have to be done. And other steps are steps that have to be done not by you. A lot of people, when the process gets to that step, they start getting antsy and stressed, and they create an issue because it's not done. Because my next step is 7 and we're on 5. I can't
Right,
do 5.
and that's when the naggy bitch wives come in. I get it. Well, I had a situation. My ex is not like this, and so I'm a self-doer. If my ex didn't do this for me, I'd do it myself. I had already put up the shelf. I can do it. I can use all the power tools. And when I had my business before, every display that I ever made for my thing was made by me. Every one of them. I had unique displays too. I made them all myself. My ex didn't do this. He didn't. He was not a honeydew kind of guy. It would turn into nagging, and I'd rather just do it myself. That way, it's done right and self-love, right? And I didn't have to deal with him giving me shit, so I just do it myself. Now, my husband, though, this is part of his love language to me, for me. It's something he enjoys doing things like this for me. He loves being a man. He wants to change my oil. I never fill my tank up with gas. If it's half a tank, he goes and fills it for me. And he takes out the trash, and he's a man. He mows the grass. You know what I mean? So this is his job. Shelves, and so I'm going to let him do these things, but I can do them. It's not that I can't. It's not hopeless, but I appreciate that he does. If I really wanted it done, I'd do it myself. But I enjoy letting him do things for me. It makes me feel loved. And the fact that he does it with nothing in return, not looking for a payout. In other words, he's not doing it because he thinks he's going to get laid later. He just really enjoys doing things for me,
Well, yeah, that's the part of a relationship that I kind of identify with, is that when you become a partner, it's really a third entity, and so the value he gets out of it is that the entity is happy. Not
yes.
that you are happy or he's happy, but the entity's happy. And I did have somebody tell me something that was very needed to be heard when I lost my relationship with my second wife when she left me, was that you've lived your life on the third entity level, and all your decisions that you do are based on that. So you aren't you anymore. And you need to stay by yourself until you are you, and your decisions that you make are your decisions. Not the decisions the entity make, or not the decision based on whether you're going to make your ex happy or not happy. It's just, it's a mindset thing. And I thought, I was at a point where hearing that was very beneficial to me, to think of, okay, now I got to go back and figure out what I wanted. Not what I wanted the last 20 years, because that wasn't what I wanted. That's what I wanted the third entity to have. And you know, it took a while because you have to question then everything, right? Why,
Well,
why
for
do I
me,
believe this?
I didn't want to be the man in the relationship anymore. I was the man in the relationship for 20 years. I was always the one that handled everything that could, any crisis that came along, anything that happened. He took care of the money. Well, he was an RC. He had his own things that he was doing, right? But I had to do all the other stuff. I was always the one that hung out. I mean, he took out the trash and he mowed the grass. I'm not saying that. But there was no manly to him. We'd get a charge from the bank and he'd go, don't worry about it. It's only $35. That's no big deal. What? But that wasn't even our fault. Like that was their glitch. Why would you let that go on our thing? And I would call and I would say, look, you fucking sticks. That was your call, not you just cashed a check. What you shouldn't have done. We didn't, whatever the reason was. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't our fault is what it was. It was a mistake through the bank. Oh, I know what it was. They double dipped. They took 2 transactions out too close for the same. It was a computer error is what it was. So it looked like we got charged and it was in college and that made us. And I wasn't willing to accept that charge on something that wasn't our fault. There was enough money for the check, but not to cover it twice. Do you see what I mean? And then you want to charge, and he wouldn't fight for that. And I just thought, wow, that's really not even your fault. And he just was. There's things like that. They were just so. Ugh. And so when I decided to marry the second time, or to get it, we're to be honest, the reason that we have a marriage, but we just call each other hubby and wife. It's because of the wee one. We would just live together. We were never in. That was for insurance purposes only. And I'm against marriage in every sense of it. For me, if you need that, I guess if you need a commitment in order to stay loyal to somebody, well, then don't forget to grab your Bible and read the 10 Commandments daily, because you need help if you can't. Navigate the world without hurting people intentionally. There's no hope for you, is all I'm saying.
Well, I think, marriage and not marriage was part of the decision that, at least was in my thinking, was the government gives you a little bit more money, takes a little bit less money away if you're married. But then they make it an advantage if you want us to give you money, though, don't get married.
Right.
So money does creep in there at some point. But yeah, I lived with my wife for 4 or 5 years, and it was just like, look, it's an extra $2,000, which is 10% of our income.
That's they set it up like that. In fact, just the other day. So here's the same idea, totally different topic, which is fine because I don't talk about my relationships all the time. People don't understand my relationship, and so it's difficult. But I said, I really think we need to get rid of that fucking ring. I don't like that thing, and he knows that. I didn't like it when we got it, but he goes, "Well, I can't." And I said, I think it's time we get rid of these things. I can't get rid of that. I said, why? He goes, do you know how much money that stupid thing saves us every year on insurance? We couldn't afford the insurance without it. And that's how they get you. They offered him such an incentive to have an object in our home. Now, we don't have the cameras on it. What it does is it basically will alert you every time the door is opened. So it's a personal alarm system is what it is. But it tracks everything. And now the thing with us is our doors are always open. So we don't use it, but we have to have it on. We can't not have it. And so it does. If our doors close and open, it tracks every time that happens. And most people end up with the whole systems because they want the whole thing. They're not just going to do the cheapest. And you can, I think you save more money the more things you get. I'm not totally sure how it works, but that's fucked up, and they've removed payphones and they've removed landline phones. So you no longer even have that option of not having a cell phone. So again, it's not like you used to. You could walk to the local town or along the highway and pick up a phone or pick up, you know, oh my gosh, look at us all. Pick up a payphone. You can't find that now. You'd have to bother someone for their cell phone. That's what you'd have to, and then you'd have to remember the number because we don't remember any numbers anymore. Just keep taking things away, and then we're left with no option.
Yeah.
How it feels.
I lost my phone. We'll call somebody. My daughter's number 6. My son's number 7. You know?
Right. Yeah. I don't know. You know, we won't stop and help somebody who's on the side of the road no more, you know, because we just assume things. So we've become less concerned about our surroundings and other people. And you look, hello, Nab, you look nice, glowing by the candlelight.
Hello. How are we?
Awesome. I feel like I'm on a date with you.
Candlelit split.
What are you ordering? I'm going to get the Primavera.
Yeah. You get what you want, dear. You get what you want.
Oh, yes. There's the magic words. I love it. It's cool. You guys are so much fun. Do you have relationship advice, Nab? You've been there, done there.
Yeah. Well,
someone new.
I mean, what kind of relationship advice are we talking? I mean, it's a funny one. It's got to be right, hasn't it? I mean, I've tried rushing in before, and you also try and get to know people. I've tried working with an ex-girlfriend. I mean, there's all sorts of different scenarios, isn't there, that work and don't work, and everyone's different, isn't there? But I would advise to just spend as much time as you can getting to know the person, and maybe not be with someone that you work with. That would be my advice.
That's a good one. I don't think you can work with everyone. I get that. I think
I don't move in straight away.
Stay home. I don't want him to work. I want him to work from here. I can work with him.
Because it all depends on the personalities, doesn't it?
Yeah. But I'm not one that likes to control it. I'm good with being delegated. You know, I'm good with delegation. I think delegation is important in a relationship. Any relationship, actually.
Yeah. There's that, and there's also like shared ownership of decisions as well. I think like if you're the only one that's making all decisions, it becomes a little bit annoying, doesn't it?
Yes.
So you need to be both decisive in your own sort of ways, really, don't you? Because my ex was like always leaving decisions to me, so it's just so I was making decisions for both of us, and like usually you'd compromise. Usually you'd compromise, wouldn't you? So you'd both be sort of happy with the decision, but with the pressure of making the decision for both of you, it becomes a bit annoying, you know.
You know, because when you're talking with somebody, like, you know, say you're thinking, I'm going to buy this equipment, you know, hey, my husband will come to me with things like that. And we don't ask each other. I would never do that fucking shit again. No, I'm not asking you for money. I'm your wife. I don't spend, so you don't have to worry about me wrapping up some credit cards. I'm not that person. So I'm not going to come to you and ask you for $20. However, if I wanted to spend more than that, then I would ask. And he does the same thing. So anytime he's going to order any, you know, now I will say he has a little bit, this is on him though. And if I said something, he'd stop. So he's not in here. I'll say this. His limit on what he'll spend without my knowledge is a little bit higher than mine is. But he buys bigger equipment, tools and parts and things, you know. So I go with that. But he always asks me, and, you know, we sit and talk about it, and then we take a day to think about it. You know, what is the, and we pick all those parts, you know, the positive. And sometimes just him asking me about it or coming to me with, I have this idea. In 15 minutes, he's already talked himself out of it before I've ever even said a word, you know, or made the decision. I think sometimes you just need an ear that will listen to your ideas.
Yeah.
And have you talk it out. I think that's what therapists do, at least for me. I just needed to have a way of saying it out loud and it being heard. You know.
I hear that. Sometimes your decisions just need an action, and vocalizing it is an action. I found that if you tell somebody if they're not sure what they're going to do, flip a coin, make your choice, and you'll know instantly when it hits if you want to flip the coin again.
Oh, That's a good one. You made me think of something. I had a friend come to me for advice. We bartended together, and he had been dating this girl for a while. About 2 years, I think, at this time. So a good bit. And she had started pushing for marriage. She was feeling like it was time. And he came to me and he said, I just don't want to marry. He said, I'm just not yet. I'm not interested in getting married, but I like her. I love her, he says. And I said, well, let me just say this. If you've met a woman and you love her, but you don't want to be with her forever like that, then she might not be the one for you. Even if you don't marry the person, the fact that you're even questioning whether or not you want to should be a red flag. That's what I hear you saying, Jerry. And he ended up breaking up with her. And I'll tell you this, a couple years later, he got married. So clearly he thought the same thing. He realized I love her, but I don't want to marry her. And it's that idea of when he did find the girl that he loved and wanted to marry her, he never got pressured into it. It was his decision. It was him that said, yeah, this is the girl. And had he just married her because he felt safe there, who knows what that marriage would, because he would have walked into it with resentments. He would have done all of that and spent all that money and done all that stuff, for the wrong person. Now, I don't know if they're still together now, but he came back to me and told me thank you for that advice. And he was glad because he found the woman of his dreams. I don't know. I lost track of you, but still.
Yeah, I'll give you want a little insight on men. I used to work on a jewelry counter for about 5 years, and every holiday you had guys come in to buy something for their significant other, right? And I would guess when they walked away whether that relationship was going to go anywhere or not. And it was pretty easy to tell because you asked pretty simple questions. Oh, you don't know what to get her? Well, how much do you want to spend? Which I didn't care. I just needed to know. That wasn't part of my thing.
They answer something for you. Mm-hmm.
And then I said, well, what's her favorite color? And what does she wear jewelry? What kind of jewelry does she wear? And if you got answers like bing, 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 I'm going, and then I would pick out something within their range that would work for them and give them a couple of choices and whatever. That wasn't the important part. The part where they walk away and go, that relationship has a chance. And then you got the guy that comes in that still has pot smoke coming out of his mouth on Friday after the bar, reeking of alcohol. No. And you go, how much you got left to spend?
Yeah, two ends of the spectrum.
What color does she like? I don't know. Does she wear jewelry? Yeah, I don't know. It's like, okay, well, you got this much to spend, just buy this. It's like, right, because you don't care. And they'd walk away.
This is going to end up in a pawn shop in a couple months anyway. So, unless you work off commission, in which case you would take advantage of that man right there who's too stupid to know his woman and tell him that he better get her a really good ring because he's a little dumb. That's what I would have said as a jeweler because I'm that smart. And I bet you anything I could have talked those guys. I'm a salesman. I could have talked them into a more expensive ring because that would have made them feel stupid for not knowing her favorite color. And out of shame, they would have spent $100 more. That's how I manipulate people. I can't be a queen. Stop it. Worship me now, boys. I'm just kidding. Okay. Calm down, Joan. You're a Muppet, you stupid cunt.
Oh,
okay.
I'm still picturing you wearing the tool belt. So
no. That's for my other channel, guys. Peeing me later.
I can't help.
I'll send you the link.
I can't help but have rotten thoughts.
Oh, that was a good one. Me either. I do have rotten. I am a perv. I will say that. You should know that coming in here. If you have a wife that does not like pervy talk, you might want to mute or probably just not come in here because you're a bit of a dick if you're doing that because she doesn't like that and you're doing it without telling her you're doing it. And that makes you a bit of an asshole. So stay out of here. I'm surprised at how many wives listen to me actually, but I'm not at the same time because as a bartender, women liked me. The wives loved me because I flirted, but I only flirted for the job. Look, this is a job. right? You know, and I like the women too. I think we should all sass the men. My husband gets a big kick out of hearing me sass some of the guys that come in here. Not you guys. You guys are fun. I'm talking, you're the fun dailies at the bar. Do you know what I mean? You're the guys that sit at the bar, laugh at all my jokes, think it's funny, and you know, giggle as I drag out the huge bag of beer bottles to the trash. I know you guys, right? We get along just great. And you're the ones that will also break up bar fights if I'm in the way, you know, if it's happening on my shift. Do you see what I mean? Tell me you know that girl at the bar. Everybody does. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is so, you know, I have a gift, I've been told.
Yeah, I'm not.
So, just me. This is just me. I'm just a big, rotten, sarcastic cunt. Says things that pops in her mind and is too old to give a fuck anymore, right? And I embarrass myself and I say goofy things. And, you know, I find men to be gorgeous and I think they should know it more often. And I don't think that, you know, I'm all for women getting to do whatever the fuck they want, but I don't think it should cost men their manliness. I disagree with that. And so I think the world should just lighten up and goof off a little bit more. Quit being so fucking serious about everything. We all like dicks and wieners and vaginas. We all love them. We know we do. We all know. And we like to look at pretty girls and we like to look at hot guys that ride their bicycles down the street. I do. Who doesn't look? And for a second you think, right? All of us do. And if you don't.
Only it's not going that way though, is it? It's going
No,
a little bit, it's going the other way, isn't it?
Now, if you look at her or you look at him and you have a thought, you're going to have some mind shit. Ding, ding, ding. Social score just went down one. You had an
Thought police.
insecure thought. Shame on you. Jesus.
I don't
That
know,
sounds
Joan.
like hell to me. That sounds like fucking hell to me.
I would have paid a price to listen to your channel while I was married. There would have been a cost to it.
I know. I paid costs like that. Isn't that sad? I love the women, the wives that listen to me. I think that's fantastic. That tells me a lot about the guys that are here and, you know, that come regularly. And it makes me like them more. It's something about that is very beautiful. When a man can be a man and his wife is number one, right? I can flirt with everybody here, but you're the one I go home to. Don't worry. My loyalty is with you. That's what I think the problem was in the kingdoms. They kept whacking off the heads of their queens and they were making mistakes. They could have as many women in the harem, but you just never go against the queen unless she's a cunt, which I get. But then you shouldn't be a dumbass and let her control you like that. And that's why you get mad and lop her head off, because you figured out you were being controlled and it made you mad. But that's not usually how it went down. Usually someone else lopped their head off. And it was always the guy that was the narcissistic king, you know, the one that thought he could have everything. And she'd start questioning him. She'd be like me, you're a dick. You know, you really got to lob with her head. She talks too much. I need a new queen and younger. With you know, a better body, maybe. What the fuck ever.
The secret is, men, Joan, no women are the ones in charge. So when you get a king who's like, now I'm in charge, and the wife's telling him what to do anyways, he has that option. Off with your head.
Yeah. Who's gonna stand against him? I love the old stories I am a castle lover all the way, I'll tell you. I love fairy tales and stories of all of that crap. And would read books about it, and I loved that nonsense. Some of my favorite movies are kingdom based, right? It's such an interesting concept, and the way that the royalty worked and the way the chessboard is set up, it's clear how the hierarchy goes, right? And so it's just interesting to me. And you see these stories and you can pick out the cowards, right? I mean, we all talk stories about the cowards, the ones that, you know, I always liked the kings that stayed behind and they told their hot, super sexy knight, number one guy, go take the queen and the children, keep them safe. And he stayed back because needed a change of scenery anyway. Oh God, I tickle myself. I'm sorry. I like identifying with characters in movies. I've always done that as a kid, and you can tell it because that's one of the patterns that's in my videos. You'll always notice that I use very strong women characters in films. I always love when the girl is the kick-ass. That's why I liked slasher movies as a kid. That was why I liked them, for no other purpose. I didn't care about the bloods, the guts, the fear, or anything. I always liked the fact that the girl always kicked ass. That was how I felt as a child. Very, very inferior, you know, just because, for fuck's sakes, I had a vagina. Shit. Fuck me for being born. You know, that's how it felt. And so I always loved that. But
That's really permeated the cartoon and movie era too. Is the women are the main character.
yeah, but they've turned them into sex symbols now. They've not noticed that they weren't, you know, the characters that I use, you know, Firestarter and from Resident Evil. Now I know she's a sexy bitch. She's my girl. If I was a lesbian, I would be so up on that bitch like white on rice. I'm just saying. She's hot as fuck, Mia Jovovich. I just fucking love her. And she always plays great characters. I love every movie she's in. Right? So I love her acting as well. And I've always thought she was beautiful as a model when I was younger. So there's this connection I have with this woman, and I don't even fucking know her, but she represents something for me. I identify with her. If I could be her, right? She's her character, not her as a person. I don't know nothing about this woman. I've never listened to her talk on any talk shows. I don't want to know. It'll ruin it for me.
Right. You don't want to know. You don't want to
I
ruin
don't.
the fantasy that you have.
Yeah,
finding
I
out
just
it's-
identify with her characters. And she's sexy, but she's raw sexy. And I like that better than the tits running with the short shorts and the tits hanging out. I identify that the slasher movies where it's the nerd girl or it's the off girl, it's the Buffy. You know, the girl is cute, but you know what I mean? That I loved Buffy the Vampire Slayer. My favorite show. I actually have DVD, DVD. I have the series. It's obsessive. And it was because I identified as her. She's pretty, cute, and yet a really awesome badass. You know, so
I like the little redhead.
yeah, and Willow. And I liked her too, but I identified more with Buffy because I have this extremely girly side to me. And it oozes out of me sometimes. I giggle. I'll do weird things. I girly things, but I identify them. I'm a tomboy. Not a lesbian. Do you know what I mean? Like, not, there's a difference. Like, tomboy when I was growing up didn't mean the girl that was doing boy things. That was a different girl. Tomboy was the girl that liked to wear dresses but was running around kicking soccer balls, right, in the dresses. But I hated dresses, and I didn't really care for kicking soccer balls. But, you know, it's a bad analogy, really. I should have come up with something different. I cheered, and then I got on a skateboard. That's what I did, right? I cheered, and then I left the game on a skateboard. That's a true thing. So that's my tomboyishness, and now you see it. And they changed the definition to me, unless I'm wrong. The tomboy was what was her name? Pippi Longstockings. I love those series. It was Ramona the Pest. It was that. It was the Nancy Drew. Those girls were tomboys to me. They liked boy things, but they were girls. That's rad. Golden had this talk on her channel. Anybody over there at Golden's? You can chime in, Nab. I know I'm talking a lot, y'all. But
I'm just listening.
You want me to shut up. Okay. I do want to hear what you have to say, so I will be quiet. But I get so excited. Plus, you know, it's 420 somewhere. And I don't know where that is. Not here. Or maybe, I don't know.
It's 420 all the time here.
It is. Oh, there's a girly thing. Just did a girly thing right there. And that's the stuff that I do. Makes my husband melt. Because he sees that little side of me, just like I do him when he's at the track and he melts into that little 6-year-old boy, you know. He sees those parts of me too. I get all the ducks come home. I'm like, oh my God, baby ducks. Duckies. Speaking of, I should check on them. Right? So cute.
There goes those maternal instincts.
They're sleeping. They're sleeping right out of camera sight. They're right at, you know what they're doing? The same thing that Fiona does actually, and the others used to do. They'll hang out right up against the edge. That's my door right there. You can walk from my house out in there. That's why I always have hay on the floor right there. And so you can walk right out there, and they're sitting right by the edge because they can hear me talk. And when the other duckling, when I had them last year, we got them. That's what they would do, and the chickens too. They like to be. That's why in my old chat downstairs, oh, hang on, that's happening at Duckingham Palace. That's a host. When I would do my reads, if you go back to my really old videos, when I was doing I was just recording myself showing. You can hear her quacking when I get real excited. When I would start doing what you guys have come to love about me, or maybe hate, but either way, you're here. When I would do that, you could hear her go quack quack, like she was chiming in, like, "That's right," you know, or "Shut the fuck up." I don't know. Depends on what you think you hear. And they're doing the same thing. They're sitting as close as they can because they can hear me talking, and it feels comfortable to them. I find that neat. Now, see, that's the weirdness that is my life. I just explained to you this. Now you see what my mind does. I can't think of anything without thinking about the whole fucking, it's annoying. I annoy myself is what I do. I just annoyed myself without, like, anybody gives a fuck about a duck and how it sits at the edge just because it likes to hear your voice. And, ha, ha, ha. And now I sound like a psycho, right? I need help. Woo! Okay. It's all right. Except that's what I am. That's where I come into the concept of this is me now. I can't change this about me. I've tried to fit in. I've tried to keep my mouth shut. I've tried to not say you're an idiot for putting Harry Potter signs in your yard. I've tried not to do these things to you. I've really tried. And I can't. It's not in me. I can't own that. And so at this point, I've decided this is, Joan, you take her or leave her. Oh, wait a minute. I have a banner for it because here's what, there it is. There is no in between. You love Joan or hate her. Either way, she'll make you scream. Brooks Bond wrote that. Here we go. So you can tell me in chat, do I make you scream? I mean, do you love me or do you hate me?
We love you, Joan.
Oh, that was sweet.
I'm not allowed to fall in love with the creatures I'm studying, so.
Oh, right. I broke that rule. I pulled a Frankenstein's monster and I fell in love with him.
Indy Groove's got ice cream for you, Joan.
Yes. I scream for you. Oh, that's really cool, Tristan. Tristan's got some Irish in him. Or at least somebody did one day. Somebody had to get the Irish in him first. Oh, man. Not funny. Not funny to think about.
Yeah, I used to say when I was married that I was Polish by injection.
Yeah. It is cool. I will say, I think the ancestry stuff is neat, but I wish I'd love to do it. I would. And I get how powerful that is for people to just give it over so willingly because I want to know. I want to know. You know, I've been hearing stories my whole life. We've got a couple books written as the timeline of our families that were, you know, through Bibles and things. I'm lucky enough to have a book of, and you know what family it is? It's my step family. It's the Bechtels, and that name keeps showing up in Truth videos at the moment. And I'm just like, no, because I know. I'm related to them, but not. It is none of my grandparents, right? We're a part off of that, but it's all, it's the same thing. You're a Carter, you're a Grant, you're a Smith,
I think the more you hear about that when you're young, the more it actually does influence how you look at things. Because for me, it was finding out my great grandma was an American Indian and actually meeting her when I was very young.
Oh, wow. And to know you have that in you.
And then my great grandfather was a full-blooded Irishman, was third-generation American. Now, 3 years ago, my brother-in-law did a deep dive into the family. So I have a printout that goes back to the 1700s and 1600s of my whole family tree. But I didn't see that until, I was older. But the part where the American Indian part was, then I looked into what were Indians, what was their social culture like, all about the earth and conservation, and they had their issues. You wanted a wife, you went somewhere and kidnapped a woman, and then she was your wife. So that wasn't like they were all great people, but it did influence different things in aspects of the way you look at things.
Do you know, or if you're Jesus,
Put your teeth in, Joan.
either of you are related to anybody famous at all?
You want one?
Don't think so. I've met famous people.
I'm related to Thomas Paine, but not the Thomas Paine in America. It was a Thomas Paine author in England. Now everything went quiet. I suppose it's reloading.
Is this the one you want cut, or is it?
No, I
So what's Ulick doing tonight? Is Ulick not drinking tonight? What's he doing with himself? I was laughing at you last night, Ulick. I say with you, sorry. I was laughing with you. You had some nice funny conversations with that lass.
Keep talking for a second. I got to answer an email. Keep going. I'm listening, but I can't respond. And you don't want to hear me. Right, go ahead. Keep talking.
Oh, I knew some people that were royalty. I lived next door to King and Queen for 4 months. They lived at the Houston house in downtown Houston because they were displaced as king and queen of the country. But that was interesting. Always having a bodyguard outside the door in the corner, and get in the elevator and there's a king and queen standing there, and you talk to them like they're just normal people. But then they go outside and there's 4 limousines, and they get into one of them and they all 3 head out of town and split up. And it's like, yeah, they're not normal people. They have to deal with issues that I would never even consider.
Well, I don't know of any famous people or royalty that I'm related to. Could be distantly, but who knows?
And shoot, if you were English, I'd say, well, I'm sure you're in line for the throne. Just how many million are you in?
I think I watched a program with Tony Robinson. You know, that actor and archaeologist who does Time Team in the UK. He actually tracked the true line back from when it was usurped, I think, by Richard Richard first or something, Rich, whoever. But yeah, they traced a guy. I think it was family. There's a family in Australia actually where he was living. They had 3 daughters, and if the line hadn't been usurped, then he would have been. Well, he should be on the throne right now. I mean, there's talk of the Queen not well. The Queen's not at Buckingham Palace anymore.
Yeah, it's weird. They hold that history still alive, even though its purpose has been served.
It's fake.
Although if I had lived back in the time of the kings and queens and swords and stuff, I probably would end up being the jester. Just because I can't keep my mouth shut, and it would have got me killed any other way.
I think our Queen's up in Scotland now, hiding away in Balmoral or something.
You know, I have strange thoughts about that stuff. I often wonder if these people are even here at all. Like if they even already gone, and just what we're seeing right now are holograms. In fact, in some cases, I wonder if they've ever existed at all.
Her husband's pretty close to dying. Prince Philip's pretty close. He should be dead.
Yeah. It's weird things, you know. And they always seem to live forever. These people never die. They never have normal lives.
Well, they get the best care. They get the best food. They get the best of everything. So the fact they live longer isn't really that surprising,
and
especially back in the day.
Yeah.
But it got to a point where they knew they had to interject new blood because of all the deformities they were coming up with. It was like, yeah, we're going to rule, but it's going to be from the insane asylum.
That's really what's ended up happening. I think you're right. These people have literally DNA. They have bred compassion completely out of themselves. And they will just, and the thing is because they have no loyalty, they don't even have loyalty to themselves, which makes them even more dangerous, because it really is that concept that we see used over and over again, where it's the last 2 people sitting there fighting over a piece of bread. And then they look at each other like, whoa, what? Wait. And they look around and they realize it's just you 2 now. Just you 2, and you're still fighting each other. That's how I think, man, it's almost like that. And starting to fuck over. You know, I don't know. Maybe that's the reset. Maybe there will just be one man, one woman alive, like that old 80s movie. What was that? Night of the Comet. You know, remember that movie? It's like you don't, because you're British, but the Americans might. Remember the Night of the Comet? The 2 Valley girls, they don't die, and then they wake up the next day, and everybody. There were lots of movies like this back in the 80s. You know, the comet went by and burned everybody up in ashes, and they just, you know, you remember that?
Did you just call Scott British?
Scott.
I thought he was Scottish. Is he British? Nab 88.
I'm from UK. Yeah, I'm Yorkshire.
Oh, okay.
You know, I don't meet too many of them that get totally offended if they're Irish and I mistake them for being a different country. They don't seem to get too. They might you know, you might not have my charms, but the others don't seem to mind. They just correct me.
Yeah, I skipped charm school. I went to flirt school and skipped charm school.
Oh, that's the problem, Jerry. That's where the little boy jokes come in. You should have. See, that's what makes the British attractive to me, because I would say that what you just described is the typical American, where Europeans, and not just British people, but Europeans in general, they had some etiquette growing up. There was something to that makes them. It's James Bond. That's who did it for me. His fault. I blame him. Totally.
Yeah, the word proper comes into mind. They do proper things.
Proper equals hot as fuck is what it. I love that shit. He's just a man is all. He's just very, you're going to kiss me. You know, it's just those movies. I just loved that. I love that shit. Something about that. It's not assy though. That's the thing. I like that. Not that's, you know, you want to a man to grab you and just be like, take over. But at the same time, I don't want him to not, I would refer to the saying bedroom and boardroom, right? There's a difference. I want to be treated like that.
A woman in the streets and a hoe in the sheets, huh?
There you go.
You want him to rescue you so you can do your own thing.
There you go. Ooh, I like that one, Terry. You want to be? I did. I wanted to be rescued so I could do my own thing. I have that. That's beautiful. I might print that out. I'll write it, paint it on my wall, because I would say that describes my relationship to a T. And both of us. That's exactly what we wanted. The freedom to be.
What are you talking about?
Not you, my other.
Yeah, you get no freedom.
No, you don't get any. Look, I already have a shelf. Do you see how fast that was? See, I told you if I didn't.
Yeah, 2 shelves, 3 shelves.
I got 3 shelves. If you just leave them alone, ladies, they'll do it. Unless they're assholes, in which case leave them and find you a good guy. I want to do more videos on the difference between assholes and good guys that just act like assholes. Do you know what I mean? Because they don't know any better. Or they've been hurt by women all the time who are also cunts. We'll just call them cunts. So we have 2 groups that are hitting each other.
Hope you're ready for all the new comments. Hope you're ready for all those new comments you're going to get on that video. That's going to stir a nest.
Is it?
Ruffle some feathers.
You'll get all the yeah butts.
Yeah, butts.
Yep.
Everybody's got a butt face. You got butt face, because whatever I say, you're about to say butt to me. I can see it in your brow. Your lips are trembling. No, because we think we have to agree 1,000%. That's the problem we have today. We can't just identify what we're listening to and find a story in your repertoire, because something's happened to you in your lifetime that you can put yourself in those shoes, even if they don't fit, right? But we don't do that. We just, no, that's not how it was. That's not how it works, because that's not how it worked for me. Oh,
Right.
Okay. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm wrong. That goes to the religious thing. I'll tell you that. That goes to the near-death experience. That's how it feels to me there. How dare you? You just don't do it right. That's what I hear. You didn't do it right. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Why don't you tell me? Why don't you fucking tell me right now what I could have done different? Because you seem to know so much about me. And I'm just curious how you figured this all out in the 10 minutes we've known each other, or whatever span of time it is, Jesus, who are these fuckers? I just can't stand them anyway.
I hear you, Joan. My dad was, you never did it right. And I know there were times where I just, in the dark evenness of my mind, said, I could do this. He would witness it and it would make him happy. So you know what? I just ain't going to fucking do it.
Right. You give up.
Because he's going to.
Perfectionism. That's a form of
what?
Perfectionism. Giving up when you have trouble doing things, right? When you can't please another, when you do them and you give up on them, and in many cases yourself, you can't, it bothers you that you're unable to do it. It's called perfectionism. It's the other side. I have that side. That's why I hated math. It always bothered me, but I couldn't concept it. I couldn't grasp it. But it's because they wouldn't answer my questions when I'd say, why is there a 9 there in the equations? I could never understand it. They would say there just is. And I'd go, but I don't understand why there is. They never bothered to explain to me as a kid. And you might laugh, but this is you got to remember I moved a lot. So I repeated things and you couldn't get an answer. I didn't stay anything long enough to get a full, view of things. But I figured out, they would never explain to me that there was an equation, that they tried every other number and this was the number. They just told me because it was. So just on that alone, math bothered me because I couldn't grasp it. I mean, I can't imagine. Do you see what I mean? Once it got to a certain degree, and it made me mad that I couldn't get an answer for how math worked after 1 + 1. And now I go to college and I have to take a test because, you get your test you take after high school in order to go and find out what colleges may or may not want you. And so you do that and you score. And I get off to college and I have great scores except in one subject, math, the one that has always bothered me, right? The one I could never fucking master. So I gave up on it. I just didn't care. Okay. Just didn't try it, math. Thought, well, I'll take that C. I'll do enough. So I go to college and I'm going to get my classes figured out. And they want me to take a test for math. So my scores were low enough. They wanted to test me a second time. So I go and I take this other math test. And then when I completed that test, the counselor calls me in and says, okay, here's the thing with your math. He said, you scored right smack dab in the middle, which means luckily you can choose to take a higher math class and get credit. He said, you can choose that, but I would recommend that you go back and take a remedial so that you can catch up to, take college prep again is what he wanted me to do so that I could go into the whatever.
I did that, yes.
Right. Or college algebra again, right. Yeah.
Yep.
And he said, but I didn't have to. And see, here's the thing. This is my logical brain. So then I say, okay, wait a minute. You're telling me that if I just go ahead and take the next college algebra class, the next class that's here, I can take that and earn credit. Or you're saying that, or you're recommending that I go take a remedial, like a back class as a refresher, which I won't get credit for, and then take the next class. And he says, yes. And I looked at him and I said, why would I take 2 math classes? I only have to take 1. And he said, he laughed. He said, fair enough. And I said, I will take that option. Thank you. And let me tell you, this is a true story. I got the highest grade in that math class. And you want to know why? I was so scared because I was a Bachelor of Arts. I was so scared to have to take more math than necessary. In other words, to have to take the fucking class again, that I studied like a motherfucker. And I had all these easy classes. I had prepared for that class. I actually did the problems. I sat every night and did all the little practice problems in the book. I did everything I should have been doing when I was younger, right? But I didn't like it. But I didn't have motivation. Now I had motivation because I'm paying for this fucking math class and I don't want to do it no more. I'm an adult, right? And I got the highest grade in my math class and I was so proud of myself. And even my math teacher, who I, still could talk to today, she'd help me because I'd meet her after. Like I was like, please don't let me fail. And the day she announced in the class that she announced it to the whole classroom that I had the highest of that class. I mean, that you'd have thought that I was like 8 years old. I was just beaming. I thought I remember that's how it felt when the teacher would say, "Honey, got an A." I'm such a dork. I'm a nerd, but I couldn't master that one, and I didn't let it get me into groove. I licked its ass, and not in the bad way.
Failure was not an option. It's amazing what you can do, right?
Too fucking scared. I was too scared to fail. And so I mastered it. And then it really opened it up. And now suddenly I have a love for math. And it's interesting because it licked me so much as a kid that I would go and research. Like I knew about these theories. I figured that out on my own. That's what I'm saying. It bothered me that I didn't know, and I ended up marrying. My first husband was a mathematician. So clearly, but he was my math tutor. That's how I met him.
Yeah. I used to have a crush on my math tutor too.
Yeah. Fuck him. But yeah. That pissed him off too. I think he was waiting for me to fail into groove now in hindsight because he was paying for that in his mind because we were married at the time. So regardless of whether I passed or failed, he was the one getting the hit. You know how that goes. And so, but I think at the end, he didn't seem all that excited that I had accomplished that A in that class. And so I think to a degree, maybe he wanted me to fail. No,
Yeah, so he
saved
could still
it.
be the math genius.
Yeah.
The power trip, right? It's like what one thing he's better than you at, and now you're better at it.
Does anyone have any other like examples? I want to hear some others. I need a break from my mind for a second. I want to hear people.
I was gonna
The
say it's
pub's
kind of
open. The
it's
pub's open
amazing.
again, right?
The what?
The pub is open again,
Oh,
and people are living. They're coming out. It's real. It's mad. Wait to hear.
Huh.
This is what normal life is like. I'm gonna open my door, right? Let's just hear them what they're like. And oh, quick! Where's my fucking key? Can you hear anyone singing yet?
no,
You're
not
at your
yet.
camera.
Where's my door? Where's my key? Where's my key? I'm fucking finished.
Damn, how many locks you got? Like a castle door.
Can you hear?
Nope.
No. Stick your camera on. What's going on? Is there anything to see?
No, I can't hear. It's too awkward. No, I don't want to go in because they'll only fucking drag me in with them and they make me drink. Twist your arm, right? Yeah, it's a pity. I couldn't let you see. I would love to bring it in, yeah, to see what it's like. But they're all down there drunk now at this stage, yeah. And
Do
it's
it.
only.
Do it, Ulrich. Do it.
That's fabulous. Oh, let's change the. We won't be in bed with me anymore. Let's go to the pub.
Yeah, it's a pity. No. Fuck, they're too drunk.
Oh, it's from the church? I don't have one for that. I'll be right back. I never even thought of that. A church one? What? I need Joni Rotten's church. That would be awesome. I'm gonna fucking find one. So they're
I'm
outside.
good with the stained glass windows and the pews. It's great to hear people singing again. That's what I've been missing. That's the first now I've heard people singing in ages, just with a few drinks in them. So they sing in the pubs there? Yeah. Just like the movies? Just like the movies? Because they don't sing unless it's karaoke or out here. Singing, they're not singing popular songs. They're all traditional songs they be singing. Right,
You get people sat down with instruments, don't you, and they just like start jamming.
Well, these crowd aren't. No, these are the horsey people that have to be out trotting ponies. They trotting ponies with carts.
Mm-hmm.
They're after being out doing that this afternoon, and now they're in having something to eat and a few drinks.
Are they travellers then?
Some of them are. No, they wouldn't be really, but they would be involved in that. Yeah, you wouldn't be too far off, but not this crowd. Maybe one or two of them might be. What kind of horses? Travellers have a bad reputation here. Well, the itinerants they're called, but they've a bad reputation.
A bit wild, aren't they?
Yeah, but when you say wild, there's a lot of them are thieving bastards. Just they give all of them a bad name. But they are lawless.
They have a travellers fair up here every year, in the village next to me.
That Aylesbury.
They all travel up the A64 and with their horses and carts, like all the way to the coast, and they have this fair on this farmer's field. Just hang around.
Yeah, that goes on here as well all the time. If you know what I mean, like different fairs, and they have a big one in it's called Ballinasloe Horse Fair. And
so they just race there. They don't have like a regular racetrack they go to every weekend. You guys just have events.
No, they just do that out on the road. They just bring them out on the road and
Yeah, they just take the horses out on the, with the carts on, don't they? What they the three wheelers.
Let me see if I can get one up for you. I'll go out and have a look and see if I can get a video for you to show what they do. Where they do it.
What do you think of my church now?
Here, let me switch out of comments.
Proper.
Right? Do you recognize
Don't
it?
you-
Right? Jill, do you recognize it? Nah.
Hello? I'm here.
You recognize
Hi,
Is it, I don't
Michelle.
know, St. Paul's? I don't know.
It in.
I don't know
had to
churches very
kick
well.
off the sins I've got in for a minute, and yes,
I'm gonna guess
relaxed,
Catholic.
chilled. Eh?
I said I'm
Sorry,
gonna guess
someone asked.
Catholic.
Christ Church Cathedral in Oxford. It's Christ
What's
Church.
it called? Which one?
It's Christ Church Cathedral.
Christchurch. I don't know. I go to Oxford. I don't really pay attention to the buildings, like the.
The University of Oxford, Christ Church.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, university. Now it's nice around there.
It's the way
Pretty sure I've been to a stately home in Christchurch, I think, on a school trip.
Right. Anyway, it's very strange. If you look down here, it clearly looks like it's a mirrored image of itself, but it's not. And that's what makes that so beautiful, this picture.
They create that
know.
angelic
Yeah.
atmosphere.
The two sides.
It's funny how you don't really you don't go and look at your own country, and it's hardly surprising when we go on holiday we just lay on a beach.
I could never do that.
Saying that churches wouldn't be much. Although maybe they would be now. Maybe there'd be more churches would be my thing now, right? Because you'd probably be able to see so much more going around the church.
If I had the opportunity to come to your country, this is where I'd want to go as a tourist. You better believe it. How much symbolism is in there? Could you imagine standing in that and what that would feel like? Holy fuck. Yeah. I'm surprised you haven't gone if it's close to you, because I'd have been there. But then I have a religious background with it too. So I already knew about some of this stuff from my own research into the history of religions. But nonetheless, I would think as truth or those places you would have been very fascinated by.
There is a 12th century church in my village.
That would be fascinating to go see. I love churches.
There's a little graveyard and that.
Yeah. Walk around them. Have you ever done that? Have you never done that before?
Oh yeah, I've walked around that one. Yeah, it's not very big either. It's 12th century. It's pretty old, medieval. So
that would be rad. I mean, that's another thing that would be cool to come over there, because I'd get to see live and up close things that were from, my very ancestors, right? The very people we came from over here, in general. I mean, it's just, wow, you can't get any closer to your history than that. And to be able to say, it's like, I always thought being an archaeologist would be cool, because the idea of being that close to that long ago is like a time travel, just to be able to, I love that shit. That's cool. That's way cool. I love museums. I just love them. It's this way you're literally there. You're there. You're at there. I don't know. Can't describe it.
I live just next to St. Albans, which is an old Roman town, and it's got a Roman church. It's got what else it's got? I think it's got a Roman theatre in there. There's loads of shit around here that's Roman.
That would be rad. But I like that though. I don't think everyone likes history or thinks of these things in the same way I do. I recognize that. But I would have explored that as a child or a human just being next door. I would think that was so rad to be that close to the Romans. I mean, those were people. Those were as they were an entire group the civilization that was before us. I don't know. That just seems so.
But you probably are, Jane. You know what I mean? You probably are. You're probably living on land that way before the Roman times there was people living on there, right?
Yeah. I don't know. That just blows me away. I just thinking of that.
How come the Romans never got this far?
What now?
The Romans never took this country. They never. Well, apparently
No,
they
the
never.
Celts
They were
kept them
never.
away, didn't they?
Well, so we're told. You know what I mean? But I'm wondering why though. That is, was it? I know the English came over here for all the
There'd
timber.
have probably
They
been a
took
lot of gold involved.
all the ships with the timber. That was the first thing they come over here for.
I think the Romans became religion, is what I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that they became a country. I think they became a religion. They became the bishop on the chessboard. They took that position, said, oh, yep, we're going to take this one. We're going to get to the money this way. This is how we're going to get to the money. Because it goes for like that. So like you have the biggest kid on the playground and he can push everybody away and take their lunch money. Well, there's another kid that's equally as aggressive, but in their own way. Maybe they're very good at manipulating people. In which case they could go over to the bully and manipulate him into giving him some of his lunch money. And now he becomes the bishop. And the bishop has powers. And from that, magic. That's what I think they were stealing from Egypt. Magic. All of that.
No, I think the Romans using their road building technology to connect everything for control. They probably couldn't build a road over there to the island, so that's probably why they didn't invade. But they used the fact that instead of the distance making all the smaller communities separate, we put a road where we can now put horses on and drive fast and get there quicker. So now we have more control over them.
Yeah. Murph, you were muting. I mean, you were echoing, so I muted you. So if you need to talk, please unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Hi, Murph.
Hi, buddy. In the groove. Buddy. How are you, Mark?
Hey, Murph.
How you doing, Murph?
Joel.
Right, mate.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, good. Oh, good. Getting better and better by the day for you.
Are you walking around the room, Murph? Because you sound like you're walking further away.
You know what? I'm not. I've just got a new laptop here, so I'm on the laptop. I'm going to put the headset on.
Okay, yeah, you're kind of doing weird things with the sound at the moment. We'll wait.
Does that make any difference to you? Does it sound better, or?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, I'll put a headset on now and I'm plugged it into there. I can hear it, yes.
That's good, Murph.
Yeah, your microphone was picking up the whole room, so we were getting the echoes plus all the background noise. But now with the headset, we only get what you're talking because the mic doesn't draw as far a distance.
Nice one, Jerry. Thank you very much. Okay, well, carry on anyway. I've only just switched on. I was setting up. Well, I'm getting a really bad hiss. One sec. I'm going to mute this and try a different headset.
Okay. Hey, Mike. How are you, man? Good to see you. Who says hi, Murph? Nice. Everybody's hi. And the Beacon Realist is live. And I'm going to put his link in the chat. I'm not telling you to go over there. I'm telling you this guy has popped into our streams a few times. And he also does lives. And he talks about random things. And so you may or may not care. You may or may not like him. Doesn't matter. I'm going to put this. That's up for you to decide. But I'm going to put his link in the chat. Let me get into Google. It's just with the VK.
Well, Mike Taylor and some spread has gone.
because we're not getting notifications either right now. If you're live, I won't know it. P. Murph, if you've gone live lately, I have no idea because I never get anything from you anymore. I don't even know if you have a channel. I thought you just dropped off the earth. I had no idea you were still breathing.
Well,
he has
I haven't done anything live for at least a week anyway. I was too busy getting pissed and then listen back, being disgusted with myself, starting off okay, but then I wind up getting drunk and repeating myself. So I'm going to go through all them videos that I had and I'm going to edit them. And now that I've got a laptop to do it with, so I kind of avoided it, but I've set one up for about 9:30 tonight. I was going to have a little chat tonight, but I haven't been on Joe now. So if you haven't heard nothing from me, it's because I haven't done nothing.
Fair enough.
What do you want, Steve? Oh, shit. Jacket pocket. They're in the jacket you've got on.
Does anyone remember Malibu Sky when she came in here?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the guys thought she sounded pretty cute.
No.
One section.
She has a channel and she is also a live streamer. And I am sending you the link to her channel as well if you want to go check her out and see what she is all about. Sharing the
Is she
love,
cute?
everybody. Put your channels and your links into the chat now. Put your trays in an upright position. Ooh, I need an airplane back there so I can be a stewardess. Now I can be a preacher, a stewardess, a performer. I'll be back. You can get in bed with me and on the couch. I'll have every background for whatever mood I'm in. I'm multi-talented as an actress.
Moody.
Oh, is that what they call it? Good. That was good. I like that mood. Oh, what mood I'm in. Remember mood rings? Those were rad. I was always green. I didn't never change. My mood, whatever color was on it. It was always
That's the
green.
heart chakra, right? The heart
I don't
color.
know. They'd always say, green, you're horny. Well, I don't think so right now. You're pissing me off.
What colour was horny?
I don't, green.
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 Mine would have just been green all the time then.
Yeah, well, I didn't like them. I wouldn't wear them because it would piss me off because every time somebody would go, you know what that means?
Red should be the horny color.
That is true. I just know mine was green. I don't know what green is.
No, blue. Blue should be the horny colour, shouldn't it?
What's that?
Sometimes I'd be blue.
Yeah, blue should definitely be the horny colour. Wow, I'm getting some hiss. I'm getting some hiss back off this. Only when I've got a headset on though. Wow, this is heavy. This is heavy hiss.
Wow.
There are some ways to adjust your computer to change the levels. You probably need to go into your settings on your mic and your headset. And run a
usually
test.
if you plug something in, in your input, it's gonna pop up and ask you what type of input it is. That's a new thing they do now. Make sure you select, if you have a mic with a headset, you definitely want to make sure you click that one instead of just a regular headphone or microphone output. Might not be working right.
Yeah, Joan, you need a picture of a nuclear explosion for when you do the rotten rant.
Oh, God, that would be good, Jerry.
Right, unplug
Dropping a bomb on you. No, I want torpedoes. I want torpedoes. I want him to shoot out my tits. I'm going to find. Somebody draw me that, please. I want
Fembots.
You want to get your tits out on cam, do you, Joe? You're on YouTube, you know. You can't be doing that.
I can't shoot torpedoes out my...
You can't be going getting your tits out on fucking YouTube. Don't. Just calm down. Well, you can if you want. I wouldn't complain. But some people know.
Oh God! I'll tell you where I get this. There's actually, hang on. Now you guys are probably gonna love me. Um,
Oh, it's all going quiet over there.
Hey, Joan. I know we're not going to get political, but there are a lot of people that are anti-government in here. I'd like to tell you a little story that's just happened that probably has been missed. It's about Princeton University and going woke. They wrote an article about themselves and published it that said that they were so systemically racist and it was so built into the system that there was no way to fix it, which is all just, meandering around. Oh, you guys, I'm woke. Don't attack me. However, our federal government came out with a little thing which I will applaud them for. They started an investigation into Princeton because there's a federal law that says we can't give you funding if you're racist. So since you just admitted you're racist, we're going to have to actually investigate this now because you might not be able to get any federal funding. So it's like, oops. But they painted themselves in a corner because they only have two options now. They say they're not racist and they get attacked for that, or else they say they are racist and they don't get no federal funding. How the intelligent people fuck themselves over so bad.
I want this, but I want to be like a mermaid, right? Instead of like bird food, I want like a fishtail, and I want to have torpedo tips.
What the hell?
That's super comic book style. What do you think?
Secret holics? Did you just say secret holics? I misunderstand what you just said.
I don't know. I'm having a hard time hearing you, Murph. I'm trying.
Sorry, did you say secret holics? No. I tell you what, I'm going to go out of here and go and sort the headset out. I'll speak to you in a bit.
Okay.
Cool.
I
All
don't know.
right, see you
I
later.
was waiting for one of you to tell me what he said.
No, I thought you said secret holics.
Secret holics.
Secret holics. That's what I said. I'm saying, did I hear you right, or did you just say secret holics? Which is a perfect description, I think, isn't it? Really. But anyway, I'm going to go on to this chat and I'm going to go and sort out my headset because you can't hear me when I'm speaking on the mic on the laptop. And you can hear me fine when I'm on the headset, but I can't hear you at all because all I've got is this mad face going on. So, Jerry, thanks for the tip. You, thanks for the tip. I'm going to go and check that out now. And I'll come back.
Okay.
All right, man. Cool.
Yeah, because I didn't hear any of that except the end. That's what he said.
Yeah, there you go. See, you can't hear me now, fucking bastards. Come on. I'll see you in a bit.
He's to sort out his headset. Yep.
Yeah, because that sucks. Because I'm a Murph lover. I enjoy listening to him. And he's
Yeah.
cute too. Look at him.
Voices all canceling out.
Yeah.
We saw you. We saw you.
Sorry, we won't tell anyone. It's our secret. Oh man. The ducks are sleeping right now. I just checked on them. They're still sleeping. So when they wake up, though, I have them right here. See, we'll check in on them. Oh, wait, they're up. Oh, they're just now waking up. Oh, they must have heard Mama quack. And all the little ducks came back. You remember that song, 6 Little Ducks Went Out to Play, Wibble Wobble, Wibble Wobble. How's it go? And far away, and the one little duck with the feather on his back, he led the others with a quack, quack, quack. You don't remember that? Yeah, that's my preschool teacher side. I've always liked kid stuff. I was babysitting at 11. My cousins. My aunt would go to work and pay me to babysit them in the summer at 11 years old. I've always been pretty good with it. And I remember helping out with them and stuff. I used to love when my grandma would change my cousin's diaper. I was the oldest of the cousins, of the first cousins, and then I was the youngest of the second cousins. But I remember my grandmother changing my baby cousin's diapers, and every time they would have a stinky, she'd go, "Stew, wee." They'd just smile at her and, just giggle and kick their little feet. And it was just so cute. My grandma was so fun to watch around babies. The things that you see, but I was that kid, I was very interested in. I didn't like baby dolls. I didn't play baby dolls. That's the weird thing. I didn't like dolls at all. I had some, but I didn't like them. I played teacher with them or something, but I don't know. Dolls seemed. I like little dolls. I like paper dolls. Now, paper dolls, I had lots of those. Who had paper dolls? I see this is the girly. You can't say that. Whose sister had paper dolls? Somebody did.
We had paper dolls. They had little folds on them. You had little dots that were already poked, and you had to tear them out or cut them out. And it was papers everywhere. It meant you had to sweep the floor after you got done.
I fucking seriously loved those things. Mine lasted for a very long time. I was very careful with them. And I didn't ever let anyone else play with them. Right? They were not a toy that was out when my friends came over. I didn't want them to have seen their paper dolls. And I didn't want mine looking like that. Like, no way. I think that's unfair. We do that to kids nowadays. We teach them to share everything. I talk about there's difference between secrets and privacy, and that's another example of that. There's a difference between sharing and keeping some things that are just for me. I don't need to share those. And I think that I've seen a lot of parents lately in articles teaching kids they can't have something specifically theirs, that they must share it. And I don't know. I disagree with that. If my kid don't want to share her fucking rattle, I don't think she has to. It's hers.
Communism.
We brought it from home. And I did it because it's her favorite. And I don't think she needs to share with your ugly, snot-nosed kid, if you're asking me. So I don't like that you just reached over and said you should share. No, she shouldn't have to. Now you have toys on the floor that we're here at a sharing location. We're sharing these toys. In other words, that's a implied ownership of these toys that are on the blanket. In other words, they can both share those because we're putting them in a space with those things together. And when a child shows up with something that is theirs, well, now I think that changes the rules of the game. And I don't know why we can't see that. And so again, there's times where I have to bite my tongue in situations, not when it comes to my own kid, because fuck that. But that's why I don't belong to mom's groups. This is why the soccer games. I'm so glad my husband's got that out of his system because I never want to do that shit again. Neither does he. Our daughter's not interested, which is partly the fault of the thing. She had 2 practices and she got out there to play a game, and a practice is different from a game. And she instantly became afraid she's going to get knocked over. It's very tiny. And she didn't even know how to play. And so 2 practices is not enough, or 3, maybe it's 3. So now she's not interested. And but we made her stay the whole game as long as her grandma and grandpa, because she was going home with them. And they stayed as long as their backs could take. So it was over half. And and she the parents there that I'm listening to, and my husband and I are sitting there like, wow, at our age it sounds different. And there, there's this one little girl that does not want to play. She's like my kid. She don't want to play, but her mom's not going to let her stay out of it. So she's standing in the field crying or won't look at them. She's literally ignoring her parents, and they're yelling at her, "Hey, Millie, look, get the ball." And she's standing there like, "Fuck you." She has this look of discontent on her face, as if I'm not even fucking listening to you. No, I'm going to stand here. You can see it written all over her. Defiant. She was being defiant. That girl's going to sneak out her window when she's a teenager. I can promise you that at least once. You know, unless something changes in her life. If something changes in her life, things might be different. But as of right now, I can pretty much guess what that house is like. And I don't think she's abused in any way. But I think there's expectations in that family, and she's not meeting them. And so she don't want to do nothing. You know? Then you have another one that's running around like a chicken with its head cut off. She just was having a good old time. Wasn't giving a crap. She reminded me of, what's her name? Ali Sheedy in The Breakfast Club. She had that attitude. She just, you know, played when she wanted and then didn't when she didn't want to. And these kids are all 5. These are all 5-year-olds. I mean, you could clearly see the behaviors right then and there. And I remember that I wrote when I taught preschool in college. I actually have wrote some papers and things on what I had guessed these kids were going to be like based upon, you know, their behaviors. And I will tell you that I was, in fact, right. I stayed in a small town, and most of them did, so I saw them grow up. And I pinged a lot of them. I did. I knew which ones were going to do this and which ones would end up being those teenagers. And then with my ex being in the system, I actually even got up close and personal as some of them were in school. So I knew their teachers. They were friends of mine. So it was interesting. Anyway, I was talking too much. Why don't you guys stop me? That's when you're supposed to stop me.
We're in church. I can't say anything.
We're in Ducky Church. They're up now. They're going to get into the water again. They're so cute.
John, you remember the comedian that used to have the tagline "Shucky Ducky Quack Quack"? Shucky Ducky. Yeah, he's a comedian. His name is actually Shucky Ducky something. And yeah, you have to watch that. You'll know when you see it what the whole thing is. It's interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yep.
You think I did justice? Did you time me? How many walls did you get painted while I ranted? Justice. He's a sucker. Either you guys know, I'm just going to say this. Y'all sick fuckers is what y'all, those of you that come in here religiously, and I'll tell you why I think this. Anybody that wants to listen to a woman go on and on about the stupidest shit she can think of clearly has mental problems. Because
I'm taking the toner as well and listening to you.
And I listen to you. Yeah, I have mental problems. So they say anyway. But I listen to
I'm
you guys.
taking my toenails here while I'm listening to you.
Yep. I got nothing going on today.
Can you see them perk up when they hear her voice outside as if they recognize the quack is familiar to them? That's interesting. You're going to be waiting a while, Justice. I'm just going to tell you. Oh, babe, we're all fucked is what it is. Just admit it. We're all just human. That's what we are. Oh, my. Oh. They want out. This is cool. The chickens are out. Look at this. I can get you 2 nature cams at once. Check this out. Check this out. Okay, here we go. There's Mama Duck. There's chickies, chicky booties. Who's sharpening a knife, man? It never sounds good. And what is that? Sounded like somebody was sharpening a really large knife.
Or a really small sword, right?
Touche.
Joan, do you remember we had a guy in the room the other night that chatted? He was sitting in his kitchen with a knife.
Yes.
Who was that?
I
Who was that?
What was he doing?
Oh, he was sitting paring something with a knife. A bit like, I mean, it was a big knife, like it was a proper. I'd say it was about 12 inches at least, wasn't it, Joan?
Yeah.
What was he sharpening? Or?
He's fabulous. Now, I've seen him before. That's just his thing. That's his avatar. He's an auditor, but he sits in a rocking chair and sharpens knives. Just periodically, he turns his camera on, rocks and sharpens. He's creepy.
He looks as odd, doesn't he?
Oh, you made
He's
my
got a wig on him.
now. You like, shame on you. Ooh, that was funny. Oh my.
Can
Oh,
anyone hear me?
okay, Murph. So let's try this again, Murph.
Can you hear me, Joan? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still getting a hiss. I don't know. I've just got this mad hiss. Oh my God! Like somebody's driving past with one of them. Oh, what's going on? It's like
Hey,
one of those
do you
cleaning machines.
if you just have one input on that laptop, right? There's only one thing to plug in.
Yeah.
You plugging in a headphones with a mic attached to it?
I'm plugging in. I've got a laptop that's got Beats audio in it, and I'm plugging in a pair of Beats.
Beats. Okay, so you're talking through the laptop, but you're listening through headphones.
I've got the pair of Beats on, and I've got the microphone, and all I can hear is this hiss going shh, and then fading and then going again. It's as if there's one of those street cleaners going past my house.
Huh.
I don't know if
Yes.
it's coming from somebody else. There might be somebody else in this chat and I'm just picking it up. I don't know. I've just tried it on a few other places, and I can hear perfectly.
You're not hearing any ducks? Can you hear any ducks?
Well, I was just looking at your video there, and I was wondering which one was the paedophile in Duckingham Palace. Which one of them ducks is the pedo?
I do not have pedo ducks, Murph. No, we have awesome ducks.
Listen, if you duck, you duck. You just missed the pedo. You just duck.
They're cute though. They've been fun to watch.
The ducks are cute.
Hmm. They're not even a week old yet. They haven't even been hatched. They hadn't even been born 7 days yet. That's how new they are.
And is this Duckingham Palace? Is this have you got a side cam on or something, Joan?
Yeah, I have my cell phone outside in their
I
little
see.
area. Hmm.
So if it's Duckingham Palace, one of them is definitely a paedophile. And which one? And which one's facilitating? Which one's facilitating the rest?
There you go. It's actually the name of my land is Duckingham Acres because
Well,
I had to add an American touch to it. But for the video, I just put Palace because it was funny. So
Yeah. Well, it's
But I
enough.
don't
It's enough
face
to make a
having
conspiracy theorist out of anybody, isn't it?
You gone.
I said it's enough to make a conspiracy theorist out of anybody, isn't it? Because I always ask this question, and everybody knows that Jimmy Savile was procuring kids for the royal family, right? Well, when he died, did his job die as well, or is somebody else doing it? And now, the minute you think about that, you're a conspiracy theorist
It's just one
because
bad duck, Murph.
somebody else is doing Jimmy Savile's job, and it might be a duck.
Yep. Or Simon Cowell.
Well,
Yeah.
he's the person I thought of, and Russell Brand.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, those guys. I mean, come
Why
on.
did Russell Brand get given a Hollywood stage for
Ugh.
nothing? He's fucking useless. He's a useless comedian. He's a useless actor. He's a useless celebrity. But they
And
gave him a
human being.
Hollywood stage. He's definitely the non's procurer, isn't he?
No, it's a good theory.
No,
You've only got to
I'd say
see
Daisy Beckham.
Daisy Beckham.
I'd say.
I
Daisy
don't know.
Beckham.
I don't know him. Who's that?
He used to play football.
Oh,
David
David Beckham.
David Beckham. Mm.
David Beckham. Yeah, do you know
Yeah.
what? Do you know what? He could be, but he in his circle, he doesn't come around kids, does he?
Do
Whereas
you ever think?
Simon Cowell and Russell Brand are around kids all the time. Oh, this hissing's do my
football.
fucking head in.
More football, young blokes, young people. They get them out of their. Well, I know they used to be sent over here as children over to Liverpool. Is a big place for kids to be going over to the football clubs.
From Ireland, yeah.
You know what?
Yeah,
It just
it was-
kind of,
Yeah.
if
What,
you think
you know?
like connecting dots, like okay, this is how maybe the script was written. Here's an idea. So if we imagine we have this, because this is an American side now, I'm telling you how it played out in my country. We have this band, the Spice Girls, and this specific age group really, really likes them.
I'll tell you what it is.
No, wait, let me, Murph, I'm trying to get to the end result. Let me tell you what the end result was. We now have football as an actual sport now, which we didn't have before. But if I go back and rewind the dots, David Beckham had a lot to do with that because every woman in the whole fucking country started seeing soccer dudes as the hottest fucking shit since Rice. I know because at the time I lived in that group of women that were all drooling over this fucker. And now look what we have. We have soccer in every state, football in every
They did
state
push it out there.
country, which we did not have, Intergroove, did we? And that was the doorway. So if I have a band where I have a UK band of girls and all these young girls love them, so let's say their moms now have to listen to them.
Girl power.
And so now I say, well, I've got an inside door into this exact generation of people that I know are going to love football someday. So I'm going to use this as an opportunity to marry two of these people. And that way, guess what? We get football leagues here in America. It was that simple. It's
There you go.
that simple. They
And
created
Joan-
an icon for us to admire so they could get their outcome.
And Joan, do you know what? Why don't people see that so simply as you do? I mean, it's such a simple thing to see. It's just sorry.
Because of rubes.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, go. I'm
Yep.
sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, I was just saying, Joan. Why is it that you see that, and the people around you don't? It's such a simple concept to see. I mean, it's not like it's hidden. It's not like they're trying to. They're not hiding it from us. They're putting it in our faces, and you see right through it, and I see right through it. You know,
Well, you
let's
could
marry the
research.
hottest footballer in the world with the hottest bed in the. What would they call it? Spice Girls? Girl power. Girl power. It was all about
You
girl
nailed
power.
it.
It was
It
all
was
about girl
all
power,
a
wasn't it?
ploy. It had all been arranged previous. These aren't dots that randomly happen to create an outcome. These are scripts that were written and followed to the letter, and it achieved the outcome. And you know, it could still be.
It was a revamp on women's lib, wasn't it? It was like girl power was women's lib with steroids, and then they took the most glorified male on the planet and married him to her. She's the worst singer in the band. I mean, because she can't sing. She's got a nice ass, but she can't
She was
sing.
the pretty one, yeah. She was the pretty one, and the rest were kind of whatever, you know. their own little
From behind, she's the pretty one.
thing. Yeah.
Because she's got a sexy ass, I'd say. But she wasn't nice looking in any way.
Who are we talking about?
Classic.
David Beckham's
Posh.
wife, you look.
Posh,
What's her name? Victoria.
Yeah.
I don't like to smile, Vicky.
Yeah, well, there was an invasion went over that time. That was another British invasion, wasn't it? That time.
That's what it was. It was a British invasion of America again, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they pushed it hard. It was a hard sell. Yeah.
There's a few of them got in there. There was what's his name as well. There was another guy there. He's a chat host. James Gordon, is it?
Who, the black one? Oh yeah,
Who?
yeah, the fat kid.
Yeah, yeah. Look
Yeah,
at him.
the
He's
fat
another
one.
one.
Yeah,
He's another. He's definitely one
Planted.
that's.
Yeah, he's a tool. He's a tool for the elite. He's a tool. They're all tools, though. I mean, if they're on the television, they're tools.
Yeah.
I mean, we know this now. In this chat, there can't be anybody in here now that thinks that if you hear something on the news, it's actually news. It's not fucking news. It's what they want you to believe.
It's advertising.
Yeah, it's advertising. Say it's advertising, or it's
And magic.
indoctrination into to make you. I can hear them ducks.
Programming. It's just
Yeah.
It's just programming.
Yeah, programming. It's getting you used to. Well, you stick it on your telly, you get used to it, don't you? Unless you turn the telly off. And why doesn't everybody turn the telly off? And I'm getting sick of people sending me these videos now of the shit that's going down in London and crowds fighting with busies, and I'm like, what are you trying to sell me? What are you trying to sell me? Because I'm not going to a square in London or an empty parliament. I'm coming to see that busy you've just filmed. I'm going to find out where he lives. That's where I'm going. Because when we do that, when we collectively do that, we identify our enemy. And if we don't identify our enemy, how can we discuss our enemy? How can we solve the problem if we don't mention the problem? Because this is where we need to go. And I know, Jerry, you said we weren't going to get political. I don't know how we can't get political on a YouTube live chat. We need to get political, and we should be getting political, and we should be letting these people know in no uncertain terms that we will find out where they live. If they facilitate the enemy, we'll find them. You can shoot a black man, you can shoot a white man, you can shoot whatever you want, and the press will cover it in any way they want to. But they've got addresses too. See them newscasters? They're the ones we need. Never mind the busies, because they only follow the rhetoric that they're getting presented. But see all these people on the TV? That's the houses we need to go to. We don't want to go to an empty parliament. We don't want to go to an empty street in London and start shouting and bawling so the busies can come and club somebody over the head and kill them. Let's make it personal for them. Let's make it personal for them. Let's go to their houses. Let's go to their houses and say, listen, dickhead, you put that costume on, I'm going to kill your kid. Simple as that. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I don't give a shit. I know that the end game of this shit is for me to die. So I'm gonna make it as difficult as possible for them. You come to my street, I'm coming to your fucking house. So carry on, dickhead.
Yeah, most of those newscasters from around here, the locals, they're all known alcoholics and in that whole crowd.
Have people identified their addresses? Because this is where we need to go. We, as a people, need to start identifying them. When we see a video of a crowd of busies, we need to identify that busy. And then we need to identify the cunt that reports on it falsely. And we need to make sure that they feel it personally. Because we're not going to get anywhere if we don't. We're just going to carry on believing what we're being told. And all these dickheads walking around with masks just because the government said you should. It's not a law. There is no law. And they couldn't possibly. And even if it was a law, who gives a fuck? You're a living man. You're a living man and you should take control of your own life. Don't be sitting there waiting to be told by a government whose only aim is to keep you subservient to them.
Well,
What why listen?
rebellious behavior has always been
It's not rebellious
frowned
though.
upon.
You're saying it's
Well, it
rebellious.
kind of
It's
is.
not. Well, it's not though, is it? It's standing up for
But
yourself.
when you're a kid though, and you display those behaviors, you get corrected and made to conform, right? So when these people grow up, they've never stood up for themselves for anything. Most of these people, yeah,
And we
they
get
will
these-
only join a
presented-
group. They will only join a group. That's it. They won't
that
do
the
it on their
news
own.
that the news says is okay to join. But if you think about it, what the news tells us is, oh, we're going to wind up with anarchy. Anarchy. Well, anarchy is our best friend. Anarchy is where we make the rules and we don't break them because we live by the rule that we make. That's anarchy. It's not chaos. It's got absolute. It's the polar opposite of chaos. Chaos is unruly everything, whereas anarchy isn't. Anarchy means a society without rulers, not without rules. We definitely have rules in an anarchic society. We have to have rules. Otherwise, what's the fucking point in ever having any kind of society? I mean, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. This is what we feel. We don't need to be told this by a Bible. We don't want to kill anybody. We don't want to rob off anybody. We just want to live our lives. And I guarantee that everybody here right now, if you've seen your neighbor in need, you would help them. You would help them. You would help your neighbor in any way you could. You might not be able to solve their problem, but you will go and you will go out of your way, and you will go out of your way to help your neighbor. And I don't give a shit who you are, because that's what you will do.
Some, yeah, some don't. Some have been.
They will. Everyone.
They've been shifted out of it, you know.
Everybody would do it. Everybody would do it. There are people that have been harmed by maybe trying to help people and things have gone wrong for them, but only because the police got involved. Because they take away our rights. The police take away our actual human rights, our human belief. Because if somebody crosses me, I want to go and deal with them. But I can't deal with them without getting the police involved and let them take money off somebody that bothered me in the first place and let them prosecute them, take them to court, fine them, put them in jail, and they get everything. And the police and the justice system get everything, whereas I get nothing. And I'm supposed to be happy with, oh, justice has been served. Well, fuck right off. I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with that.
Can I just ask you first about? No, I'm not being. I just want to ask this, putting it out there. When you have them laws, right, and you break government laws or whatever, right, proper laws, not acts or anything like that. you have the choice, you have the opportunity before you go to court to make amends with that person you've broken the law with, have you not?
Well, you should, shouldn't you?
Before, well, I think you do though. If you read it properly, I think you have got that before you go to court every fucking time. That's what you should be doing. I was telling my son that, and he went to the and it was the wrong thing he went for. Actually, it was a driving conviction he got, and he went. He says, "I've no money to pay for this fine." He says, "Can I paint the police station for you?" You know what I mean? As
Yeah.
the way of, yeah, man, fucking true,
Recompense.
man. Just get the fuck out of here. But I told
And
him, I says, if
what
that
did
had
they
been
say?
another law, if it was a proper law, not a fucking act that you broke, you were right.
So what did they say
Gone
when
and
he asked
tried to fix it.
could he paint the police station? What did he say?
Told him to get out.
Yeah, of course. You've got to go to court and you've got to get look, see when people go to jail. Think about this, right? In jail terms, right? If you read the code in jail, it tells you that forced labour doesn't apply in jail, right? So basically, forced labour is slavery, right? But if you go to jail, it's not. And they can give you whatever job they deem is right for you, and you have to do that job. But there is also another law, which means there's a minimum wage, right? Now, when people go to jail, you're there for a while, and then you'll get a job working outside, you'll get a job working for Oxfam or some kind of charity shop, and you're getting paid whatever the minimum wage is, £8, £9 an hour, right? Well, in jail, you get £1 a day, and you have to, out of that pound a day, you have to pay 50 pence to your television license. So people on the outside looking in and saying, people in jail get everything for nothing. You're a mong. You're an absolute retard. These people are getting milked. They get milked the fuck out of because they put them in jail and they make them work on the breadline for free. And you give them £1 a day, right? Not £8 an hour. The judiciary get that. So all of that money goes to them the minute they put you in jail, and it gets split between the police force that arrested you, the arresting officer, the judge that sentenced you, and the judiciary itself. So see these fuckers that sit there and think that people in jail deserve to be in jail. Maybe they do. What have they done? What maybe committed a bit of fraud and robbed some rich cunts. Unless they've gone and raped somebody or killed somebody or actually produced a victim, then they don't belong in jail. And there's a million people in jail that have never committed a crime. Never committed a crime at all. Because a crime has to, by its very definition, produce a victim.
Does it?
Yeah, it isn't a crime unless you
Yeah,
produce
well,
a
come here.
victim.
I had a young fella arrested last
You
night.
cannot commit.
I had
Hang
one of
on
my
a sec.
lads arrested last night.
You
Hang on, Muff. I just want to ask you this before it goes out of my head, right?
go
You're
ahead
of the
then.
same that, right? He was arrested last night only, right? For a car crash. He was doing donuts in the middle of the road, right? Not causing
Did he
anyone
hurt
any
anyone?
fucking. There was a
Did he
crowd
hurt?
around and there was no one going to hit him. He had spotters on the fucking road, and there was
Okay, it's
a
not a
guard
crime.
car
It's not a crime. It's not a crime.
Not a crime, no.
It's not a crime. But unless one of the neighbours complained and said he was disturbing their peace,
Right.
then it becomes a crime. But if nobody complained and he was in the street doing donuts and nobody got hurt and then it's a misdemeanor. It's not
But
even a crime.
that's to send a message. Right. Let him serve as an example. If you even think about if you even try to skirt a law, if you even try to follow the law but ride the line, they're gonna poke you in the ribs. Right? Make it hard on you.
As human beings, we are man. We are living man. And this is the way the law goes. No living man may cause loss damage or harm to another living man. That's the whole of the law. That is everything. There is no added, there's nothing taken away. That's the law. No living man may cause another living man loss, damage, or harm. So by parking on yellow lines or using your phone while you're driving or not wearing your seatbelt, that's men's legislation. That's not God's law. That's what they try to enforce on you because it's revenue collection. It's all about collecting revenue. Right? Now they can collect revenue if they want from actual crimes where there is a victim. Because, like I've just said, no living man may cause another living man loss, damage, or harm. By parking on yellow lines, I'm not causing anybody loss, damage, or harm, am I? By using my phone while I'm driving, which I
But you
wouldn't
can see
recommend.
why they put it
Which I
there as a
wouldn't.
punishment. It was
Yeah,
a good, it was a useful tool as a punishment first, but then it became just a money fucking racket. Just
Yeah, well, this is where, as we progress and we get more technology like phones and shit, then they can start making legislation against them, and it is legislation. But legislation only received the full force of law by consent. It doesn't receive anything from law without consent. If you consent, then it receives the full force of law. And now, how do they get your consent? Well, they ask you your name and look at your birth certificate. It says at the bottom, cannot be used as identification, Crown copyright. That's what it says, right? So that is not your name. That is the legal name. That's a legal name. It's not your name. It's the Crown's name for you. It's the Crown's attachment to their commodity, which is you. You're a commodity. So if you go and give that name, then you admit to being that commodity, and there's where they call what's called joinder. Under the police, under the law, it's called joinder. Now you've just stepped into their world, and when they start reading you your rights, and he goes to you, you've got the right to remain silent. You've got the blah blah blah. Do you understand? That's the last thing he'll say, and he doesn't even know what he's saying. But what you say is yes, because you think that you comprehend what he's saying. It's nothing to do with comprehension. It's got absolutely nothing to do with comprehending the word that he just spoke, because to understand is to stand under the law of the land on which you stand. You stand on the common law of the land, right? Everybody does. When they ask you, do you understand? And you say yes, then you've just stood off the law. You're standing off the law. You've given them your name, which is the name on your birth certificate, which is the legal name. And by the way, no person that isn't legally qualified may require your legal name. So when a busy asks you your name, he's already breaking the fucking law. He's not legally qualified. He's not a lawyer. He's not a barrister. He's not a QC. He's not a judge. He's not legally qualified. He's just a gobshite in a costume that thinks he's got some kind of power. And there's three ways a busy can approach you. One as a police officer, which means that he works for a corporation. One as a police constable, which means that he works for you and he obeys the oath that he swore to become a police officer. And by the way, that's why it's a horse and a dog is not a police officer, because I want to see them get in a dock and swear an allegiance. Otherwise, I'm just killing your dog. But anyway, this is the way the law is. This is the way the law is. You do not ever have to give a busy your name. See, a busy comes up to you and goes, what's your name? Go, fucking jog on, dickhead. Doesn't matter what you say to him. Doesn't matter what you say to him. Jog on, dickhead. Get the fuck out of my way. You're a public servant. I'm a member of the public, and your fucking services are not required. If you continue in this vein, I'll arrest you for harassment under the Equity Act of 2010. Just say it to them. Watch them leg it. Watch them leg it. They'll fuck off. If they know what's good for them, they'll leg it. And if they arrest you, the minute you get to the desk, you've got them by the bollocks. And we all need to know this. Everyone in America, everyone in Britain, we all need to know what the law is. And this is where we fall down, because we don't understand the law. Mark, I've heard Mark, Show Destroyer, trying to explain it quite a few times. And he doesn't seem to get through to people. He doesn't. But I'm telling you, in the nitty gritty, right? In nitty gritty, if a busy asks you your name, he's already breaking the law. Tell him to fuck off and arrest him on the spot.
Rotor, turn your camera sideways so we can read that better. Turn your camera on your phone the other way.
Motor.
Now put it on the paper. And tell us what you're kind of frozen for me at the moment, but there you go. Tell us what that is. What is that from your electric company? You got to unmute, love.
It's a letter from the government, from the Working Income New Zealand. Pretty much, the social welfare sort of thing. They're telling us that our energy winter payment will be stopped from the 2nd of October 2020. And it says some stuff about COVID-19. And due to COVID-19, the winter energy payment has doubled for this year. 2021, it will be paid at the usual rate. So it's coming down next year. Oh, fantastic. Damn, I was muted all that time.
We heard you. You
It's a
were
letter.
fine. Keep going.
Did you hear that? As I looked at the phone, it was muted.
Yeah.
Right, so a letter from the government, Working Income New Zealand. It's just telling us that our energy
We
winter
have an
payment,
election coming up, and they're
is
sweeping
going
you up. They're buttering you up. They have an election there, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Propaganda.
Yeah, it's coming down. Next year we'll get less.
Next year, after the election.
Next year we're getting $20 less. That's going to suck. And you've got this fucking thing here.
And they
Then you
snuck
then you get
in.
a bigger.
Look at that. They snuck it in. It's a flyer. Look at that. The little advertiser.
Get in the ring, look. Ring them up.
Getting through it, huh?
Not good news.
Oops, we lost him. Dropped on us. I think he accidentally hit the leave button, probably. Yeah, that's exactly what I think it is. It sounds like to me, you like love bombing. Oh, but you don't want to leave. We got to take care of you. Come on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it this time. It was an accident. I'm human. I can't be perfect every time. I'm really trying. I'll go to counseling with you if you want. So I'll buy you flowers and a diamond ring. You want a puppy? I'll get you a puppy. They'll just anything to keep you from leaving them. Just to keep you satisfied, just enough. They'll give you just enough food to keep you alive. That's all they need to give you. just enough to stay
I saw you
alive.
an amusing video from a local politician here that was being propositioned undercover by someone, right? I think they were doing a wind farm, right? And they were coming to him looking for his support. Okay, so I get the video. I'll go out and get the video, see if it's still up online.
Hmm. All right, awesome. I think he's gone off to go find this video that he has just been reminded of. I love that. When I get reminded of something, I'm like, oh my God, I know this. I've seen this movie before. Hang on, I'll be right back. I've heard this somewhere. Hey, Jerry, welcome back.
Is that your phone sound every now and then it pops in?
I think Jerry's having issues into Groove, yes.
Oh, okay.
Jerry, I think you're having some sound issues because I don't hear you saying anything, but I do hear sounds like you've got your jacket on and you're trying to ruffle your jacket or something.
I'd like to
Sounds.
update your.
Got something there for a second.
Uh-oh. I did. I heard something too for a minute. Jerry, come in, Jerry.
Earth to Jerry.
Are you there, Jerry? We're going live to Jerry at Jerry's house. Jerry, can you hear us? We're having some difficulties, everybody. Oh, man. So, Intergroove, how was your weekend so far? Well, Jerry,
It was fine. Nice weather. It got hot again, I guess.
it was.
Yeah. Hot and sunny.
Yeah,
But it's definitely been cooler in the morning, so
that's
right. Sit around.
today's been a really nice day here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hot right now. But all morning, all the way up through noon, I can have my doors and windows wide open and air conditioner off, just chilling out. And it's comfortable. I like that.
Right.
Yeah.
It is nice. We haven't had the windows open. I was nice. I had them open all week, but then it's gotten humid here now. So even though it's nice, it's not nice if you're working.
Huh.
Yeah. Humid. Ugh, sticky.
Huh.
What's that? Oh no, Jerry says he thinks his phone is overheated.
Yeah. Mine's been
I think we lost Murph.
rather hot today also.
Okay, Motor says, all right, I got you, Ulick. I'll get that in a second. Motor says that it says your winter energy payment is stopping. I wanted to let you know your winter energy payment will stop from 2 October 2020. About your payments when the winter payment stops partway through. I bet he's still typing some more. That sounds like a bad thing.
Yeah,
So I don't know what that sound is saying, but
like they're
I
gonna
don't understand it.
Cut off the heat or something for the winter.
Are they cutting it off or they? Yeah.
No.
Not sure what.
You haven't played that one, John?
Yeah, I've got it up right now. Hang on, I'm gonna pull it up on the screen. Let me take this.
He doesn't know he's been filmed here yet. So this one's offering the money for
Interesting.
they're going to put up windmills. His farm, yeah. So
Okay.
he's just a local politician now. He's not. He wouldn't be
So this,
that high up. He'd be just one of them underling pulling strings. All right, yeah.
and this is from 2015. Oh, good. Let's see what this little fucker said.
In Morning Terrace.
Yeah, whatever.
Let it be morning. Terrace. Morning. Terrace. Yeah. Morning. Terrace. I love loads of morning.
Yeah.
Would I be able to play that song? I'm not sure.
I hated the whole thing.
He wants loads of money. I bet you do. I bet you do.
You know that Macarena
You
thing?
little snake in the
Can I
grass.
just say to you? Can I just say to you, right? That
Fuck off.
happened, right? It was on national television, right? And he still gets back in, elected
Yeah.
again. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, so
Jesus.
you talk about. That's what we're talking
Well, he
about.
was,
Like they put it in
he's
your
better
face,
than
and people are still wearing masks. You know what I mean? That's what I say.
because it's better than the alternative.
What is the alternative?
Same.
Me?
Either the guy he was running against or the confrontation that might come along with not wearing a mask.
Oh,
Numbers.
Yep.
Get the numbers done.
Right. Popularity
It's all.
contest. That's
It's
like the
all. It's all.
now,
Macarena.
how do you get
It's
somebody to do
cronyism
something?
completely.
Why? Okay, Macarena, right? We just watched that. Wasn't that before? That was before social media, right? That was kind of like a viral event that happened before people were on Facebook. and shit.
That was
Wasn't it?
early social media.
Was it
Integrative.
earlier? Okay.
I would say. Well, I would say it was probably early mid. Yeah, that's an older. Well, it was a real dance. I only learned about it from going out with friends. But I mean, yeah,
No, they were showing it
I
on
think
our
they.
news.
I don't know now.
Every sports
better back
game,
then.
they'd show somebody
But I
doing
wasn't
this
on
shit.
social media.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. I remember that. There, they put the camera on someone, wouldn't it? They have to get up and dance. That.
Yeah.
And then they did. That was the Harlem Shake.
Yeah, that came later. Yeah.
You notice there was no. You're right. What a connection! I hadn't thought of that before because now I'm remembering, and that was right towards the beginning.
What was
of
the other one?
Of,
What was
of
the other?
YouTube.
There's another one on
Oh,
YouTube. What was the other one on YouTube? The guy singing. Was he an Indian guy singing some song that took a
yeah, that.
Gangnam
But you know what?
Style.
That came from
Gangnam Style?
that came from
From where, sorry?
American Idol.
South Korea, right?
That guy. Yeah, that came from American Idol. They made him a star, and he had a one-hit
No, that was
wonder, and it was YouTube crazy.
Yeah, it was the
that
first
guy.
billion. The first billion hits on YouTube, was it? It got that song.
He didn't. He came from American Idol though. That's Psy, or was that William Hung you were talking about? Was he on? Was the
I don't remember their names. I just
well?
remember what they did. Yeah.
Because the William Hung was on American Idol. He did the She Bang, right? She bang, she bang, she move, she move. He does a little dance with it. But
Oh, is that his viral thing?
but the other guy,
Yeah.
yeah. But the other guy, the Gangnam Style, I think he's just a South Korean pop star kind of thing. They were kind of
That's
promoting.
right.
They were promoting South
Yeah,
Korea
now
at
I
that
get.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah, right. So they used it as a.
of course they were.
Yep.
Yes. It's always there. It's like, whoo, how did I not notice? And how did I put the two together? So now that you see it, now you can't not see it.
Right.
It's like that with the soccer. Oh, okay. Well, now I know why. Because that's the timeline of
No,
events.
yeah,
that took
nothing
place,
is
and it makes
organic.
perfect sense. It's all nothing. It's all by design.
Right.
So that should make us every time. That should make us question while they're putting this person in front of us.
Exactly.
Why this actor? Why this performer? Why this script? Why this music? Why this? There's a reason they're telling us this, right? And so we should now look at that in realistic terms. They are acting, but see, the problem is that the story they're acting in, we're in. Like all of the fairy tales where you step into the book and become the story, that is what we are living.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, definitely. But we don't realize it, that we are part of that necessarily actions that are we
Well,
pressing
that's
A,
why.
B, or C? If you're looking at the video games now, that I play the odd one now. I haven't played one now in months, but that Fallout 4 or something like that, and you get options in your all the time. 3 options all the time, and it's that as well that
Yeah.
they're giving us. Wear the mask, don't wear the mask, or you know what I mean? What's the other?
But you
So
always have another.
Yeah.
You even have
You know,
another.
it's interesting.
You just don't play. Don't make an option. That's an option. You can turn the game off, right?
yeah,
So that's
true.
another
Yeah,
option
yeah,
they never tell
exactly.
you about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not playing.
But
There's interesting to watch the protest, or what I refer to as the peaceful riots. When you're watching these peaceful riots, if you watch the behavior of the people there that are ready, the military, and then you got the Antifa ones that come in, the ones that just march through the restaurant and decide to make. These are the kids that have grown up playing those games, not the ones that got introduced to it in high school like we did. These are the kids that grew up. They were trying, look, when we were kids, who remember, I did a video on it, Mortal Kombat, who remembers the outcry of the Mortal Kombat machines being in grocery stores and Walmarts? And then parents complaining that we needed to get rid of these things. And they had a whole campaign. And they did it with rock music. They've done it with music many times. They've gotten rid of the devil music. But it's funny, all our music is full of demonology right now. And yet we're not burning nothing. That's weird, right? Because we made it an impossible thing to do. We used these events as an example to gain the freedom to listen to whatever we wanted. And then they flipped the coin on us. And now the only thing we have access to listening to is their demonic music. That's advertising. That's advertising 102, right? You're going to have to be in the class a little bit longer to understand how they flip the coin in such a way. It's the same thing they did with tobacco industries. They already knew this, but they didn't tell you. Why? Because they were in bed with the pharmaceutical industry. They already were waiting for you guys to all get sick, and they were planning on sucking the shit right out of you. That's what they do. They're all in cahoots with each other. There's not one that doesn't work without the other. There is no severed hand in this group. That's why it's hidden, not severed. They cut your hands off and pass them around town and use them as candelabras, but they hide theirs.
That's a good way of putting it, Joan. Yeah.
I think of these things. This is new to me too, as you're hearing me. This is what, if I was a psychic, I'd be sitting here saying, I'm getting something from the great beyond, and here's what it's saying, and I'm just translating it. But see, I'm not a sicko, and I understand that those are just your thoughts you're having, and it's okay to just share your thoughts. It's called open thought. That's how we learn. It's processing. It's the normal way. I don't know why we got to make it magic. I get mad at those people. They're tricking and lying to people. In fact, they're lying to themselves because they're still imagining they've got some mystical, and then they try to convince people that they're the reincarnation of the Gabriel, or the archangel, or some demon, Beelzebub. And so there's some star being from the planet, Europia. I don't fucking know. They're out there. I've seen them all. They sound like crackpots. I'm sorry. I just can't with that.
And I
Doesn't
move
make
the
any sense.
ground. Do you want to hear the song they're singing downstairs?
Yes. Sing it.
I have to keep it.
We lost him. He says his winter payment. For more information, due to COVID-19, the winter energy payment next year you'll get in 2021. It will be paid at the usual rate. Single people with no children are 2046, couples and peoples with dependents. If you prefer not to have the winter energy payment, that's fine. Just let us know. Oh, I know we have that here where we pay a rate so that you don't have 1 month where you get hit with some huge amount if it's super cold. We have that here. No, nobody's offered to pay it for me or anything like that, but we have that energy saving thing here. I know they did offer at the beginning of COVID, you could choose to defer payments for 2 months or something like that. But it's not like they gave it to you free. They just chalked it up to the end of your. So now instead of 33 months to pay something off, you're now 35 months to pay it off. Because you got a 2-month grace period, basically, is what it was. But they made it sound on the news like they were giving you away something really fabulous. And they weren't. You get a new car, and you get a new car. And no, you don't. You get a new car. You know what we just did? You know what trick Oprah performed? She gave everyone a brand new Toyota. So Toyota got a high five. And then they offered them all a whole year of free oil changes. So they're now the dealerships getting the cha-ching. Now they got a write-off, right? Because they've offered to do them for free. So now it's hitting the little guy. And then we all need insurance for these cars. And so I bet you anything there was an insurance company, and if not all of them, weren't having rate wars at that very time to try to get people who were suddenly buying cars. I'm just saying, people make money off of this stuff. They don't just give away 200 cars and not have thought about what. This is how the lottery works as well. This is how they get lottery winners. They think you've won 100,000. You ain't won 100,000. And then you have it, you spend it so fast. And then Uncle Sam takes his big, huge cut right off the top. And then you spend it. And now all those places are getting cuts and getting your money. And then you end up with nothing because you don't, or if you put it in the stock market, which that's rigged anyway. You'd have done better investing in some land. You can always make money off land.
You could have before, John. They planned all that in 2008. They planned all that. I was telling someone that a friend of mine called here Friday. And he's from out the country, real sparse populated part of the country. And he says he's been saving up to buy 20 acres or so of land, farm it. He's from farming stock, yeah. The price of it has just shot up. And I said, I could have told you that a couple of weeks ago, the way it's gone, because people, they have nowhere to go on holidays, so they're buying up everywhere now in their own country, you know. And it's gone up again. But in 2008, that time, there was a big, remember all that big, that's when the vulture funds come in after that and bought up everywhere. That's when there was money to be made inland. It's gone now, yeah. You know what I mean? That's what your friendly politicians have all done. They bought all up the land with them and put apartment blocks on them and then brought all these immigrants in from these wars. Oh, well, that's what's happened. That's what's happened here. I don't know in your country, but you've caused an awful lot of wars across the world, in England and all these other countries. And now we're getting all these refugees. God love them. You know what I mean? But it's the politicians who are milking the system with it, with all their tax money, you know what I mean? Feeding their line in their pockets. And it's so obvious. Can you hear me?
I can. Did you ask me a question? I'm sorry, my husband was saying something to me.
I'm and just listening. The pub is open. I'm telling you about the music. There's a good DJ downstairs. They're playing some good songs. Actually, that's what I miss about here.
Oh yeah, we can't hear it.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
Not
but just
loud
as well
anymore.
because they've already gone up and using more religion. Yeah.
Oh
As I say, you
man.
get different DJs in there. Like you don't get the same person in there all the time playing the same song. So I'm getting a lot of variety. I can put my headphones on if I don't like the song. You know what I mean?
I'm killing flies again. I do know what you mean. I just killed 3 of them. Psh, psh, psh. Squished their little bodies. Worms found a hole in their food. Every time I think of that, I think of that stupid song. Have y'all ever heard that song of the president? No, you don't want to hear it. Never mind. It's an American 90s band. Or yeah.
I didn't put the name of that song. That song
Yeah.
I went out and got. I never put the thing in for it. The one that they were singing there. It's a lovely song. I'll put it in the room for you.
Okay. You know, you just tell me what it is. I'll look it up. You like me to be surprised, don't you?
Hang on. I have it here. Let me see. I put it in.
Okay.
If that's any use, can you see that there? Yeah.
Hey, little frog. Wow. Mm-hmm. Oh, I see it. Under the entertainment center, realized you just couldn't stop. Worms found a hole in your booty. They could enter it. I can't get your body out of my mind. See, these are the things we used to listen to in college. We should have done book. That's I have that. I still love that CD. It's funny. That's why it was a funny band. They had jokey songs and they didn't take themselves seriously. Do you remember that? Oh, Andy Groove's not even up here anymore.
Did you listen to that song that I gave you the other night, Joe? Joe, what was it? The name of it? What was his name? Oh, Frank Zappa's song. I gave it Bobby Brown. Did you listen to it?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I don't know what that means. I have to get that off of there. Okay, here it is. All right, so I'll play this to you. Like, this is the one? Okay, here we go.
Let there be no panic. First time I ever came to play in Glasgow was in 1968. I played in the Glasgow Folk Centre down Montfort Street. I did support to Hamish Imlock from Motherwell. He sang this song and afterwards talked to me. And tonight I sing it to you, Hamish. All black is the color of my true love's hair. Her lips are like some roses fair. She has the sweetest smile and the gentlest.
And I love the ground. She's been. What song that?
Love, my love, and when she knows I love the ground where on she goes. I wish the day it soon come. She and I could be as one. I go to the clay and I'm satisfied. I never can be And then I write her a letter, just a few short lines. This for death, with television flying. For black is the color of my true love's hand. Her lips are like some roses bare. She has the sweetest smile and the gentlest love whereon she stands. Okay. You see, all black is the color of my true love's hand. Some roses bare. She has the sweetest smile and the gentlest
That she stands. Now, thanks, John.
That's beautiful. That was nice. Thank you for sharing that with us.
He's a
Wow.
good singer, that man. I don't know whether he wrote that song now. I don't think he did, right? He does a lot of other people's. He does write his own stuff, but I'm surprised that some of his stuff was wrote by other people. You know, for years I thought they were
Yeah.
Irish ballads he was singing, and a lot of them were English, funny enough. I was surprised the songwriter was, but yeah, I'm very surprised, you know, like, but that gave me a great insight then to say, just English people are, there is no difference, you know what I mean? Like, the same, you know what I mean? If you can see it, when you see that, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
There's no difference in people. It doesn't matter where they're from. There's no difference
Yeah.
in us.
No, exactly, Murph. You know what I mean? But there's realizations, if you know what I mean, when you see different things, like that was one
When
thing
you've
that
been
just made me.
programmed. Who was that
Yeah.
that we were just watching, mate? Who was that?
Christy Moore is his name. Now he's
Christy
a
Moore.
political. Yeah, I've loved him for years, but recently I don't know. I think he's been very quiet. He hasn't been out there. I'm waiting for him, if you know what I mean, Murph.
He looked like Gilmore. I went out and came back in, and I just got confronted at the pub by some fucking idiot. But I came back in, and this was playing on my screen, and I thought it was Dave Gilmore.
Well, I don't know who. I don't know who the guitarist is. They used to be called. He used to play with a band called Moving Hearts.
No, Dave Gilmore
Yeah.
from Pink Floyd. I thought that was Pink Floyd when I actually
Mhm.
came in and watched it. Then I listened to it and I thought, nah, this is something Irish. And I kind of got on that you'd put it on because, as I say, I've just walked back in the door.
Yeah, he used to play for another band called Plankstick.
Yeah.
About years
I'll
and
have to have a
years.
listen
He's
to
gone a long, long time.
I'll have to have a listen to them. I was a bit
Yeah, he's good.
of a fan of what's his name, Davey Arthur, on
Davey Arthur and the Furies.
Their Furies. Oh,
Sweet
mate.
16. There's a song.
Oh,
There's a song.
come on. See, that melts my heart, that tune.
Put that
See, that
song on,
tune,
Joe, for
it
us.
melts me, you know. It
How
melts
could it
my
not?
heart. Oh, my God, it destroys me, lad. It turns me into a wimpy little bastard, that song.
I have a story for that to
When
tell
you
you. Wait till you hear this one. Murph.
Go ahead, kid.
Remember they made, that was number 1, I think, that song. Sweet 16. I was working in Dublin at the time. I was only doing my apprenticeship. And I was coming home and we stopped in a pub, right? And
Yeah.
we were in having a couple of pints. And I didn't know who the fuck they were. They were playing the name of there was a concert hall beside us.
You actually seen them playing?
They were in playing, watching
Oh,
themselves
fuck off.
on top of the pops, and they were playing in the stadium. I didn't know who they were, right? They come into the pub to watch themselves on top of the pops. You couldn't fucking make it up, right?
Oh, fucking
But
love
that's Dublin for you, yeah. You know, like that's the story.
Yeah,
Like,
it is.
that song, like
It
it's fucking
is.
magic. It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to
But
listen to that one, John?
they never sang Maggie, because I loved them singing Maggie. I wandered today in the hills, Maggie.
Maggie.
Oh, what a fucking tune that is. And anybody that hasn't heard it, go and play it now. Get off this chat and go and play it, and I bet you don't come back. I bet you're just going to listen to Davey Hart and the Furies. Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen him playing a few times live, yeah. Oh, man. But he'd be a gypsy. You know, we were talking about gypsies earlier, yeah. The Furies, they're all from that gypsy.
Travellers, not gypsies.
Yeah. Travellers, yeah.
Hey, the best. You know, what are we all doing? Why aren't we all living like that?
Well, like, come here, I used to say,
Everyone
come here, I was
settled.
working on the road for years. Come here, I was working on the road for years, right? And I used to buy the clothes off them. They'd always have stuff for work. And I know it wasn't knockoff stuff, right? They were after buying a job load of it. And there was no things on them, labels or fuck all, you know what I mean? There was no Nike or...
Yeah,
They were
no
just playing.
identification marks.
Yeah, I know that. And as I used to say to them, only fucking for them I'd not had no clothes. You know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they'd stop and they'd always get a few quid off me, but they weren't, you know, paying their tax on it, so they were able to fucking, you know what I mean? But if they came near me with knockoff cigarettes or anything like that, which they wouldn't, they knew I'd tell them to fuck off because it was wrong. You know what I mean?
But they know, don't they? They know who to approach, don't they? I mean, I've seen a few mates of mine around Liverpool that have been had by them, and they've gone, here's a telly, look at this telly, and it's a great telly, but it's got bricks inside, or like a battery charger for the DeWalt drill or whatever. Yeah, you get the gun, and you get this gun, and you get that, but then they'll give you a charger that's just got bricks in it. And I've seen it happen to a million people. And people here in Liverpool do not trust people with that accent. If you come around this way, we don't trust you.
Can I say that I'm not from England, right?
I'm a Scousers.
The television programs, everyone like that, right?
I don't watch the telly.
To think that if you're from, you're a housebreaker, yeah. If you're from Liverpool, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the way you have always been portrayed on the television, yeah.
Yeah, well, look, this is what I'm.
That's mad, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I know. That, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's crazy that the way they can.
Think about this, like, because this is my argument with this Black Lives Matter shit. It's all bollocks, because the Black Lives don't fucking matter, and I don't give a fuck what you say to me, because see when people can get on the football and go, don't leave your car in Liverpool because it will be found on bricks. Well, I don't expect me to respect any other cunt if you're going to talk about me like that. Because we're not robbers. We'll rob you as much as any fucker would. But when you can say shit like that on television, don't leave your car in Liverpool. And I've heard Gary Lineker say it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And they say it blatantly on the BBC. Well, don't expect any sympathy from me when it comes to the BBC getting destroyed. Because I'll tell you,
it is. It's a whole fucking race of people like that they slander, like, you know, they don't
think about this. Scousers, people like me, are vilified across this country And everybody ate them. Ah, don't be a Scouser. Don't be like a Scouser. Don't. Yeah, the Irish are different. They don't see it that way. But in this country, if something
We're
gets
just
wrong,
terrorists.
it was probably a Scouser. Yeah, you're probably just terrorists. See what I mean?
Okay.
Scousers are thieves, Irish are robbers, terrorists, whatever.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to give a shit about Black Lives Matter. Are you seriously telling me that I should give a fuck for the Africans you're important to my country? Because I don't. And I'll tell you right now, the more you import, the more I'm going to kill. Simple as that. It's as simple as that. The more you import, the more I'm going to kill. And I'm not joking. I'm going to kill them. Because they're going to kill us. Like I said, I don't come on YouTube to chat shit. I come to chat the truth. And when people wake up to the truth that's going on, and you in America really need to wake up, because you are our last hope. You've got to fucking save us. Joan, I know you didn't like last time I said this, but you are going to be the people that save the rest of the world. You Americans. You're the only people with weapons. And see these cunts in London. I've seen all these videos lately, and I'm telling you right now, don't antagonize them. Film them. Take the faces. Find their faces and find where they live. Do not get antagonized by them. Let's identify them. Let's find out who they are, where they live, and when push comes to shove, we don't go to the street unless they live on it. We go to the streets they live on and we make it personal for them. Because going to an empty parliament is going to do us no favours whatsoever.
There was a guy, Murph. A lot of people know him. I just can't think of his name at the moment. So once I say it, I got your thing up here. Motor, hang on. He's a liberal, but he did a documentary where he went to the trash man's house with trash cans and was making all kinds of racket in the morning. And he was basically saying, why do you got to pick up trash for people at 3 a.m, right? Kind of thing. And he did these kinds of things. And we should maybe have learned something from that. Because I think you're right. If we all just went with trash trucks at 3 a.m, metaphorically, set up
or we just
lawn chairs or whatever in front of their home. You're going to get arrested. You know that, but you got to do something.
All right, well, the way I see it, like,
Go ahead.
this government, and not my government, but your government and every government, they've backed us into a corner where there's nothing we can do about what they're doing. So, okay, let's not do anything. Let's not get up in the morning. Let's not facilitate their shit. Let's not go to work. Do you think you need your job? You don't, because your next door neighbour can probably provide whatever you need. Let's do it together. Let's just all turn our backs on them. And the minute we stop believing in them, they're finished. And these cunts in a costume that think that they work with them, busies, police officers, little fucking idiots. Listen, I recommend everybody in every city, because I've been doing it for the last 10 years, identify the police around you, find out where they live, find out what street they live in, what door number they live behind, and let them know that if they put that costume on, then they become one of them. You're not one of us, but you are one of us, and we as a whole want to save you too. But we need to let them know it. Let them know that their jobs are not what their lives are. Your job is not your life, lad. The people that you're pertaining to govern are your life. And they will be the difference if you keep fucking around. Because I'm had enough. I've had enough. I know names and addresses. And I want everybody else to know names and addresses. Never mind. Give us your number, you little gobshite, because you're on a video on YouTube. Give us your number. Never mind that. Never mind that. Follow him home. Show where he lives. Let's do it. Let's really, really take control. Let's really take control and put them in their place. What? So 100 busies can control 1,000 people? Fuck off. It doesn't work. It doesn't compete unless 1,000 people are subservient to them. Well, that's not happening on my watch. 1,000 people do not get governed by 100 plod. Whether they've got sticks and bats or not, we'll kill them. Fucking kill them. Just bury them right there in front of you. Stop fucking around. They don't want me to go to these protests because it would be seriously naughty if I went to a protest. I ignored the last one. I only went to one in Liverpool, and I only went there to pass out leaflets, and I passed out 1,000 leaflets, and it was great because I ignored it. And I heard this girl talking, and I can't remember her name now, but she was absolutely amazing, and she blew my head right off in Liverpool. She was only a young girl. She's about 19 years old, and she was wide awake. And I just thought to myself, oh my God, I don't need to say nothing while she's talking. After it, I look around me and I see what's going on now. And I see, look, this fucking fat little nonce cunt is still trying to give us rules that we've got to go by. And I've just got addressed by one, some fat cunt that I am going to prosecute under law tomorrow. That just said that I couldn't come in the pub without a mask. So watch what happens tomorrow. I am going to prosecute this fat little dickhead that's working for the pub. And if we all start taking action, we can destroy these. But we've got to take action against them. We can't just sit on YouTube and complain about it. We've got to get up and file a complaint. File a lawful, not a legal complaint, a lawful complaint. Because you are a victim. You're a victim of their bullshit. And that's what it comes down to. If there is no victim, there is no law broken. Under law, you have to break the law. That means you have to produce a victim that has been wronged, harmed, or what is it? You cannot cause loss, discrimination, or harm. Well, if you can produce a victim, there's nothing they can do. And everything they're doing is making every one of us a victim of their... What is it that they're doing? Just bumping the guns and chatting shit. I'm going to shut up now. Oh, an answer. I want somebody to come back and tell me something that I don't know. Just tell me something that I just said wrong. Anyone? Well, am I still here?
You are. I'm listening to you. I'm making a bowl of soup at the moment. We're doing such a good job.
So you can hear me
He's
then.
just
So
listening.
everybody else can hear me then.
Like,
Everybody else can hear me then. And I want them. I want you
yep.
to come on this. Come onto Jones' channel and prove me wrong. I'll challenge anybody. If you're a lawyer, if you're a judge, if you're a QC or a barrister, I want you to come here and prove me wrong. I'll waste you. I'll rinse the fucking floor with you. We are people. We are living beings. And if everybody starts adapting the same attitude, they've got opinions and they've also got addresses. That's all I'm going to say. They've also got addresses. Every dirty little cunt in a costume has got an address. Find it. Find it. Find that busy in your street. Put him in his place. Put him in his place and tell him, you put that costume on. Watch what happens to your kid. Make your choice. Make your choice. I don't know what to say else. I don't know what else to say. Sounds like a wind. Sounds like I'm in a wind tunnel. Well, Joan, listen. I've got a little chat scheduled for 9:30, and it's now 9:13. So rather than disappoint anybody that might be waiting for it, I'm gonna go. Hello.
You said you're gonna go.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you. I'm right here. I was just warming up my soup, and then I
All
have
right.
to get over here to answer
I'm
you. I just didn't
getting.
want to be making noise.
Are you skipping between? Are you
Yeah.
skipping between pages? Maybe
Chill's
that's
quiet.
why I keep
Well,
getting
here's
this. Sorry. Go on, Joe.
no. Go ahead. I don't have anything.
I just woke up again.
Mark, you little diamond, I love you, lad.
Mhm.
Have you
Guys,
fell
don't
asleep?
be careful. You're dreaming about me next.
Yeah.
Keep falling asleep to me.
You know when you're listening and you like lying back, and then before I know it, I thought I kept having like little just naps, and then I had a bit of a longer one, I think. So I just got myself a coffee.
A little micro kip, kid. Did you get a micro kip?
Just keep buzzing out, I do, man.
I've got a few emails off you there, mate. I'll go and have a look at them. You know I love you, lad, don't you? You know I love you. And but I'm gonna go now, and I'm gonna 9:30. I've got one scheduled for 9:30. So sorry, Joan. I'm gonna go and do my own shit. But you Americans, I want to leave you with this. See, you Americans, you're gonna save us. You're gonna wake up. You're gonna wake up, and you're not gonna trust that some twat. You're not gonna trust any of them because you are the only people that can save the rest of the world. And now you need to work that out yourselves. And you will. I trust you, and I know you will. I know you'll do it. And if you don't, there's just going to be scousers. There's just going to be nothing but scousers. And even them are pissed. It's going to be me on my own. And I don't like that, but I'll have a good go. I'll have a good go. I'm going to try and save it all. All right. So, Joan, love you, mate. Mark, love you, lad. You know, love you, kid. You know, I love you. I'm going to let you go. And at 9:30, I'm going to set one up. I've already set it up. We'll go and have a chat. Sorry, Joan. I'd already set it up. You're more than welcome to come over. And I want you on my channel anyway. So I'm going to go, okay?
Get
And
out,
everybody in
Murph.
the chat.
Get the fuck out, man.
Let me
You're
just
so
have a little
funny.
look. Yeah, I know I'm talking too much. All right. See you in a bit.
Love you, man. Thanks.
See you later, folks. 9:30, Mav's channel. See you in a bit.
See you later.
Murph's funny. I like Murph.
Yeah.
It's one of those friends that shows up at your house and you just, hey, seen in a minute. Sit down, let's have a cuppa. So so you got a little nap. So did you dream of anything interesting? Did you have any revelations while your subconscious
Well, I
was
think
listening
I
to
was
us?
just I don't know, you know, you keep going into these little just like pop-ins and pop-outs. It's so cold now, right? All of a sudden, you know what we said about October, like it's just fucking all of a sudden it's, I don't know what it's like over there, but here it's just suddenly just popped into almost winter, right? It's just like overnight kind of thing.
Mm.
So it's you kind of getting sort of curled up kind of thing, and you just get your arms all wrapped over yourself, and you're lying there, and just like, oh yeah, I just sort of like tuck in for a minute, and then that's it, and it 4 days. I even wake myself up once because I think I was dropping off, and I snored.
You know, you're like a human cat.
Yeah. I think cats have got the right idea, haven't they? It was nothing much to do, just fucking have a kip, man.
You know, all animals are like that. Ones that sleep, they're awake when necessary, when they sleep whenever they feel like it, right? Lions, I should say, wait a minute. I should say top of the food chain animals. The rest of them aren't sleeping like that, but but you know, some of them can really sleep.
Yeah.
Bears can sleep all winter. Isn't that interesting? Hibernation was something. I did a report on that in school. I found hibernation to be an interesting thing.
It even shows you by
animals did.
the nights getting longer, right, and the days getting shorter. That it's kind of a sign, isn't it? Saying, yeah, really, what you should do is you should be resting longer during this time and working less. Right?
It's harvest time, so it's about to be resting time. That's the winter. You've done all the work, and now winter is your day of rest.
Well, I think that's what.
But not really, because it depends on where you live. If it's super cold, you're going to need the winters. You're not, you know. Well, yeah, you are resting because you're stuck inside your igloo or whatever you live in. People in Alaska, I mean, they don't get to leave or get anything for months on end. They're out there. Alaska's beautiful. Have you ever seen anything
best
about
place I went
Alaska?
to in the world, I think, or maybe. Well, yeah, I think as a natural sort of place is Banff. That's in Canada, isn't it? Banff.
What's
it's
that?
like out in the Rockies, and it's just so beautiful that place. Wow, by night and day, right? And they got this little row of like, well, I'll say little row, long row of shops, right? And it's just on this straight road in the middle of Banff, and all these shops all lit up at the night and that. And it's just like one of them wow places, right? Yeah, it's nice.
That's cool. I still like to go I like cold. But I don't want to have to work in it. I don't want to have to go outside in it. Right. But I like it. I mean, it's something about being all cuddly and warm inside when it's cold outside that appeals to me.
Yeah, I think that's like I say, it's kind of like you know, it's nice. Winter's nice when you've, you know, really everyone should have a nice winter, shouldn't they? Because they shouldn't have to worry about things like turning the heating on and all that. But it'd be much nicer if everyone had nice open fires and, you know, nice open fires you can't beat, can you, during the winter? You know what I mean? But we decided radiators are better.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Have radiators in the rest of the house. Have fucking one fire room, right?
Well, Shill, would you like to go do a panel? I think I'm going to shut this one down. I need to get my ducks in before the chickens come in.
Yeah, I think
So you
Merv's
got-
doing one, is he?
Yeah. I don't know. Is he? That's what I'm asking. Can we find
Merv's
somebody who
doing
might
one
do
at
one? Murph, you gonna do one?
9:30. He's got one next.
Oh, that's what he was saying. Okay,
Oh.
I couldn't hear him. Okay, so let's get Murph's channel link into the chat so that everyone can go over there and have it up on their page. Since none of us will get notifications about it, and I'll forget. So there's always that.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find him now. You can't even find him even when you sub to him and stuff. Man. Nothing comes up anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, someone put it in there. No, maybe it's on the other channel.
Not yet. Murph, you put it in there.
I hate this searching that.
You should
Even people on your channel, you put in and they don't come up straight away. It's like, what? Surely it's like people who.
Right. You'd think the first people that would show up are all the people in alphabetical
Yeah.
order that are in my search. So if I put the letter M, I should have everyone who has an M
Yeah.
in it, just like
So
it does
hard.
in my email.
You get so many channels, you don't
You know?
even forget you got one. You come across them in about 3 years and go, oh yeah, I forgot about that. I used to enjoy them.
Yeah, that's happened to me a lot here lately. I've been finding out that I have been randomly unsubbed or
No, if I
unbelled
go to
from
the thing-
people.
Ah, there you go. It's weird, isn't it? See, I put a search in for it's because I didn't put P. I didn't put P, did I? Right. Did anyone actually put it in there, no? Yeah. I'll put it in. I'll put it in
try.
private chat because I can't put it in.
Oh, did you find it? Okay. Okay, here is PMurf. Paste.
All right. So I'll see you over at Merv's, Jane. See you and anyone else later.
All right. Bye, Shell. All right, bye everybody. I'm gonna go get some baby ducks in. Thanks for hanging out with the baby duck cam today. I might have Brooks clip some of it out and upload it for a little video of the ducks. Maybe that would be a good PSA, you know, watch nature. Yeah, something like that. Don't forget that the world's full of cocks, but it's also full of ducklings. And maybe we should watch them more often. Okay, or play with them more often. That's going to be my new tagline. Stop fucking with cops. Fuck a duck. I'm just kidding. Don't fuck a duck. That's bad. That was just a joke. I don't mean that. I'm in no way, you know, saying such things. I do look good in pink, though. This color look really pretty on me. Look, I just like that. I looked really pretty in pink with my little scarf and hat. And lipstick.
Did you see the picture? Have a look at the picture. Blow up my
Oh,
picture and have a look at it there.
Keep-
That's my daughter, yeah.
All right. Oh, I see her, and oh, I see us with doggies.
Yeah, yeah.
Now I see what that
See the
is.
little dog as well
Cute.
looking out. And there's two looking in. That's protection. That's before you get near her, right? Then you have the boys. There's two boys with shotguns at the
Right.
other side as well, yeah. She's well protected. That's I'm just saying, yeah. I'm not making any. That's my cutie. Yeah, it's a lovely picture. I
That's
love it.
funny. All right, keep everybody talking for a second. You remind everyone to go and
No,
subscribe to
don't
it. Everybody
subscribe to
put
me.
your
Don't subscribe
in
to me.
the
Trust me,
chat.
I'm all right. Don't need subscribers. I have put nothing up. Can I put a song on then? It's an old one. Let me see.
Yes, let's
I'll
play
put one
song
up there
like a
for you to
production.
put in. Let me
Okay.
see. It's a prison song. It's an old. It's
Okay.
an old.
Yeah,
It's
and
an
then
old tradition. It's a song. He was an old. They're an old Dublin band. Most of, I think they're all dead now. The blokes actually are in this band. Might be one of them alive, just. And it's a song about. It's a
Okay.
song I love. I usually sing it when I'm drunk, when I'll be walking home on my own, like just at top of your voice. It's one of them songs. It's a haunting song. Put your headphones on and listen to it. It's the best way. Is that in there?
Okay.
Did it
I'm
post?
ready. Oh, yeah, I got it. No, I see it now. I didn't know you were putting it in there. I got it now. Hold on.
But it's the story behind it
Okay.
is it's about a bloke
Hold
in
on.
prison just back in the day or whatever. So you just have to think that and what he's thinking, yeah. And there's a women's prison beside him, and the canal is where the prison is. It's along a canal. The prison is in Dublin. Mountjoy is the name of it. So
Uh-huh.
that's the story. Just
Right.
to it.
Let's. Yes, that's exciting.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to listen now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very kindly. It keeps on coming up, doesn't it? But anyway, we'll continue with the song, again written by a man that Ronnie mentioned a few moments ago, a great character, a great writer. His name is Brendan Behan, and he wrote it for a play, The Old Triangle. Yeah, you got it right. Yeah. That's the one. And we'd like to sing that in memory of Brendan Behan, because it was a great character. Great human being. A hungry feeling came o'er me stealing. All the mice were squealing in my prison cell, and the old triangle went jingle jangle all along the banks of the Royal Canal to begin the morning. The screw was falling. Get up, yeah, Bowsy, and clean up yourself. And the old triangle went jingle jangle all along the banks of the Royal Canal. The lads were sleeping. Humpy Gussie was heaving even from my gal Sal. And the old triangle, when Chinga Changa, all along the banks of the Royal Canal up in the female prison. There are 75 women, and among them I wish I did dwell. Then the old triangle could go Chinga Changa all along the banks of the Royal Canal, all along the banks of the Royal Canal.
I'm Kevin.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
I almost. I was listening while I was getting the decks in. That's pretty. I love that kind of stuff. Okay, it's gonna start playing something in a second. Oh my. It makes my tummy hurt when I don't want whatever this is. I don't want it. Stop. Oh. Oh. Okay. Whew. You look. We've had some interesting evenings together. I feel like our relationship has gone up a notch. Some of the things
Hopefully,
we've
yeah.
shared now.
Well, you know,
shared
I have no ulterior motive
Yeah.
or anything like that. But when I'm, you know what I mean. There's not.
I know.
No, you know
See?
yourself. I hope you don't think that I have. I'm not trying to impress you or anything like that. It's just, are you either?
Of
Yeah, you
course
know what I mean.
not.
I'm
I
happy.
love it.
Yeah.
Yes. No, of course
No,
I
let's.
didn't think
Yeah,
that. Not at
let's.
all. I
Let's
enjoy you.
cool,
Mhm.
cool.
Yeah. We just keep running into each other, it seems, when things are
You mean
going down.
we're trouble?
We're trouble. You like my mom warned me
Good,
about boys
good.
like
He
you.
was right. He was
It's
right.
not
Don't
even
listen
you
to
though.
him.
It's not us though. We're not getting in trouble. We're just playing around. But we keep ending up in really interesting conversations with people lately. We happen to be at the same place, same time.
Yeah, yeah.
That's always fun. That's how friendships are born, because 3 years later you're talking about, I remember my friend Kevin, that's how I ended up smoking cigars, right? It was my friend Kevin. I had a friend. I don't have many girlfriends. Most of my friends are boys. And he him and I met this girl, right, through a mutual acquaintance. And he was later murdered. That was an odd story that hit the papers. Anyway, his cousin or something lived on the property way in the back, and she was not all there. And but we liked her, and she invited, but we'd never been to her part of the property before. It'd always just been at the neutral
Right.
friend's house, right? And so she invited me and Kevin over one time to hang out with her. She wanted to show us some artwork. So we were over there, and she's like, come down to my house. Let me show you my art. And we were like, okay. And the moment Tim and I, that's just one. And then we had another time where we were at another place and something very bizarre was taking place. And Kevin, I think it was him though, because they were always his friends. It was always someone he knew, and he drug me along. It's like, oh, I met this person. You come check them out. They're pretty cool. And then weird, like one time we were at this place. I swear to God, a drug deal went down. I didn't see it. I have no proof of it. But I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
that's what I witnessed. And I was like, where are we? Like, whose house is this? He he worked for he was an interesting, he had an interesting job. So he was independent. But what he did was he would find companies that had leftover things. So he was into recycling. So he was a middleman. So he would find a company that, say, was making crayons. This is one of the things, something like this. Well, they would have leftover particles, or they were making, plastic cups or whatever. The little bits that get left over. They don't want those to go to waste. And so places will buy these and then sell them, right? So they'll get them on the cheap and then they'll sell them and then make a big bank and then go party. And that's what Kevin did. He would buy some companies' waste and then he would sell it to another country somewhere around the world. And so he knew people. I sat and listened to him on a business call with, he loved Australia. That was like his favorite place to go. And anytime he got to go there. But he was talking to some guys in Australia with a business proposition. And it was pretty cool to listen to him, I have to say. And then he was an alcoholic though. So he would end up getting all this money, make a big chunk. And then he'd blow it all in like 3 months on women and booze and strip clubs.
Bipolar as well.
And this, that, and the other. And then he'd go to rehab. He'd pay what he had left. He'd pay to go to one of them fancy spa rehabs, get himself sober, and then he'd start the process all over again.
Yeah,
He was an interesting dude, but he's one of my good friends. He lived with me for a bit, when he was in between places. He didn't ever, he lived out of hotels. So I needed the help financial at the time. So it was during my divorce. And so he moved in with me instead of paying for the, hotel things that they do, those week stays.
Yeah, fair sounds. But I know what you mean, like that lifestyle, that'd be, he has to live that lifestyle, you reckon, yeah? Or could he just do it without all the razzmatazz?
Well, yeah, he had to make the money in order to live like a playboy for a minute.
Yeah. Is that what he likes doing, though, or he doesn't mind doing that?
I guess not, because he owned it. He knew it. He'd call me, guess where I'm at? And I'd go, where? He goes, I'm enjoying a lobster in California at this rehab. I mean, he went to high-class rehabs, right? And I do know this. Now, you can say, how do you know this? Well, first of all, rehabs don't let you use phones unless they're expensive. So you can't be calling me. And I can hear him in the background. We're about to have a yoga meeting, everybody. Come on. I could hear that. Right. And I did know his business. And I did know. I mean, I had enough clues. But what a bizarre. I mean, that just seems like something they write movies about and scripts about. Not people who really do it.
Oh, yeah. Funny enough,
He's
the son in rehab
fine.
here, and it cost a fortune, right? And he was telling me about some of the people that were in there, yeah? Because you can't there's no public, you have to pay privately for. He was addicted to head shop, that's weed, right? So his mother decided that, I mean, she was right, she could afford it at the time, so, well, I gave it back to her. But at the time, he needed it and he was grateful for it, but he was telling me some of the rich people that were in there, ridiculous, the money that they waste on just crazy. But hey, if it's their money, yeah, good enough. But I can't figure out why they keep on ending up in rehab. You know what I mean? Like, why it's a circle with them. My lad actually got out of it and came to me and asked me for a smoke. Right, John? Yeah, I can
I'm
hear
here.
you.
Can you hear me? Am I
So he asked me
muted?
for a smoke. Came, rolled one up,
Okay.
and he says, I'm going home. I says, when are you going to smoke that now? And he says, I'll wait, Mum goes to work tomorrow. And I says, so you're hiding it? So I says, that thing hasn't worked for you. think about that, you know. So he went off, and when he came back about a half an hour later, he says, "You know what, you're right," handed me back. And he says, "Yeah, there was no point in any of that if I do smoke that, you know what I mean? And I'm hiding it." Like, he says, "I learned fuck all, have I?" I says, "Well, it's up to yourself. I'm not stopping you, but you know what I mean? Be yourself. Is that what you know what I mean?" So it doesn't do it for him. He's told me, like, he's had a couple of smokes, and it just, you know what I mean? He doesn't want to get into that. He can't. He knows the difference between an alcoholic can't have another drink. You know what I mean? Like, he knows he can't have another smoke. So at least he knows that there's no half measures. There's no such thing as half a drunk, is there?
Oops. Yes. Hang on, I'm gonna play. Oops. Hang on. Motor. It's not you. It's me. Love. I hate to say that, but it's true. I have memory issues that are very short-term memory, and I said I'd play that again, and I had already forgotten by the time it came back up. So that's me, not you. Okay. You just have to remind me again. I'm that friend you have to tell a lot to. You have to remind me the day before, the week before your wedding, the day before your wedding. You probably need to call me an hour before your wedding and say, "Hey, don't forget I'm getting married today." Oh, shit. I do need to do that, don't I? I have no concept of time. It's not my fault, though. It's just whatever's happened to me. Anyway, so let me play this. Oops. Is this your culture that you're in, Motor? Motor, stop it now. Don't be like that. Is that you up there, Motor? Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I liked it because it was older. I like the older stuff. Hey, Bright. Oh my God, who remembers the wave? Did y'all do the wave? Did they break dance in Europe? ride. What are they singing there? What does that translate to? Is that the name of them? Oh, that's fun. What does that translate to? I'm curious. What do you think of that,
Yeah, it's
Helix?
nice. It's yeah,
It's
it's an island.
island.
Yeah, it's
That's
not.
island.
That's an island off
Yeah.
He's New Zealand,
Because
isn't he? There's two islands there. Is he off the two islands?
yeah. Motor, which are you out?
Well, I
Which
know
of the
there's
two?
two
What did you
islands.
ask,
There's
Helix?
two big islands. There's North and South Island. There's the Christchurch and Auckland are two big cities there. Is he? I'm not sure. So let him type in and tell us. Or
That's What's very what's very interesting about that is that it's very similar to what other island Pacific
But
dances are like from those times. Now, how
their
would they
facial
have
expressions, John, I
similar?
think gives it all. Like their wars dances that they do is a war dance. What they do at the rugby, what you see at the rugby.
They're very similar wherever
This is
you
the haka.
live. Do you know? Even across the world, they're similar. Why is that? It's very interesting because it's very different from, say, tribal dances or even native dances. They're similar, but they're different. You know, they have their own little flares to them. I know in Hawaii, you know, where a bunch of people got shipped off to, or were there. I don't know how that worked
He
out.
wants you to
Actually, I
play
can't
another
remember. But
song.
anyway,
Isabel.
we fucked them people up too. That's what we did. Right? They have that dance that's similar. That island. It's beautiful.
There's another.
But then it's similar to belly dancing too. It's just a little
Sorry, there's a
different. I'm
song
sorry,
there.
Helix. Go ahead.
ISEBLLE. That one there. That'd be a white New Zealander song. Just see the difference now, if there's a difference, or
Ah. Well, in Australia, I bet the Aborigines have their own
yeah,
style.
the didgeridoo and that, isn't it? They sing with the instrument that they.
Who doesn't love that instrument? Love those didgeridoos. And don't the rain sticks come from there too? Or did those come from, where do those come from?
I know.
Because I remember something about the plant. So when the seeds drop through it, they drop one at a time.
Right.
The inside of the plant allows it to happen. Yeah.
No,
Have you ever heard a rain stick before?
It's been wrote down as we speak.
Oh, very interesting. It's a stick, and when you turn it up, sounds like rain.
Right.
When you stand it up straight, it sounds like rain. It's used in instruments.
Interesting.
Oh.
Well, Paul and Bright and
And the
Susan,
didgeridoo
Jerry,
is the wind
you put them over.
instrument. Yeah, hey Paul, yeah. That's the oh, I see what you're saying. He's got one, Isabel. Okay, let me type that in. This is a different. I see what you're saying to me. Oh, Can't read it now. Know how to
It'd be
spell
just
it.
interesting to see if the white people
I
over there have how they've amalgamated with the indigenous people. Yeah, like there seems to be a lot more Maoris in New Zealand than there would be Aborigines in Australia per capita. I'd say, yeah. I think.
well, I'm not getting anything except belly dancer named Isabel. So I don't know. I like Bollywood. Do you like Bollywood? I think that's an interesting film genre.
No,
I like those movies. I like
absolutely
foreign film.
sickening.
No,
Yeah, I cannot stomach them at all.
really.
So, uh,
Haven't watched them in a long time, but I used to like those romantic movies where they have
Joan,
to
I
run away
cannot even
together.
watch a kissing thing on. You see, they're only that's unless it's part of the film, yeah. But it was always just.
What is
It's
it
just it's
about it
put
you
in
don't
there
like?
for. It's not part of if it's part of the narrative, yeah. But they usually just throw it into a film there as a love scene. Just it's needed, you know what I mean, to get a woman involved, and they think it's going to put a few women's bums on the seats, yeah, for their love interest. You know that. You know what I mean? Like they have to throw that
Okay.
into a film. Well,
Huh. Interesting.
I don't know now. Maybe it's not, but you always notice that there's always that side story going on with the love interest. You know that has to.
Yeah. Hmm. Oop. Let's see. I know I'm working on it. But yeah, we're going over. Is it on? Is it go? As it hasn't started yet. Did he do? It's starting in 30 minutes. I'll stay for 30 more minutes.
That's
How's
good.
that, y'all? We got 30 more
Yeah.
minutes, and we'll all head over there, or whenever he starts. If he starts early, which is good by me, we can do that. Is that where the Amazon? Does it really, Jerry? And it was some kind of plant, and then they dry it out in the seeds and the way it goes through the veins or something. Am I correct in this knowledge, or have I remembered something
And what type of
incorrectly?
tree? What type of tree is it, Jerry?
I am.
Yeah, yeah.
We
Well,
should just
I'm
look
on
it
the phone.
up.
Yeah,
That's what we
that's the
should
worst
do.
of having the phone. I wouldn't mind. I will look it up. Yeah, just for me for quick gratification. Just
Where do rain sticks come from? Well, let's see. A rain stick. Here we go. Let's check it out. Hang on, I'll share my screen.
Take my salad whenever you're ready.
I will make your salad. Huh?
Season those pork chops.
They're in there. A rain stick. Oh, yeah, it's got pebbles or beads. They have small pins or thorns inside. Oh, they put the thorns. I see now. Yeah, I knew it something in there. So it was like those music boxes where it would have the little points in the metal so that when it would hit it, it would make that sound. It's played, it came, let's see. It was invented by the Muchupas. They're present day South Central Chile in Argentina, Patagonia, and was played in the belief that it could bring about rainstorms. That's so cool. Yeah, it's a cacti. That's cool. Cacti, which is hollow and dried in the sun. The spines are removed and then driven into the cactus-like nails. So that's really cool. Falling rain. Anyway, I'll play one here. Let's listen.
Joan.
little bit I need you to jog. I need to see if I can jog your memory.
Hang on. Do you hear it? It sounds like
Well, that was the noise of it. Was it? Sorry,
Yes.
play it again.
What? Okay, hang on just 1 second.
Yeah, I'll see you over there in a few minutes, Paul.
I'm sorry, my husband's asking me something. Okay, so here's the rain stick. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do you one better, you look. Let's see it in action. Let's look inside it. Oh, here, this guy's gonna play it, and then after he plays it, then we're gonna look inside it. Hang on.
Yeah.
Can you still see that? Okay, here we go.
To play the rain stick, first you're going to make sure that all the filling is down at one end. So make sure it's all the way down there. Then you can turn it so it's about at a 45-degree angle. And I like to rotate the stick in my hand as the filling is running down. And once it's all the way to one side, you can go back the other way. So you can extend the duration of the rain stick by holding it at a lesser angle and rotating it. Or if you'd like a downpour, just hold it straight up and then you can get a much more
Wow, let's
Yeah,
see what's
yeah.
inside it. Oh, Lord. Support a business, buy a gift card. Jeez. Oh, let's shove bags, tissue paper in Ziploc bags, everybody. Let me tell you something. If you want to invest in something, I have some things you might want to consider. Right? One of them is investing in Ziploc bags because they're certainly going to be selling a lot of those for people for food storage soon. So you might want to consider that as an option. All right, let's see what's inside.
The rubbing of the blade on this wood smells like a campfire in here.
Whoa!
My dad used to do stuff like this. He loved taking things apart.
Tons of
So let's see what's inside it. Go, yeah.
Gosh.
The grain on it looks so symmetrical, yeah.
That's fight. Hit the rocks, and then it keeps on going like bouncing down, and then once it hits the bottom, it just stops and it goes all the way down there. Look how many rocks there are too. Like
Those are just rocks. Little pebbles.
this spike is right here, and there's a hole right there.
Rain sticks like this one are typically made by different types of cactus. So they take the cactus, they hollow it out, they dry it in the sun, and then they take the spines and they remove them, and they drive them back into the cactus like nails. It's gonna be tough to play.
Now, who comes up with that stuff? Who thought to do that? Some human had to think to do that. That's ingenious. You know? Just thought, you know what? I bet I could do. Because he probably looked up in the canopy of the trees and saw that as they dripped and came down the leaves, and he could visually see, because he's smart, he could see that same action taking place inside that hollow tube of cactus he'd found. He was picking at, wondering what the fuck it was. And one day, just like any crafter would do, it hit him. He said, woo, I think I could do this. And he did it. And that's rain sticks.
Well, a cactus, remember, that'd be the last thing that can draw water out of the ground, don't they? It lasts an awful long time. So for one of them to die using their stick for what it's for drought, yeah? They call, you know what I mean?
Oh, true
that. Yeah,
true that. You use every part of it. Oh, P. Murph is live.
Sound.
Okay, let's
go.
head over there.
You're probably
All right,
busy.
you look.
Talk to you later.
I love you,
Take it easy,
man.
love. All right.
Bye. Okay, bye, everybody. I will see you over at P. Murph's. I put the link in the chat, so please head over there this swiftly and do a hashtag rotten raid. That's what Americans do. We do rotten raids. That's the original part of this channel, so it'd be fun. Hashtag rotten raid. Go over there. Say him. We're raiding him. Ha! All right, I'll see you later. Bye.